secret magical
Aloha and welcome to today's video where we are going to get deep. Okay, we're not just going to get surface level because I have a feeling that this reading could entertain some dark themes. So, as you know, I wanted to get into the energy behind the group formerly known as Vcha, now rebranding into Girlset, and I wanted to get into a deeper dive on like the truth behind the K-pop industry, the toxicity behind it, the abuse behind it, because that's what is underneath and at the core of this whole scenario. All right, because of one of their ex-members, KG, right? She is filing or I don't know what's going on with it, but she did file a lawsuit against JYP or against their American, label. Whatever it was, JYP is still a part of that. They were still a part of the contract, a part of the system, and therefore a part of the alleged abuse. So that is my first question. Is or are KG's allegations true? How much truth is there to them? She really just talks about a toxic work environment, their expectations to practically starve themselves and just like abuse themselves, right? They're encouraged to abuse themselves, and, like lack of sleep, right, and all that kind of thing. Toxic work environment. And the heart, it was the heart crystal that fell, okay? Like, so that's like a sign, like there's not a lot of heart. There's not a lot of heart in the eye of JYP and Geffen or whatever label it was. You guys know what I mean. Okay, so that's interesting. I feel like that's serendipitous, right? Yeah, like things are not done with love. They're done for the sake of profit. They're done not for the sake of what feels good for the idols, following anybody's passions or anybody's dreams, but to create an image, to create a character that is most profitable, not rather than like a true artist creating. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's so interesting because JYP, out of all of the three major companies or whatever, I believe they are the ones to be revered as the nicest, the chillest, the most accepting, the most supportive of their idols as artists, and yet there's still so much toxicity and alleged abuse, right? So let's see how alleged it is. So, all right, these are the cards that fell. 1, 2, 3, and they're all in reverse. You guys. RKG's allegations true? That was the intentions for this card pool. And first up, sorry, this chair. Okay, guys, and first up here we have suppression in reverse, and 10 symbolizes new beginnings. All right, so KG is saying, oh, my nose is itchy. That is another separate confirmation, you guys. Okay, that she is not holding back. She's not holding back. She's not deceiving. She's not lying. Right, like the truth is coming to the surface. Nothing is being suppressed anymore, right? Like new beginnings are KG's intentions, right? Like and speaking of new beginnings, right? It's like they're true. She's trying to create the new beginnings because she got to experience how much of this was involved in her dream, right? Like it's not as glamorous as it seems because they don't allow you any sort of creative freedom, and they don't allow you any sort of privacy, even sense of autonomy, sense of sovereignty. Like it's not encouraged. You are in fact, it's like I get the feeling like nothing is directly said. It's reminding me of what somebody said, an idol or somebody, an ex-idol or an ex-trainee, right? Like they said how there's a lot of oftentimes cameras in the common areas, in the kitchen, even in their rooms. Better not be in the bathroom. That's insane. And they do this to watch what the idols eat, and without really letting them know beforehand that they're being so surveillanced, right? So it's giving that. It's like there's so much control, right? So much control, lack of growth, lack of transformation, because there's so much control into who you are. You're not able to transform into the best artist that you can be, into the best version of yourself that you can be. Like it's very restrictive, right? And so it's like all those things that she says about when having to do with restriction, having to do with suppression, it's true. Having to do with self-expression. You're not able to express because you're given a character. You're literally given a character, and this is who you are, this is your personality, this is what you represent in the group, and you stick within that. you stick within that, okay? And so yeah, you're not allowed to be yourself. You're not allowed to try new things or to follow your passions. In fact, they tell you what to sing, what to dance, what to say. They tell you what to say. They tell you how to act. And of course, this is normal. Everybody does this. Media training. It's not like a bad thing, but it's like the way that they do it, the way that they do it. It's very like everything is for the purpose of marketing rather than expressing authenticity and creating art and everything down to the micro managing micro decisions, micro grams of food, like it's down to that type of thing. And it's reminding me even of Demi Lovato. So this is not something that is so only secluded within the K-pop industry. I remember seeing the shorts about her song Melon Cake, about how she had a manager who would and strongly encourage her to not even eat a birthday cake, or they even locked her in her hotel room so she couldn't eat when she was feeling upset or when she's alone. And so it's like managers, right, people who depend on you for their livelihood and they don't care about your well-being. It's such a dangerous cocktail of like the things that they'll do to you, they'll pressure you to do and expect you to do. They'll give you ultimatums like, yeah, it's your choice to do this, but you're not really going to get as far as you want to if you don't. You're not going to really get into, you got to get on my good side. You got to get on my good side, and that means doing what I want. And like that's the energy, the dynamic between the superiors and the idols, and like that's even as far as like the managers and whatnot. Like people, you don't have to be all the way at the top to have this power of abuse over the idols, because they don't protect them much at all, or they don't give the idols any power. I remember being so disturbed, seeing somebody leaking a video of one of the idols like changing clothes within, like, how like they have concerts, that they have models or runways, like they have the stars or the models change backstage, and like they hang a few like curtains or whatever, or partitions, but it's not really full privacy because they have to do it quickly. And some creep, some stalker, snuck a camera in there and filmed it and posted it, and like that's just so disgusting. And the point is, right, like they don't give the idols, the artists, this sense of privacy and protection, right? All for the sake of like needing to put on the best show to make the most money. So it's giving that. That's coming to my head for a reason. So there must be a lot of sexual abuse as well when you don't care for the basic well-being of like fair pay, fair credit, fair freedom. You're not going to draw the line, really. You're way less likely to draw the line when it comes to further stuff on the further end of the spectrum, like SA. And that's coming to my head for a reason. I don't know if that's in the lawsuit, but it's just a part of the toxicity in the environment. And like I said earlier, it's not exclusive to the K-pop industry, but I feel like the K-pop industry, the way that they systematically market it, and the whole system, the whole training system, it's amplified. It's encouraged, it's allowed, it's like, it's the way, And so let's go towards, look at this last card you got here. We got Rebel in reverse, guys. And this is so incredible. Because it's like she is being the rebel, because she's like, I'm gonna be doing what nobody else is. I feel like this card is coming up to say that she is the rebel, but not in the sense of like for revenge, because sometimes people associate, or sometimes people do rebel just for the sake of to spite what it was that oppressed them, to spite who it was who held them back or shamed them and whatnot. Right, so I feel like it's in reverse, because it's trying to say that she's not rebelling for the sake of revenge. In fact, but there is this sense of breaking chains. There is this sense of like leading the revolution. It's like, because when you're speaking up against a system, when you're speaking up against an entire system that's already been built and like efficient and like normalized generations before you, it takes this energy to uproot it, to call it out, and to commit, or to create any sort of change, any sort of movements, right? Like you think of any sort of human, you remember, and you look into the history books of any human rights movement, it had to first take the rebel to take a stand and say, hey, the way things are already going, the way that everybody else is moving is not right. it's toxic. There's abuse in it. There needs change is needed. Change is needed. And it's reminding me of like Obama's phrase, you know, like, because, and that's what got him in. And you know, he didn't really deliver on it as much as people thought. But like the point is, it worked. It worked so much because it's powerful. It's powerful to create change. To create change, we are human beings. As human beings, we're meant to change. We go through cycles. This is the nature of life. The nature of life is cycles. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing is eternal. And nothing stays in the same state that it is. If it does last forever, it doesn't really stay in the same state, right? Like in the same state. You know what I mean? Like it will deteriorate or it will evolve over that time. And yeah. And right here, like transformation in reverse, right? Like like transformation in reverse. It's saying that like they did not encourage a change for transformation. They didn't embrace change. And when you're not embracing change, you're not embracing like basically human rights is what I'm getting. It's like an infringement on human rights, human freedom, creativity. It's so I'm getting it's like a slave. It's like a slave contract. A lot of what these idols get are not that one. A lot of what these idols get are slave contracts. And it's like she wants to break free to be able to, so that like the people after her, the generations after her, to make a difference for the generations after her. Right? But it's like, maybe it's not even for that. It's not even for that because it's like, she knows that this may or may not help. This may or may not make a difference. But I need to do this for me because this was the card that was on top of the rest of the deck. It was right on top. And so in her voice, it's like she needed to do this for herself. KG is because it's her truth. It's her truth. I feel like this card is affirming that she really is just expressing what she sees as her truth, her own experiences. She's only sharing her own experiences and hoping that she sees that this has the potential to change. But even if it does not create any change that she can see in her lifetime, right? It's healing to her, and she's hoping that it can be healing to others who went through similar things. It's like a beacon. It's like a beacon. She wants to put out that beacon to draw and attract others who are like her, to like stand with her and join in this cycle of breaking the cycle, join in this new stage, this new beginning of breaking through toxicity and allowing for transformation, allowing for growth, development, expansion of your consciousness rather than control, right? Rather than giving up your power in order for fame, in order for money, right? That's what it's all about, taking your own power back. And that's why she's doing this. So it's very much giving that it's very true. She's sharing her truth and her experiences at the very least. So it's really, she's not making this up. This is what she has experienced. It's what she's seen. Beautiful. Right, she's not doing it to take anyone down. She's not doing it to be the one who to be the one to stop and destroy the system, right? It's like she's doing it to heal. She's doing it to heal. Oh, look, this was also on the bottom. Sorrow reverse, right? She's doing it to heal, to help to transmute, right, this energy, so she's not sitting in it, so that she's not sitting in it, right? And so she's going to transmute it, right? And like that's why she's doing this. Oh my gosh, right, guys? She sees the possibilities. She sees the possibilities of creating this new beginning to create a more balanced future, a more joyful future, a more free future. Look at this, guys. The eagle, the freedom, the sun in the back, the mountains. It's perfect, right? Conditioning in reverse, right? To let go of the old conditioning of what you have to be, who you're supposed to be in order to be profitable, to be seen, to be loved by others. It's like you don't have to live your life or follow your dreams by somebody else's rules just because it's the way that it's done, just because you feel like you can't do it on your own, right? It's like, right, we don't have to fight. In fact, it's like you don't have to fight for your position. You don't have to fight for your success. You don't have to fight for your justice. Really, it's something that you give to yourself. And I feel like that's what KG is understanding. That this justice is something that she has to give to herself instead of fight, right? You have to give it to yourself instead of fight for it from others, like demanding other people to treat you with respect. In fact, it's like, no, you just speak your truth and you share your story about how you were disrespected and what you truly deserve. And, you know, that alone is a part of releasing the conditioning, the toxic conditioning of limiting beliefs, of limiting unhealed mindsets that hold us back from transformation, hold us back from creativity, right? Because we're too much in our head of how to go about things, right? Because we're too worried about what other people think, right? Instead of listening to our own voice, our own desires, our own passion, our own joy and freedom. Wow, so that's really beautiful. It's really healing. It's very spiritual for her. Like this, her reasoning, her intentions. It's very spiritual. Look, this one was on the bottom. It just fell and separated out from the deck. And it's mind in reverse, right? It's not about mental. It's not about the ego at all for her. It is completely spiritual and is all about healing. So it's very much giving that everything that she's saying, it comes from her heart. It comes from her truth. Very powerful, very powerful. Like, I can't help but feel so proud of her for having the bravery, the self-love to stand up against something and somebody so huge. It's like one person it's like the movie 300, right? It's like 300 against an army of thousands. But somehow they make a dent. They make a big difference. I mean, I don't think they won, but they made a big difference. And like, that's the point. Sometimes you don't fight just to win, but you fight to make a difference. You fight for the younger version of yourself who didn't have anyone to fight for them. You fight for the people like you. Yeah. So that, if you end your pain, maybe you can help to end others' pain, similar pain, while you do it. And yeah, I think that's her goal, that's her intentions. It's like to help to heal herself and to possibly help others do so while she's at it. Wow. So now, how does KG feel about the rebranding? How does she feel about the rebranding of Vcha to Girlset? Now that she's not involved, now that she has these allegations, and they're moving on and acting like everything is okay, how does she feel about it? Ooh, how does she feel about it? The fact that we're getting the same card, it's like she's detaching, right? All this rope, right? It's like she's detaching from who controlled her, right? So I don't know if it's the company in general, or it could be JYP or a specific manager that she worked more closely with, but it's like the people, it just represents everyone who had more authority over her. And yeah, it's like she's not seeing herself as a lamb who's only powerful if the lion is tied to her anymore. She's seeing herself for who she really is, which is somebody whose voice matters, somebody who has power regardless of their money, because we all have power, and our power lies within our voice, our truth. And it's such a powerful thing just to share our story. And so I think that's why this card is indicating that she's not being deterred. She's not being scared. She's not discouraged to share her story just because. In fact, maybe it's even because I felt goosebumps. I felt like this energy of like, it's uplifting her, it's motivating her, it's giving her that fire under her ass to keep going. Right, because they keep going, and if I don't say anything, everything is just gonna stay the same. If I don't try, nothing's gonna change. So that's how she feels about it. It's like fueling her. It's fueling her to fight the system, to fight the resistance, the blockages towards the possibilities. It's like, yeah, we're gonna break through that. Okay. So that's how she feels about it. She feels like, any more about how she feels? Ooh, I mean, you didn't see, but that one just flew out on its own there. Friendliness, really, guys. So she's holding no hard feelings towards the girls or towards the company, even. Wow, it's like I said, it's like this affirms the card that I had earlier, and the message that I was saying pertains to the Rebel card in reverse, right? She's not doing this for revenge. She's not doing this because she didn't get to be as successful, or because she didn't get to debut with this new group, or because her old group failed. Like, none of that is factoring into her decisions or her motivations. Like, she truly just, I feel like she really wants to do the right thing. not for the ego, but for the heart, for the children, for the children, for the generations, for the girls like her, for her members. I'm getting even. Because it's like, I feel like she feels like, I feel for the girls because I know they're still going through it. I know that it's everything that I said that we were going through, they're still being put through that. But I feel for them because I was once in their position where I wanted so badly to make my dreams happen that I was willing to settle. I was willing to give away my power. I was willing to put up with more abuse than I deserved. And so I feel like that's why she's able to sympathize. She's able to sympathize with the girls and not hold any resentment. She's able to see herself in them. And her goal really is towards healing, towards harmony. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So my next question is how their other ex member, Kaylee, which is the youngest one, how does she feel about the rebranding? How does she feel about the rebranding? Because yeah, she must have been a part of that drama, or she must have been the one that was most affected by the abuse, the toxic environment. Ooh, yeah, like, and all those cards fell out at once, but like it was like no one card fell out. So I feel like that's to symbolize. Sorry, I'm having such a hard time talking. Maybe that's also serendipitous and significant. But yeah, it's like maybe it is because she feels so like overwhelmed by the whole thing, like it was too much for her, right? And that's how she feels about it. So let's have one card fly out at us, please. Like 2 cards, we'll take it. Ooh, how does she feel about the rebranding? It's like she feels like she understands that they needed a new beginning, but it's like she's also kind of feeling like she can see through it as well. She can see through the new beginning, and that this isn't really, it's not actually, it's like a mask. It's like a mask. It's like the face of a new beginning, but there's no actual real creativity behind it. There's no real passion, artistry. Like it's the same. I feel like she's seeing through the mask, and she's seeing that you're rebranding, but things are still being done the same. You know, there's no change. Like creation, change, cycles. There's no change. And I get the feeling that that's also what comforts her, as well as KG. It's like it comforts both of them about the fact that they really know what the K-pop industry is like behind the scenes, and that it's far from being as glamorous as everyone hypes it up to be. Far from it. And oh, ding ding for confirmation, thank you. Yeah, and because they know that, like, there's not really much to be jealous about, because they know that there's still a lack of this, and because there's a lack of this, there's no room for joy, there's no room for freedom. And so like these girls aren't actually enjoying themselves. They're not actually, you know what I mean? Like these people, they're making a lot of sacrifices, they're making a lot of, right, like it's a long road. It's like a long road. Like they've come so far, they spent so much of their lives, they dedicated so much of their energy. They told people, like so many people, that this is their dream, that this is what they're going to do, and how embarrassing it would be if they failed, right? Like they spent years at this, and to fail, it, like this is what motivates them to stay through the abuse. This is what motivates them to keep going, because, right, that shame and that fear of not being able to achieve what they wanted as high as they wanted. And so it's kind of like, well, I gotta settle, I gotta do this to get there, I have to do this to get there because they said so, you know, and they're the ones with all the power, I'm powerless. And like it's having that victim mindset that creates these blockages here, right? It's like I think I was trying to say this earlier, that like you don't have to go through these big companies, you don't have to have a manager, you don't, like even in this entertainment industry, just because that's the way that the system was set up, you could do it differently. You could build a new system, your own system, and it could still work out for you as long as you're following your heart, making decisions with integrity and authenticity. The universe will reciprocate that to you, because the universe doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you are. All right, so that's why we have to be careful of our words, right? So that's why when you catch yourself complaining about something, then it happens to be all that you ever really experience or feel or see. Yeah, because your focus is what creates your reality, your mindsets. So if you're in an environment of limited beliefs, limited expectations, limited freedom, creativity, then, right, there's not a lot of room for this. There's like, you can attempt at this, you can try, you can put on a show, but it's never going to be fulfilling, is what I'm getting. It's like they know, they're able to see through it and be like, I know that it's not actually what the girls want to do, and it's not really fulfilling. So it's like, I know that it's not what I want to be doing. You know, there's not this feeling, yeah, like there's not this feeling of missing out. Like there's no fear of missing out here because there's no FOMO, right? Because it's like they know the truth. They know the truth that it's kind of a miserable existence. It's kind of a miserable existence. It's really hard to cultivate your own happiness. And I feel like they thought that it's not worth it. They thought that they felt like, you know, yeah, like they're being taken advantage of. Like that's the truth. That's the truth. Red car just passed by when I said that for confirmation. I see red cars as yes, a big yes. So anyways, yeah, they're able to see right through it and realize that they've grown so much, and like this is not really what they want. Like they don't want to, you know, sell their souls, so to speak, to attain their dream. And it's like nobody's literally selling their soul, but it is like you give. That's what it means to like give up your power. It's like, oh, I don't know, they must know better. So I mean, you do it for me. You give away your choice. You give away your opportunity to learn, and therefore you give away your opportunity to fail, make mistakes, and get better, to grow, right? And so yeah, they see right through that, and you know, so I feel like they're at peace. So KG and Kaylee, they're both at peace with their decision and like not being a part of it. Ooh, yeah, because this was right on top, and I was like, ooh, comparison, they're comparing. And then I cut the deck, and I was like, I cut the deck to see what they're exactly comparing about, and then it was exhaustion, right? So it's like, yeah, they're comparing their life now and how their life used to be, and it's like they were completely burnt out all the time, even though it looked like they were so successful, it looked like they were having the best time and doing all these things and achieving all these things, right? It's like, behind the scenes, this is what they felt. This is what it felt like behind the scenes. Okay, yeah, so this is how KG and Kaylee feel mutually. Like they both agree, and I feel like she was the one that she used in the text message. Like they didn't reveal it, but I feel like it was the conversations and the text messages when they were being authentic about their experiences. Like, I'm so exhausted, I've been miserable ever since I came to Korea, and you know, and they're expressing how they feel about this, right? And I feel like that was a conversation between KG and Kaylee. Yeah, so I feel like collectively they agree on this, they feel like this, and they're able to be like, yeah, I'm in a better place now, right? Like where I am now, it may be a little bit more narrow, it may be a little bit more like not as making as much of a statement, right, as I used to be, but I am a lot more stronger now. I'm a lot more durable. My life, my mindset, it's a lot more sustainable in terms of my happiness, you know what I mean? So that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And this is the dark themes that I was talking about because I wanted to get into next. Because I remember learning shortly after her allegations that KG's mom even posted about how accusing JYP for the death of her son, KG's brother. So, you know, I feel like a mom would only really do that if they, like, she must have been so convinced. She must have had a lot of reasons to be convinced, or we'll see, especially because after pulling the cards and that KG was really like telling the truth. Yeah, I have a feeling that KG's mother had a lot of valid reasons to make those allegations. So let's do pull a card to validate that, affirm that. So did JYP, did anyone on their team plan KG's brother's death? Because it was very suspicious. He's very young, and of course things could have been an accident. They could have been a planned accident. So let's see. Did JYP or their team plan KG's murder? Okay, we got traveling in reverse. Number 8, ooh, sharing and courage. Courage and sharing. Okay, let me pull one more to really solidify, confirm, clarify. Let's just do one. We are the one. Okay, guys, traveling in reverse is the first card that fell out. So it's giving, they didn't go out of their way they didn't go out of their way to plan it per se. But the next cards kind of give that they did entertain it at the very least, because we have courage. So it's they entertained the thought. They allowed the thought to plant the seed and to grow a little bit. They discussed it. There was a discussion, there was a meeting. Oh yes, share. It was an idea. It was a discussion shared with multiple people. Oh my God, did you see that bird? Did you see that bird? Like, that's never really happened before. So that's like affirmation. I feel like another confirmation, another sign. Oh, the door slammed. Somebody closed it loudly, and that's also confirmation. And also my nose getting itchy. That's also confirmation. I swear, guys, it only really does that like that when I'm sick or when I'm doing these readings lately. Yeah, so the fact that we have courage going hand in hand with sharing, and like I'm getting it drawn to the arrow here, and it's like pointing down, so it's like sharing in a negative point of view, which would mean like false sharing, like doing something for the sake of looking good, but you don't actually genuinely like mean it, like it's a what do you call it, a false offer. Okay, so what I'm getting is that. And then you also have the We Are the World card. We Are the World card, number 10. Okay, so it's like they did discuss this with a team of people. Like maybe of course, it has to be the people who are at the most at the top. But it wasn't just a one-person decision is what I'm getting. Okay, so what happened then? So if it was a group discussion, what was the ultimate decision? If they didn't outright plan, no, they did plan. So if this is something that involved a bunch of people, but they didn't really go through with it, they just entertained the thoughts, what really happened? Did they have any involvement in his death at all? Since there were so many people involved in it, did some people just break off and decide to do their own thing? And they were like, no, we need to silence this guy. We need to scare this family. We need to scare KG into being silent. Like, is that what's happening here? Is that what's happened here? Is that like, did someone in that team decide to like, okay, we got success in reverse. Okay, so that's not what's happening here. But he's also tiger walking on the world. Okay, so tell me this then. Does that mean that nobody on their team had any part in that accident, in his death? Is that what you guys are saying? Nobody on this team had any part in his accident. That 4 cars fell out. Okay, we'll take it. Oh yes, we'll take it. Okay, so completion in reverse. So it's telling me, hold up now. The universe. What was my question? Does that mean that nobody had any part in it? Is that what that means? The fact that this is in reverse tells me that, like for the most part, but that's not fully true. Like for the most part, but that's not fully true. There's one last missing piece to this puzzle here. Yes, harmony. Now I'm onto it. Now I'm onto something there. Okay, the mind, along with the burden. Okay, so I played the video back and my question was, did some people, right? So the answer to that was no, it wasn't some people, but there's still something else to it. So I think they're trying to say that maybe it was one person who was really worried about how it could affect the company. It kept replaying in one person's mind, like we have to do this, and then maybe 1 or 2 people got involved. Maybe just 1 or 2 people. Like maybe it was a person at the very, very top. He's like, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna tell my own man, my own little henchman to take care of this and make it look like an accident. So let's see, is that correct? Like, was it just 1 or 2 people? The master in reverse. Okay, so I feel like that's telling me no. So is that trying to say it was just one person, basically? It was just one person who did the dirty work themselves? One person, because the burden card looked like it was 2 people, 1 person bossing somebody around. Okay, suppression upright, so I feel like that's also indicating, okay, that's not exactly true either. Okay, this is getting a little bit complicated. So if it wasn't one or two people, it wasn't some people, and it wasn't just one person. What is it that you guys are trying to tell me? What is the truth of their involvement? What is the truth of their involvement? What are you trying to say? What am I missing? What is the truth of their involvement? What are you trying to say? What am I missing? The dream. The dream. Okay, so maybe it was just a dream. It was just a plan. Yes, many people, maybe they planned it out a little bit farther than. So let's say, okay, it was just a plan, and you're saying absolutely no one took any action on that plan. Is that what you're saying? Absolutely no one took action on that plan. Is that true? Is that true? Absolutely no one took action on that plan. They may have planned it, but absolutely no one took action. Is that what you're saying? The rebel. The rebel, when the rebel is upright, that's somebody who takes action. It's one person who stands against the rest and does it anyway, right? So I feel like the fact that it's in reverse is saying that, okay, nobody took action. Nobody took action. It was just a dream. It was just a plan. Very, very interesting, though. So what? It just happened to be a crazy coincidence that they planned to do something to him, and he happened to die of an actual natural accident? Is that what you guys are saying? I don't know, it doesn't really sound realistic to me, but is that true? Conditioning, laziness, conditioning and laziness, conditioning and laziness. All right, I'm gonna pull one more card to like clarify those two. So what is the truth? What is the objective truth? What is the unbiased truth? Was it just a natural accident? What happened to KG's brother? Nobody took action on it and it was just an accident? Give me a clean card. Ooh, rebirth. Rebirth upright. I kind of feel like it's saying it was an accident. So like conditioning, lack of laziness. Conditioning, it's like maybe he was just going about his routine. He was just going about his routine, his daily life, and he did something that took a risk, something that was risky. But when you think about it, we take a risk driving our car to work and wherever every day. There's a risk in dying when we stand out on the street. Like there's risk all the time. So something that he did was risky. He took that risk, and it was just a natural cause. I feel like taking that risk burst that moment, but he took that risk because of conditioning, because he thought that's what he's supposed to do. Maybe he felt pressured to. So I feel like maybe it has something to do with his job. I don't know what kind of work that he did. I really don't know how he died, but I figured the cards would have told me if it was planned or not. Yeah, guys, very interesting, because it's saying, I mean, how weird is that they would plan it, but they decided not to take action on it, and then it happens? How weird. So would he have died anyway? I mean, the timing of it all seems weird. So if it didn't happen, if this whole lawsuit didn't happen at the same time, would KG's brother have died anyway? In a similar way, at a similar time? Like, was this just a part of his destiny? Was this just a part of his... Okay, a bunch of cards fell out. It's a little bit confusing for me. We're gonna make it clear with one card. Okay, going with the flow. Going with the flow fell a little bit sideways there. Oh, so it's giving, it was a combination of both. It was a combination of destiny and combination of like conditioning and doing what you're pressured to do, pushed to do by someone, a superior. Yeah, maybe a superior told him to do something that was risky. Maybe his job, there's some sort of danger in his job, maybe. Or like I said, just everyday life, there's risk. And maybe is going with the flow, like it's half and half destiny, half and half of our own control. And that's the card that flipped up. When I was like, oh, that's too many cards, the first card on top was control upright. Yeah, so it was something that was at least partially in his control. But ultimately, a coincidental accident or a product of the circumstances is what I'm getting. I guess I feel a little bit uncertain, so I'm gonna pull one more card for I want to channel KG's brother. I want to channel his soul, his higher self. KG's brother, what do you have to say about the truth of your death? What do you have to say about the truth of your... Ooh, that one fell out fast. Nothing in reverse. Nothingness. Nothingness. Okay. So I feel like he's trying to say that it was not something that was random or as a result of random chaos. You know, like I feel like he's trying to say that it was divine. There's divine timing. There's divine reasoning for why it happened and when it happened. Yeah, I feel like that's what he's trying to say. Like with the nothing, like it means nothing but everything at the same time because it's in reverse. And so it's like all things. What is all things but divine, the yin and yang? So yeah, I feel like he's saying to trust. We can trust that everything happened the way that it was supposed to. It's nobody's fault. I have a feeling he's saying that it was an accident. It was an accident that was meant to happen. Can you give us one more card to affirm if that is what you're saying by this nothingness card in reverse? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you want people to know? The message you want to pass along from yours? Politics in upright, to me, it always means, okay, this person is putting a mask on, they're not being authentic. So when it's in reverse, then it's telling me the mask is off. It's like mask off, okay? And so it's like, so that card indicates to me there is truth, moment to moment, sideways like this. Yeah, moment to moment. Yeah, so there is truth to the fact that like everything is important. It's like everything matters, but nothing matters at the same time. Like, yeah, so I feel like, again, it's like with this, it's like giving the same energy as this card. And in fact, this one also fell on its side like this, just like this one did. So I feel like that's significant. And it's to say that like it was a combination of fate and what is the word? Fate and destiny. What's the difference? It's a combination of like your own decisions and like what is left up to the universe out of your control, right? So it's a combination of those things. It's complicated. That's why there's so many cards and there's so much like yes and no here and there. So yeah. Moment to moment, right here and there, right? A little bit here, a little bit there. So it's very much like everybody did play their part in it, but at the same time, it's like nobody's fault. It's a matter of the circumstances, and everybody had their part in it, you know, including the brother himself. So I feel like, yeah, it was out of everybody's control. I feel like it's out of everybody's control, and nobody's fault. So, but I feel like it is to indicate that the toxicity is there. It's to validate that KG is right, that like these people are open to, you know, they're brave to make that kind of decision and make that kind of choice to take care of business in a way, right? To go that far to silence someone. It's like they're willing to at least be open to it. You know, while they weren't willing to act on it in the end, they decided not to, probably because it was just too risky for them. Right? Afraid of all the backlash, not really about doing the right thing or not. Right? Because if they're worried about doing the right thing, they wouldn't be so complicit to all the abuse going on in the industry, in the system. They wouldn't let it slide for the sake of profits. So yeah, I feel like it's very interesting, very interesting. Like they planned it, but they didn't want to act out on it. So KG's mother, like I feel like they're very right with intuition to pick up on the fact that like these are the type of energies, these are the type of things that these people are willing to do, and ultimately they didn't act on it though. Well, I just got a notification for confirmation on my phone. Yes, so as convoluted as this was, I feel pretty certain in the confirmation that they did not act on it and they had no part in it. Although they entertained the idea. And so yeah, I feel like it really was an accident. Whatever happened to him. Rest in peace. Well, we know that he is, right? Because he reassured us with the nothingness in reverse card that like divinity is so complicated and it's so like vast of beyond our comprehension, and it's all things. It is all things, and so therefore, like we're okay. We're okay. Like if God is all things, then no matter what happens, like it all goes back to God. We all go back to God in the end, right? Okay, next I wanted to get into how does JYP feel about KG, and then how does JYP feel about Kaylee, and then how does JYP feel about Girlset, and then how does JYP feel about the lawsuit itself. Okay, so that's a 4-card spread. The first card is going to be how does JYP feel about KG? How does JYP feel about KG? Okay, I'll take it because I immediately felt some emotions when I looked at these 3 cards, even though I would put it away because it's 3. But we also have this card saying number 3 to tell me to, hey, take these 3 cards. So here we have isolation in reverse. So I feel like ultimately JYP like admires her for her bravery, because he knows he's been a victim of the system to the point where he's like, well, you know what, if you can't beat him, you join him, right? And he became a part of it. He became complicit to things. Like when you become a part of a system like that, you have to be complicit to get ahead. Yeah. So he's like very proud of her. He's admiring her that she could do what most people involved are afraid to do. Don't even think it's possible, don't even think it's worth trying, right? They feel so hopeless, so helpless, so powerless that they don't even try, right? And so he admires her for that, because here with this traveling card in reverse, but also with the we are the world card upright, I feel like it's trying to say that he admires the fact that she didn't let this break her. She didn't let this break her, even though they didn't get to, move forward together. Like he still admires her, and he sees himself in her. He sees his younger self in her. He sees the potential. He sees her potential to make the world a better place, to bring about this new beginning, and he sees that potential. He admires her for it, and that's why we are the world is upright and the rest are not, because it's like, although like they weren't able to travel together, she didn't let it break her. She didn't let it silence her. She didn't let it make her feel like she's powerless and she's worthless now, as many people do when they leave the K-pop industry, because the way that the system is built, right, they end up leaving it like, well, I guess I'm not good enough to have made it, or as opposed to, well, I guess there are some flaws to the system and it wasn't all it cracked up to be, and so he's like acknowledging and admiring, like I see him like giving her this kind of look, like he wants to put his hand on her shoulder, like, you did good, kid, like I'm proud of you, kid, like that kind of energy. Door chime for confirmation, thank you. Another one for confirmation, thank you. Yeah, so that's actually surprising, a pleasant surprise. That's like really sweet and wholesome in a way. Like that really warms my heart. I feel like I'm about to tear up. It's because I saw it from his perspective. He felt how like he was able to see himself in her, right? And so it's like cheering her on silently behind the scenes in a way is kind of healing for his inner child, because he sees himself in her. It's like to cheer her on to do the things that him and people like him are afraid to do is commendable. And like he sees that. It's so crazy, right? Because I feel like I know that I'm channeling, because like I'm not this emotionally invested. So it must be how he feels. And it's very interesting because I was expecting the opposite. I was expecting the complete opposite, and for him to kind of be this like vicious person who, he's like an Ellen DeGeneres, right? Like I'm so nice, I'm the nice one, and then behind the scenes, but I was expecting it to be like that. So It's really nice. Heartwarming. So the next is, how does JYP feel about Kaylee? Kaylee is the youngest one. Right, and they have their meme or whatever where he was like kind of mean to her, right? Like, oh, clearly you're not very good. So that's gonna be interesting to see, how does he really feel about her? How does he really feel about Kaylee? How does JYP really feel about Kaylee? Oh, that's so beautiful, you guys. He seems to be a sweetheart at heart. Door closed for confirmation. Thank you. Yes. Yes. And I feel like he's one of the managers or whatever owners, one of the few who keep their inner child alive and like be playful about it and have fun. And I feel like that's why he's able to have like this open-hearted point of view towards the girls and relate to them in this way, is because he allows himself to be playful. He allows himself to keep that youthful energy, that inner child, to come out and play. And so yeah, that's pretty healthy. And I think that's why he's able to see them in a more loving light than I thought. So that's beautiful. It's like, in a way, he's very proud of her too, right? From a camel, somebody who like doesn't have any power, lets people step all over them, right? You got a big old hump in your back, right? Carrying all this weight, all this burden, right? And you're transforming into the lion. It's like, that's how he sees her, as like stepping into her power, becoming the best version of herself, fine-tuning herself, right? Fine-tuning self-mastery. It's like, that's what he sees her doing. So he's proud of her growth. He sees her growing, and it's like, yeah, he admires her for leaving the K-pop industry too, I feel like, because it's like, you left this like a dark environment. You walked away from this dark environment and you transformed, and it's like, it's almost like, I always knew that you would, and maybe he secretly hoped that she would leave in particular, because she sees her as like, oh, you're a sweet, innocent, soft-hearted child, and this industry is like, I see it's gonna crush you. So maybe he's glad that she left, because he knew that like she wasn't really gonna thrive in this environment. So it's like, he's happy for her to have her new beginnings outside of it, and yeah, he's happy for her, he's proud of her. That's what I'm getting. It's like, he's really rooting for these girls behind the scenes, even if they're not a part of his team, and I think that's beautiful. That's like unconditional love for someone. Wow. Beautiful. Now, how does JYP feel about Girlset, the new group, the rebranding? How does he feel about them as a new group? How does he feel about Girlset? How does JYP feel about Girlset? How does JYP feel about Girlset? Hey. Maybe the fact that I broke out into a cheer is significant as well, because like I just said, he's cheering for the girls who are not even on his team. He's still cheering for them, and so I feel like he's definitely cheering on the girls who are on his team. So he's like, let's go, Girlset. Like, he believes in them. He really believes in them, is what I'm picking up. All right, so what else? How does JYP feel about Girlset? Okay, since a bunch are calling out, I'm just gonna pick one. How does JYP feel about Girlset? Ooh, Rebel in reverse. We're getting a lot of this, guys. Interesting. It's like, he admires. Maybe that makes sense, because he seems to admire the other girls for leaving. He's kind of doing the opposite and kind of not admiring. Looking down on, in a way, judging, or feeling bad for, having pity for the other girls, because they're not being the rebels, right? Because they're not breaking the chains, because they're not fighting for their freedom, and they're kind of being compliant and going along with the show and the chains. And so is he judging them for that? Is he really looking down on them for that? Is he, because obviously that's what he wants, isn't it? In a way. So I don't know, let's see. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Girlset. So we have, what is that? Ordinariness in reverse, I think that's flowering upright, and then courage upright, and then exhaustion upright. Ordinariness in reverse. Yeah, okay, so he's not looking down on them for it per se. But it's like at the same time, he can't acknowledge that the situation is not really the norm, and it's not really the perfect environment to allow these girls to thrive. Like, he understands that, and so he's doing his best. He's doing his best to, within the system that he's in, to help these girls to thrive. But he understands, like, that we can't expect them to. It's like he wants to help them, but he's like, oh, I can't help you guys too much because this is a special situation here. Like, you have to do things this way if you want to thrive, right? But ultimately, he does want them to thrive. Yeah, we got courage and upright. So it's like he does believe in them, and he sees their potential, and I think he sees that the girls believe in themselves as well. Like, I feel like he sees them like they have potential because he can see that the girls see themselves and see their own potential. But at the same time, he can't ignore this. Like, he's aware that they're all overworked, and like, it's just a part of the system, right? It's like a part of the system. It's a part of the system. He's like, we're all exhausted, but it's a part of the system. We have to figure out how to thrive while being exhausted, because if you want an unordinary life, you have to go out of your way. You have to have the courage to do all of this at the same time and balance it all. Right? If you want this, you got to do this. So like, yeah, it's like he does believe in them. He is rooting for them, and at the same time, it's like he feels like they got a very hard road ahead of them, is what I'm getting. And maybe he feels like they don't have that fighter, rebellious spirit that they need to get through it, but maybe he's trying to help them to cultivate that. Interesting. So he believes in them, but ultimately he's like, I need to be realistic. I need to be realistic. Like, these girls might not be cut out for it. Maybe he feels that way because they're not really Korean as well, so they're not really familiar or used to or indoctrinated by the system and the expectations. Notification for confirmation, thank you. Right, so he's like, maybe that's the reason why he feels like these girls in particular are a little bit more wary about their future success, because they're not used to it, they're not familiar with it, right? They're all from America, and he's like, maybe that's what he tells himself, that like, that's why the other girls had to leave, that's why it's failing, because we're dealing with non-Korean people, so maybe that's part of where these feelings are coming from, a little bit of prejudice towards the foreigners, and may feel like, oh, you guys don't understand. Maybe it's more so like, oh, you guys don't understand our system, you're not cut out for it, rather than, hey, there's problems with our system. But at the same time, I get that he can acknowledge that there is problems to the system, but ultimately he's a huge gear. He's a huge gear in the system, so ultimately he wants to keep the system the same way, right? I feel like he thinks that you just have to find the right kind of person who's willing to do all these things and go through all these things and withstand all of these things. So it's like, maybe he doesn't exactly feel that it's as toxic per se as it really is, but maybe he doesn't see it that way, but he does see it that, like, well, it's not for everyone. So he can recognize that it's like unhealthy in a way, but at the same time, he still has that dream and that desire to be like this rich and famous in this industry. So he still makes those excuses for, like, this is what you gotta do, this is what you gotta do to get there. Yeah, interesting. They're very complicated, very like dual. Like, nothing is really like black and white. Like, everything has so much duality to it. Everything has so much, like, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Interesting. Okay, so next is, how does JYP feel about the lawsuit itself, which will be interesting because he doesn't really show much or any resentment towards KG. So I wonder how he feels about the lawsuit itself, because he knows some of it is true. Well, for KG, all of it is true, but I feel like he perceives it. He perceives it to be different. Like, oh, it's not as bad. It's not that bad. Like, it's just what we do. And so that's why he's like, we need a certain person who's really gonna understand it and normalize, this environment. So how he feels about the lawsuit is that, like, ooh, I don't trust it. Maybe he doesn't trust the results, or he doesn't trust KG's telling the truth. I'm gonna pull another card for that, but the next card is laziness in reverse. So that's telling me it's like, yeah, I don't trust how this outcome is going to turn out. Like, I'm not just gonna leave it up to God or whatever. Like, I'm gonna take action. I'm gonna take action. I'm gonna do everything I can in my power. I'm gonna make strategic and smart chess moves towards ensuring my win. So yeah, I feel like that's his energy. He's like, I'm gonna put all my best people on it. I gotta put all my best people on it, make all the best moves, move very carefully. And I feel like that's why they decided not to go against retaliating against KG's family, because ultimately that would have been like the riskiest move that they could have done, because of course they knew that the family at least would be the first one to suspect or accuse them. So, and there's no way that they could be able to cover up or clean up all of the evidence. Like, there's no 100% guarantee that it could never be traced back to them, right? And so I feel like that's why they didn't make that decision. But at the same time, they're like, you know, I feel like, oh, control, we gotta control this thing. So I guess, does JYP think that she's lying? That's my next question. Does JYP, from his perspective, is KG telling the truth or not? From JYP's perspective, is KG telling the truth or not from YG's perspective? Ooh, guys. Success in reverse. So from his perspective, she's not telling the truth. So is that because he's right? Is that because he is objectively right? Or is that just his perspective because he's in denial of, you know, his own wrongdoings and his own part in the system, or how toxic the system can really be, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So what is the truth? Which is the truth? Okay, too much. Let's get one card, please. All right, guys, which is the truth? Which is the truth? Silence and friendliness. Maybe I should rephrase the question so that it's easier to get a clear answer from the cards. I'll come back to those cards still yet though, but okay, so success in reverse was to indicate that he thinks that KG is not telling the truth. But KG, we already pulled cards to confirm that KG thinks that she's telling the truth. Okay, you know what? I don't need to put another card. I think I got it. Right, so silence turning within. It's like a female face. The moon also represents feminine energies, and the darkness, the secrets, silence, right? So it's like, it's trying to say, right? It's bringing me back to that nothingness card, right? It's like, it's so complicated. It's all true, but none of it is true. Or like, so it's like, it's all about perspective is what I'm getting. It's all about perspective and everyone's inner voice. And so KG sees it that way because that's genuinely how she felt. That's genuinely how he sees things. She sees things. And JYP feels that she's not telling the truth because that's how he genuinely perceives things, because, right, he's in a different position. He's in a more privileged position. And so, and also he's been a part of it for longer. And it's been normalized to him. And so he doesn't see things as toxic as they are, or as KG sees them, you know? And so like, he'd write that off as like, oh, well, you know, we had to starve you guys because, or we had to put you guys on a diet because like this and that. Like, oh, notification for confirmation is like, you need to be on a diet, you need to look this good if you want to be successful and make this money and get this fame, and like, it's just what you have to do. Like, it's not toxic, it's what the people want. Like, that's his energy, and like, that's why he thinks, that's why they both think that they're telling the truth, because that's just how they feel after their own experiences. So this silence along with this friendliness card is telling me that like, everybody just feels that way because of their own experiences, but it's not like, it's not true. It's not like, it's not as simple as like black and white, right or wrong, because the friendliness is telling me that like, yeah, there's a little bit of truth, right? There's this person's side of the story, there's this person, and then in the middle you'll find the truth. Oh, door chime for confirmation, right? So it's like, there is some truth to both of their sides, in the sense of like, well, maybe it's not as bad as she said, maybe it's not as bad as he said, and like, or maybe it's worse in some areas, right? Because whenever you have people who are wronged and people who are doing the wrongdoing, right, it's like everybody has their own justifications for how they feel, or even if they do wrong somebody, it's like, oh, this person wronged me first, so I'm justified, and so like I don't feel any guilt, and I feel like that person's in the wrong, or that person must be lying, because, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has their justifications, and so that, sorry, and so that's why I feel like that's happening. the cards are reading in this way, right? So what is the objective truth, right? It's like they both think that they're telling the truth, but what is the objective truth? The objective truth is that there's a little bit of right and wrong in both sides. That's the objective truth. Okay, and I wanted to add that the reason that there's right and wrong on both sides, even though both sides feel that they're being right, is because it's all about perspective, and perspective is not really the full truth. It's just a lens in which that comes from the collection of experiences that are unique to you. And yeah, so it's really a matter of perspective objectively, but I feel like, my opinion, there is toxicity, there is truth to KG's statement, but JYP just is choosing not to see it that way because he's a part of the machine, he's a part of the cog, he's a part of like the profiters off of the slave contracts, basically, you know what I mean? So it's like, as much as like he relates to them because he was once them, right? A trainee, the one who had a dream to be an idol, and not so much like owner of a company, right? The CEO, he, you know, because of that, he has that soft spot, but he's still like, oh, I can't make it as an idol, so I want to make it as a CEO. So he's coming from that perspective of like, it's all about money. It's all about money. It's like, JYP is interesting. I feel it's like, for him, of course, it's not all about money, because we can see that he has more of an open heart here, even when it comes to the girls who are exposing him, you know. But at the same time, I think who either exposed him or leave him, he still has the ability to be able to empathize with them, have compassion for them, and I think that's because he sees himself in them, like I said, right? So I think that combination for him is what leads him to be in this unique place that I don't think that most of, or a lot of the other CEOs of these companies are like or can relate to, right? Because I think JYP still allows himself to like keep that dream alive, the way that he goes back and has like performances, and like he makes it a lot more fun. He has like more creative freedom, more artistry, more passion, right? When it comes to the idol industry, as opposed to other CEOs or whatever he is, right? So I think that's what leads him to have this unique combination of like, yeah, money is not everything, right? But at the same time, money still comes first. At the same time, money still comes first. And it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way if you want to be successful, guys, because your true success lies in your passion, lies in following your joy, following your heart. True success lies in what fulfills your soul rather than your ego. So yeah, my subjective opinion is that KG is telling the truth, and that JYP doesn't see it that way because he justifies the abuse because he's a part of the perpetuation of the abuse. He is the profiter of the abuse. Although he can have more compassion than others or than most, he is still in that position where he prioritizes money over the well-being. So that I feel like is the objective truth of my opinion. Like, so we went into everyone's perspective, we got into the objective truth, we went into like my opinion. Okay, so now we're getting into an interesting question next as well, is why did Katseye succeed as the first global girl group when Vcha was the first? I believe Vcha debuted about 6 months or so before Katseye, and then, it didn't take long for them to run into the controversies that led into their, rebranding. So that's an interesting question. Why did Katseye succeed as being the first global girl group, and why didn't Vcha? Why? So why did Katseye succeed as the first global girl group when Vcha was actually the first? Katseye has more people backed up behind them. Katseye had more of Maybe because they weren't the first. Maybe because they weren't the first, they had less obstacles to go through. They had somebody who led by example that they could learn from. So they took everything that was failing with Vcha and they tweaked it so that they could be, so that they could succeed. And so they had a lot more people. They had a lot more like research. They had a lot of resources behind them. Is what I'm getting. I don't know. Maybe Hive, whatever company it is that's managing them, the Korean company. Maybe they had more money than JYP. Maybe they just chose to invest more money. But yeah, I'm getting they had a lot of help behind the scenes. They had a lot more backing. They had a lot more marketing. They had a lot more of that resources, right, thrown at them to get them there. Anything else to say about? Ooh, yes, intensity, creativity. All right. Oh. So I feel like the girls are given more creative freedom. That's why they're able to succeed so fast. Right, intensity, they were able to succeed so fast because they were going forward more with creativity rather than let's I mean, of course they're still trying to think of let's do what sells, but more so in a less restricted sense than typical K-pop is what I'm getting, because typical K-pop, right, you gotta stay within this, blueprint, you gotta stay within this these characters or these roles, right? Like you don't want to be somebody so free-spirited, somebody who's such a unique individual, right? Like uniqueness, individuality is not rewarded. But I feel like because they're taking that different approach, the more Western approach, that's why they're succeeding. It's because they're taking the K-pop system and they're taking the best of like Western, like artistry, the creative freedom, and combining the two, and that's why they're able to do so. So really, tapping into your creativity really is a big key to your success as well. Are you creating for the sake of creation, for the sake of following your joy, or are you creating from your ego? Is when you're just like doing it for the money, and that's when you don't really get substantial results. You don't really get something that like right, you get surface level because you're giving surface level, right? Ego is like surface level things. So yeah, I'm getting because they broke out of that role, that box, right? They allowed the girls to be more wild, to be more free. It's like whether they're doing that for a marketing tactic or not, right? There's still more creativity in that because they're opening the doors, they're allowing the wildness, the freeness, the loudness, the deep voices. They excuse me. Like you don't have to be like the pretty proper princess all the time. Like they can get gnarly, right? They can get like, scream into the mic with a deep voice instead of, trying to be all soft and whatnot all the time, right? And I think that really speaks to people because, right, like I feel like authenticity is what we're here for. To embody authenticity is what our souls come to earth for, and so that's why it speaks to us. That's why it speaks to us whenever somebody is so authentically themselves. It either triggers us to the point of like, oh, it makes me mad because I don't feel like I'm free to do that. So like, why should you? I'm judging you, and I'm mad that you get to do that, but I don't. And or you could be like inspired by it, like I want to be that, like I want to let go, I want to be free, right? I want to just be me, right? Regardless of how I'm going to be perceived. So it's like that energy, it's like a queen energy is what I'm getting, and that is, I feel like that, like authenticity. The authenticity is what creating with authenticity is what creates that speed and that momentum towards success. Yeah, like going towards a creativity, right, leads you to that success. Yeah, and I'm getting there's like a lot of people behind the scenes, a lot of moves behind the scenes that people are not aware of or will never be aware of that help to make them be successful. Yeah, so it's really like it's not just because like these girls had more star power or these girls had more confidence, these girls had more charm. Like it's not really about that. Apparently, it's about the energy that they created with, the energy that they're putting out into the world is what they get back. Vcha. So yeah, let's see what exactly was it about Vcha's energy that made them fail, because I get the feeling that like all this toxicity that like KG's lawsuit is about is basically, I have a feeling that it's what practically every idol has to deal with, and that's why they have this attitude of like, oh well, there's nothing wrong, like we're the one who's in the right because this is just how it is with everyone else has dealt with this, everyone else put up with this, so like you're the wrong one, you just can't handle it, you know what I mean? So I feel like that's their point of view, but what is the objective truth about why Vcha wasn't able to reach their fullest potential? guidance in reverse, guidance in reverse. So I feel like it's because they weren't following their heart, like the intentions behind it, right? Like, and it's not just the girls too, right? There's all these people behind the scenes, and I feel like their team, Vcha's team itself, was a little bit more a lot more controlling is what I'm getting, a lot more controlling and a lot more like debilitating when it comes to creativity, right? Because the cards we pulled for Vcha at first was like creativity reverse. So I feel like, yeah, that says a lot. That says a lot. Like the freedom, the acceptance that the environment created, it has such a huge effect on the results of your creation, of your project. And so because they weren't guided with love, they weren't guided with following their joy, following their heart, passion, following their passion, doing it just for the sake of like in our artistic integrity, you know. And I feel like because they lacked that, right, that the freedom of expression, of creativity, that's what held them back, and that's also what held the girls back from like feeling fulfilled within themselves, right? And if the girls are not happy, if the artists are not happy, if they're not fulfilled, if they're not like, they're not really going to be making or creating work or art that, I'm not saying that you have to be happy to make good art, because it's not true. A lot of good, great art and projects come from processing our trauma, right? Come from like using it as a tool to, you know, transmute the darkness and to come out, to find the light in it, right? So I'm not saying that, but okay, guys, so, you know, my point was that the energy that you put out is what you get back, right? And the universe doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you are. So you could be working towards something, but if the underlying energy of your intentions behind it, if it's all about like, oh, I need to, I have to do this, or, you know, that there's fear underneath that. There's fear, and what's underneath fear? It's lack. It's the limiting beliefs of like, I'm not capable, it's not possible, or I'm not going to be okay if this doesn't work out. You know, it's like, and so all of that, all the underlying energy that you're putting in is fear. Right, and so you don't get something that's substantial, and that's something that, you know, you just get reflected back to you what you are. Right, and so you get out what you put in. And so yeah, that's what I'm getting, is like the energy behind it, just the whole entire environment. It's like a lot of what I'm getting is like the people behind the scenes. Like it's so much about the energy of the people behind the scenes, because they're the ones who's pulling the strings. They're the ones who's guiding it, but they're not guiding it with the right intentions. Yeah, they're the ones who's guiding it, but they're not guiding it with the right intentions, or, you know, with full integrity and authenticity. So I guess that's why, like, I guess Katseye had a better team behind them that allowed them to be more creatively free. And that's the biggest part, apparently. And maybe they have a more creative team in general. Like the team is not like, let's play it safe, let's stick to what we know is gonna work. Instead, they're like, let's take a risk, right? Like, ooh, the JYP team, oh, let's play it safe, let's do what we guarantee. And then the Katseye team are like, you know what, let's take a risk, let's open up the roads ahead. And like, and then when you do that, you open the doors to abundance, because you're opening the doors to everything, right? You're like, right, unconditional love, rather than, oh, I'm gonna only accept, only this is gonna work, only that, only in this scenario, right? It's like, either way it's okay, we're just gonna take it moment by moment, you know. Like the energy is gonna get you very different results, right? The mindsets, the perspective, your environment, the people who are around you, that's what I'm getting. They just had a better team behind them, a healthier team behind them. Okay, interesting. So my next question was, did JYP rebrand Vcha into Girlset? So did he rebrand them this way to compete with Katseye, or was he inspired by Katseye, or, you know, was this just his plan? Was it what he was just going to do anyway, regardless of Katseye's success? So let's see. Did he do it to compete with? Was he inspired by, or would it just have happened regardless? Okay, politics, but in reverse. Like I said earlier, politics face up for me means mask is on, we're following the rules, we're doing what we're supposed to do, everything on paper is looking good. Reverse is mask off. Yeah, so I'm getting, if it was upright, I feel like, oh, he's following how things would have just happened naturally. They would have just worked out that way anyway if it was upright. So reverse, I'm feeling is like, oh, mask off are gonna be more authentic. It's like I see what's working for them, and yeah, I'm inspired by it. I'm gonna follow them, right? I'm gonna, you know, and I'm not even really gonna hide it. So it's like, okay, you know what? Hide it, hide it. So let's see. So I feel like it's in reverse. Like politics is like you do things by the book, by the papers. You do things that look good on paper. You do things that like put the mask on that make you look like the upright, upstanding civilian or leader, right? And so I feel like it's in reverse to say that they pivoted directions, that there's usually a plan, that you follow, there's a procedure, a protocol, but we went the other direction because we saw that this is what was working for them. We've been very unlucky, so we're going to follow what's been lucky for others. So yeah, I feel like they're definitely inspired by and trying to compete with, and I think that it was all intentional and definitely specifically surrounding around Katseye. You know what? So let's see if I can get more. All right. I wanted to get more for if we can see affirm with what I was saying or go deeper into that message. We have understanding and silence in upright. Yeah, so it's like telling me, I feel like the understanding is also to say that I am on the right track. I'm picking up, I'm channeling something here. This is accurate. And the silence is also to say that, or maybe the understanding card is also saying that JYP understands. He understands that, like, right, like he can see, he can watch that they're flying high, they're succeeding, right? And so like he's watching after them, he's understanding, right, trying to do what they did and understand what worked for them and how he can apply it to himself, right? So definitely inspired by silence. And yeah, I think I did say earlier that like, oh, he's trying to hide it though. He is trying to hide it. So he's trying to hide how inspired by he doesn't want people to know that like, oh, they're copying Katseye, they're inspired by Katseye, they're threatened by Katseye, so they're oh, look at them really trying to compete. Like he doesn't want that. So I feel like he's really trying to do things differently in the sense of, yeah, following what worked for them, but not exactly copying them, just doing things differently. So I'm getting that, yes, he rebranded them this way in a more mature aesthetic or vibe, or what is the word? A mature concept, right? In inspiration by them. It's like, I'm gonna make it mature, but I'm also gonna make it different. Because I think, but yeah, I'm gonna make it mature, but I'm also gonna make it different. Like mature is what's working, like sex is selling, and they're old enough to do that. So like, yeah, let's turn it up, but let's do it in a way where like nobody can say that we copied, nobody can say that, right? So we have to be very careful about this. Like that's what I'm getting. And you know, I guess that makes a lot of sense, right? Like just business wise, like that seems just like the natural progression. So I wonder now, like, what would have happened? Would he have what sort of direction, what sort of concept would they have gone? Or would he have totally disbanded them if Katseye wasn't so successful? Like, how much did Katseye influence the decision of a new beginning, past lives? So it's like Katseye definitely, the fact that it's upright, I feel like, yeah, like maybe he was totally planning to throw it all away. Ooh, receptivity, upright. So yeah, I'm channeling. That's what I received this card as confirmation that, you know, your message, your channeling is accurate. So yes, I feel like because of Katseye, they felt like, you know what, there actually can be, maybe we can have a new beginning. So it's like, they did sort of open that door for them, like, you know what, maybe this global girl group stuff can be successful because they proved that it can be. So we gotta pivot though. And so past lives here, I feel like it was meant to happen. Like they were never meant to be as successful as Katseye. And past lives is also giving, like, you know, they're supposed to go their separate ways. They're supposed to come together and go their separate ways. Like they're not supposed to, but they're supposed to it was meant to bring it, all this happened meant to bring it all together for the future generations. Like, it really was meant to bring like generational change. And that's why I truly believe that KG's lawsuit is so powerful, whether it ends up successful or not. Like, our voices matter, and so speaking up matters. Like, even if nobody believes you, even if nobody backs you up, like, it's speaking up matters, especially if you're sharing your story and your experiences of abuse and trauma. And so yeah, I feel like that's why this happened. It was meant to happen. Like, they were supposed to, have that drama, have that disbandment, expose the, generational trauma that's within the K-pop industry. Like, they were meant to be that catalyst. KG and Kaylee were meant to be that catalyst, you guys. Wow, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, yeah. And so, yeah, I get the feeling that he was planning to disband and like throw the whole thing away. It was meant to happen this way. He was planning to throw it away, but their success made them feel like, you know what, we can rebrand, we can restart. Interesting. But we have to do it differently, guys. We have to do it better. And we have to do it differently so that nobody thinks we're copying, right? Nobody can say, right? So, he's being very meticulous about their branding. I kind of feel like he's like, oh, we got to take it differently. We got to take it in a different direction. Like, you know what? I think he's more so trying to model them after Blackpink, to be honest. And instead of making them like these like hyper trained and like you can expect perfect synchronization and perfect, like instead of going in that direction, like he's trying to sell their personalities. He's trying to sell their uniqueness, their diversity. Like he's trying to sell that their individual charm, rather than perfectionism, or what do you call it? So I feel like that's the difference that he wants to take it in. He's like, yeah, Katseye is going to be more mature, and Katseye is going to be jumping all over the place doing all these different things, but we're going to try to take it to like this mature but also cool, like we just want them to be like really cool girls, like badass type of concept. Like, I feel like that's Blackpink, like they're like, girl power, like badass boss bitch type of brand or whatever. So I feel like that's what Girlset is trying to go for. So my next question, what was KG's breaking point in Vcha, and then Kaylee's? Interesting. So what was KG's breaking point? Oh, the lack of transformation. She's like, I can't grow here as an artist. I realize how little they're letting me do. How involved in the creative process that she's able to get. Let's see. Any more specifically in what ways was she restricted in transforming? Turning in. It's like you never get enough alone time either. And like that does fall in alignment with what I was just seeing in my head, was like this TikTok or shorts that they did. I think it was KG was in it, Camila was in it, and like they were like doing this little skit thing. They were next to a whiteboard and they were doing this dance, but there was like dialogue in it, so it wasn't just a dance TikTok. They're kind of doing like a skit, I guess. And because of that, you can kind of see, I could feel there's a little bit of like behind the scenes energy of like like was that good? Are you done recording? Like there's tension. There's tension, and there's like a fakeness. Like you can tell like they're performing and not having fun, I guess. And so that's what I'm getting. Is like you always have to put on a show. You always have to put on a face. You never get time to yourself to even recuperate, to even process your trauma, let alone recuperate. And there's no time. But there's always constant feedback, constant criticism. And there's no time to like find yourself, to ground yourself. Right? And so like emotionally, I think that's her biggest turning point for her, is that like, holy shit, like this treatment, this whole process is making me depressed. It's making me feel more empty, more sad than I've ever been in my life, more disconnected from myself. Thank you, ding, for confirmation. It's never made me feel more disconnected from myself. And that's what KG's breaking point was. Yeah, so I feel like with her, it's like it's just a collective of the whole thing. It's like once she reached that breaking point of like, oh, I'm sitting here and I feel so empty and so numb, and I don't even know who I am anymore. Like all I know is who I'm told to be, how I'm told to be. All I know is I don't want to be that. All I know is that I feel empty every time that I do. Wow, yeah, so I was getting really emotional. I was getting really emotional because tapping into how she's feeling, it's just like this devastating empty hole and void of meaningless interactions, of empty performances. And it's like she realized that she's done it all, in the sense of like she was able to experience, she was able to, film a music video, do the interviews, and learn all the things and do all the things that she dreamed of, and none of it brought her a fraction of the inner peace and the happiness, the joy, the fulfillment that she thought it would. And so she's like, all right, I think it's when she's reached that point of like, well, I've done everything, I've tried everything, and I still feel numb, empty, alone. And I think that was her breaking point. So now what was Kaylee's breaking point in Vcha? What was Kaylee's breaking point in Vcha? Interesting. Flowering in reverse, it kind of is basically the exact similar message of like transformation, flowering and nurturing growth. So transformation, she felt the same way. So yeah, like they really related to this. They really were able to like see through it all and like open up and talk to each other about this, fortunately. Creativity, I think. So we got creativity upright. I think that Kaylee was able to find some other creative outlet. She was able to find another hobby, another passion, and I think she realized that she felt a lot more fulfilled doing that than this quote-unquote dream that she's dedicating her life and sacrificing so much for. And I think that's when she realized that like it's not about what I do, it's do I enjoy doing it? Am I proud of the creations that I make? I think it was through that contrast of finding that fulfillment, finding that joy and that satisfaction in something else. I think that's what made her see like, okay, you know what, like it's transforming or growing here in this environment is not possible for me. It's not healthy for me. So yeah, I think that's what it was for her. She found something else. She found something else to lift her out of that darkness, and that's what woke her up to be like, whoa, this is pretty dark. Right? You find the light, and then that's when you realize like this is how dark it was. That's what I'm getting. So my next question was, why did the rest of the members choose to stay? And then how does each remaining member feel about KG, Kaylee, and then JYP? So I'm gonna pull 4 cards for the remaining 4 members each. So let me pause. Welcome back, guys. We're here on a different day and we're gonna continue the reading, beginning with why did the rest choose to stay, starting with the member Lexus. And I thought it'd be perfect to use the Dream Gate Oracle deck for this, right? Because like it's basically their dream. It's like, why else would they, put themselves through so much, overwork themselves, and put themselves in what do you call it, alleged toxic environment. I'm pretty sure it is, guys. I'm pretty sure, but whatever, right? Allegedly. All right, yeah, allegedly, but let's figure out and find out how alleged or not it is, right? Because I'm sure we'll get something for if it really is like toxic. So, why did they choose to stay anyway? If it was so toxic for the other 2 members, for one of them to file a lawsuit and for the other one to go through, attempts and whatnot, it's like it had to have been toxic, and this is not the first and only time. Like let's not gaslight ourselves and the audience. Like there is toxicity within the industry, within probably all things, and it can't improve if we don't call it out. All right, so let's begin with why did Lexus choose to stay, right? With the Dream Gate Oracle. Why did Lexus choose to stay? Why did Lexus choose to stay? All right, sacred cave, spiritual growth, period of gestation, introspection. Wow, that's so beautiful. It's like she sees it. I feel like she sees being in the group, being a K-pop idol as like a personal achievement, because it's like a goal. It's like a goal because it's a passion. There's so much water here. It's like she is very passionate about singing and dancing, performing, and so it's like she wants to achieve her dreams so that she feels fulfilled with her life. It's like she wants to do what she's passionate about. And so it's like, yeah, even though I have to climb this huge mountain and all of these rocks and these like rough waters, even though I have to get there, like I accept that. I'm waiting in the waters, and I'm prepared for that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm willing to do it because I'm so passionate about it, is what I'm getting. Right? It's like this girl is alone here. It's sacred. It's like it's just for her. And so like singing, dancing, performing, like this is something that she would love to do, regardless of if she was famous or not, or if she was successful at it or not, or it's something that she would just love to do with her life regardless. Right? And so she seems to be like the type of person who, like, she's fueled by her passion, and she needs to follow her passion in order to feel like her the best version of herself, in order to feel like happy in life, like she's doing good in life. And so that's why she's like, all right, this is the cave that I choose to enter. The journey, the climb is a climb. Yeah, Miley Cyrus. I can almost see it, that dream I'm dreaming, but there's a voice inside my head saying you'll never reach it. Every step I'm taking, every move I make feels lost with no direction. See, it's like that's what she feels like, lost with no direction, without doing whatever it is to follow her dreams. And it's like, I feel like that song really resonates with her. It's coming to my head for a reason. It's like, it's how she feels. It's like she can almost see it, she can almost taste it. It's like she wants to do whatever it takes. I feel like, I don't know how far she would go out of it, but that's the energy I'm getting. It's like, I don't want to let anything get in my way or stop me from, achieving my dreams. Like, I'm so close, and I can almost taste it. And it's like, even this, even if I only ever get just a taste of it, like I'm satisfied with that. Like, I want to enjoy that. Like, this is what I love to do, and that's why she's staying. Beautiful. Now we're going to stay with Lexus, but we're going to get into how each of the members feel about everyone. So how does Lexus first feel about Camila? So we're going to start with the remaining members. How does Lexus feel about Camila? Interesting. So this one flew upright, guys, and this one was reverse, and it was like upside down, face down. So we got letting go and aloneness in reverse, which is very interesting. Very interesting. You know what? We're just gonna go for everyone. Kendall is next. All right, this just flew out like that. That's how she feels about Kendall. So the last is, how does Lexus feel about Savanna? 3. I guess we'll take it. She must feel a lot for her. Okay, so Lexus. Now, how does Lexus feel about KG? Very interested to know how she feels about the members that left. How does Lexus feel about KG? So yeah, I lied when I said that was the last one. That was the last of the remaining members. But now, how does Lexus feel about KG? Okay, guys, it felt like this. And then how does Lexus feel about Kaylee? Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, three cards for Kaylee. And then I'll show you. Well, I'll just show you guys anyway after when I get into it. So how does Lexus feel about JYD? No, that's the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay. I'm just like, oh wow, it's gonna be a really long one, guys. I just get frustrated because I tried to make it short. Even when I try to make it short, it just gets. But I knew this one was gonna be long anyway, so let's just embrace it. Let's just embrace it, guys. How does she feel about JYP? Ooh, it fell sideways like this. I feel like that's significant. Interesting. Okay. So, how does Lexus feel first about Camila? All right. So these two cards are kind of giving a contrast of energies. It's giving she's conflicted, perhaps. She's conflicted. It's like, or maybe not. Maybe, okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm feeling as I was trying to meditate to tap in, and I felt a sense of calm, not just because I was meditating, but specifically because I'm tapping into Alexis's energy. Um, and so it's like that's kind of what she's doing. It's like she's trying to ground herself, find her center, and I feel like she needs to do it away from Camila. Maybe they had some sort of codependent relationship. They had some sort of like unhealthy attachment to each other in some way, and that's why she's acknowledging that like she needs to let her go a bit, and she needs to not let her go because like she is sad or because she's afraid or doesn't want to be alone. And there's not that. It's like it's feeling like it's like I feel like the aloneness is in reverse because it's trying to say that she wants to embrace this period of like separation, distance, and like inner turning within. She wants to embrace this period of turning within and not see it as a negative thing. And so for some reason it's like she feels like having to let Camila go and like put up some sort of walls, some sort of boundary, create some sort of distance. And it's healthy for her. She feels like she needs to do that. Like it's healthy for her. It's an act of self-love. It's healing. For some reason she feels like she needs to do that. Now I guess let's get into it. Let's confirm, is it because they had, am I correct to, is it accurate that it's because they sort of had an unhealthy attachment towards each other, some sort of codependent relationship? Or if they just had a lot of conflict. All right, so this one flipped up, right? We have the Fool. Interesting, these cards kind of go together. They're kind of saying the same message. The Fool and clinging to the past in reverse. They're saying the exact same message. So okay, so I kind of got a vision. I got a vision of Lexus being in the dance room and like she's on the floor, like tired, exhausted, like she just finished like practicing, and she's not getting it. She's not getting it. She's getting really frustrated with herself, and she's like out of breath, and she's like looking up at Camila, and Camila's like, I don't know, she's killing it. She's not breaking a sweat. She's like, that's what she sees. Like Lexus is looking at Camila, and she's like, I don't know, she's looking at her like she has it easier. She's looking at her like she's doing so much better than her, and that's what she feels. And so I feel like Lexus, like that insecurity, like it triggers that insecurity, and Camila triggers that insecurity in Lexus, just because maybe it's because she's so confident, maybe because she's more like skilled, like dancing comes easier to her maybe in practice. Yeah, and because when I got that vision, it was the song "The Climb" from Miley Cyrus that played in my head again when I saw that, and so that's why it kind of made me feel like how she feels, how she sees Camila, it has to do with like how she feels about her dreams, right? It's like it's awakening, reminding her, mirroring to her insecurity that she has when it comes to achieving her dreams, awakening her to a blockage that she has, and I think that blockage is like that she's not good enough of a dancer, that she's not good enough of a performer, that she's not attractive enough, maybe even sexy enough, maybe even is what I'm getting. Yeah, maybe also because she's skinnier even, like things like that. And so like she's really trying to let go of that perspective. She's really trying hard to be a better person of herself and not like not project it towards Camila. That's why she's choosing to let go, I feel like, because she doesn't want to project it towards Camila. She doesn't want to like define the relationship off of because of that, and like it's hard not to do that when you're so triggered, or like it's like, okay, this is just a sign that I need to heal myself, and I need to heal myself before I can really get close to this person, because I can't help but feel that way, and it's not that person's fault, it's not my fault, and that's why I need to turn within, and I need to heal myself, love myself, work on myself, so that I don't feel that way, when I see someone or something else. Interesting. Yeah, so she's feeling like she needs to keep a distance in order to like build up her confidence a bit. And it's like I get the feeling that like Camila didn't do anything to like make her feel that way. Like it's not leaving Camila personally. It's just like it could have been anybody. It could have been anybody who's like a really good dancer, or who she thinks is better at whatever skill. Like it could be anybody, right? And so it's really like I feel like she's aware of that, but she also feels like it's hard not to hold resentment. It's hard not to like direct and project your resentment of how you feel about yourself towards that person. It's hard not to do that when you're like in close quarters with that person all the time and always like being around them, and like, you know, it's hard when you're feeling so low to like see somebody shining so bright, and like it's hard to like be happy for them. Yeah, so it's like it's giving that kind of energy. It's like she's trying to be mature about it, and she wants to like be better herself without like, you know, being a toxic person and projecting and hating, basically. You know, it's like she's like, I gotta focus on myself. So that's how Lexus feels about Camila. Next is, how does Lexus feel about Kendall? All right, so this is how Lexus feels about Kendall, which is very interesting. It's very similar energy to how she feels about Camila. So it's like, I mean, it's very symbolic, right? They're entering this new phase. They're a transformation, a transition, this rebrand, right? And so I feel like she's mirroring that energy as well behind the scenes. Like, it's not just a rebrand for the group. It's also, she kind of feels like she's reinventing herself, and that's why, you know, bettering herself, working on herself, and that's why she's trying to, you know, excuse me, change the perspective around how she sees other people and her connections with the group, right? And like, it's upright, the card is upright, so it's giving like very positive energies. She, you know, she's happy to do it, she wants to do it, it's for a positive reason. Let's get deeper into the reason. Kendall. Yeah, okay, so why does she feel like a new vision? Like, where's this new vision coming from? Was there tension previously, before? I guess I'll just take that. Because it's 2, but it's in reverse. Okay, we got the Lovers, we got Inner Voice. So yeah, it's I feel like it's those cards kind of flipped out and separated right when I was asking, was there conflict or something? Is that why she's coming to this place now of wanting to have a new vision towards her? And yeah, so I feel like the fact that the Lovers and the Inner Voice in reverse is saying, it does confirm that there was some tension and conflict. Like, they did not get along, they butted heads a lot. They, you know what I mean, right? Like, look at this reverse, like they butted heads a lot. And I'm getting attracted to Star. I feel like maybe it had to do with religious reasons, maybe it had to do with like I'm getting like personal reasons, like life behind the scenes. Like, what I mean is like the way that person lives their life, like some sort of like decision or belief, some sort of belief of theirs. Like, they have different beliefs. Like, I'm getting like red team, blue team, like, you know, like, or the politicians, the parties, it's giving that sort of energy. Like, they're on different teams because they have different beliefs and values, and so they don't understand each other, they don't see eye to eye, and they're constantly butting heads. And so I feel like that's where the conflict was coming from. Like, personally, what I'm getting is that like they wouldn't be friends. They're not the type of people, personalities, to get along well and become friends, like if they met outside of the group. So that's what it's giving. Inner Voice in reverse. Yeah, inner voice in reverse is like, it's like she never saw or heard my inner voice. Like, we never understood each other, you know, like we never vibed, we were never on the same wavelength. We, you know, like, it always felt like there was always that disconnect because there was never that basic level of understanding each other, right? When you're so different, it's like it's hard not to have like this immediate judgment of like, oh, you're gonna move like that, you make that choice, you prefer that. You know, because they feel so differently, they have different perspective on things, they like prefer different things. And so it's not personal, right? It's just like a matter of like personality and like preference. So yeah, I feel like they could maybe, yeah, I feel like in that earlier stage, like these 2 cards are talking about the past, right? So like, this was when they were a little bit more immature, emotionally immature, right? Like, they're still very young, but they have emotionally matured a bit, you know, because she's clearly like ready and open-hearted to a new beginning with her, and to like seeing her in a different light, and to, you know, like not letting their past define, right? Ooh, reverse clinging to the past. Like, Lexus is like, she's trying to do that for everyone. I feel like she's trying to like not let the past define anything, because she's doing that for herself, right? She's doing the inner work, trying to not let her past, her shortcomings define her, right? So she's doing that for others as well. That's very balanced, that's very emotionally mature. And so yeah, it looks like things are going to grow in the good direction. I'm getting attracted to the flames. Like, there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of like, maybe they're forming a good bond, actually. Like, there's actually something for like for them to bond over, to build that bridge over. What I'm getting is it's because they have a similar passion, right? Like, they could be able to relate to that. I'm getting goosebumps for some reason. So it's like, yeah, maybe they're really gonna get closer because of that, because they're able to relate to each other and see themselves in each other through the lens of like their passion, which is singing, dancing, and performing, and like their dreams, right? It's like they'll be able to relate through that, bond with that. And because of that, they'll be able to soften up and have a little bit more understanding, a little bit more like compassion for their differences. And I think that they will be able to form that bond. That's what it feels like. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So how does Lexus next feel about Savanna? She got 3 cards for Savanna, so I feel like that's kind of indicates that perhaps she's the closest to her. Okay, so here is the cards we got. Healing, control, celebration. And I was singing that. I feel like that's always significant. So it's like I must be channeling, like she feels like a really good mood. She feels like in such a good mood with her. Like, oh, the world is her oyster, the world is their oyster. Is like giving bestie energy. Like, oh, when I'm with her, like that's how I feel. Like the world, life is a better place. Like, you know what I mean? Like life is better, she's happier when they're together. So I feel like Lexus is the closest with Savanna, perhaps, is what I'm getting. And we have the control card that's in the middle. Interesting. And on right next to it is healing. So that's beautiful. It's like that goes to show that Lexus is really doing a lot of like inner work, spiritual development. She is really right. And like sacred cave, didn't that say something about spiritual growth, you guys, introspection? Ooh, got chills and goosebumps again. Like she's really all about that. And I feel like that's why she's is able to achieve the connections that she wants, the high vibrational connections and experiences, because she is doing that inner work to reflect that. And the universe is going to mirror that, right? Because the universe is just a mirror. It doesn't give us what we want, it gives us what we are. Okay, so I feel like she's awakening to that knowledge through the spiritual growth, and that's why she's like there's so much like awareness, there's so much attention and focus on the things that she needs to heal. And one of those, in regards to Savanna specifically, is the feeling of control. I get the feeling it's like when you're so happy and when you love somebody so much. It's like when you're kids and you go on a sleepover, and sometimes like the kids, when they leave, like they're really upset. Like there's some kids would cry, some kids are just gonna be like, oh my mom's home, my mom's sure to pick me up, and like, like all mad and sad to like see their parents and go home. And like it's like that, because like it's so good, they feel so happy when they're with the person. And like, so like it makes them want to cling on in a way. It makes them want to cling on to control, because like they feel safe when they're with that person. And so that's what, it triggers that fear of like, well, without that person, and like if I feel so great because of this person, like maybe it's because I don't feel okay, or maybe I don't trust myself when I'm not with that person, because if I feel so high with this person, then it's like I'm afraid to come down. Like it's only natural, right? What goes up must come down. Like and it's like, because that it's like you just want to stay in that high. You just want to stay. You want to stay up, and that. As she realizes that that's unhealthy, she realizes that that's it's giving codependency. It's giving unhealthy attachments, right? And so she's aware, and she's embracing, she's working on it, that is something that she's being called to heal through this relationship, or because of this relationship. And interesting, I'm getting called to the deck. There happened to be one card in the deck that I could see was flipped up, so I split the deck, and it was this card, Trust in Reversed. Oh, it's like I was saying, guys, it's like she doesn't trust herself. She doesn't trust herself because I feel like, she's right. Like there is that feeling of like not good enough. I feel like we all feel that. We all like have a seed of like unworthiness, a fear of unworthiness. Like we all know what that's like. And so Savanna kind of triggers that in her, but not in the sense of performance wise, but I guess in the sense of like connection. I feel like she really feels seen, like sisterhood. Like she really feels seen with Savanna. And so it's like she's afraid to lose that. It's like when you haven't had much of that, when you haven't had much of like this good feeling in your life before, and you feel like you feel like majority of your life before that person or without that person is not so good. Notification for confirmation, thank you. Then it's hard not to feel. It's like the fear naturally comes up. The fear naturally comes up of losing this person, and that it won't be okay, that you're not going to be okay, like it won't be as good, you're not going to find a connection or a friendship, right, as good as this one, or you're afraid that it's gonna go bad, or you're gonna fuck it up, or that, you know, or something's gonna come between you, like, you know, like the fears come up because you're not used to it, you're not used to, you know, like that much like love or happiness, and because you're not used to it, you're afraid that it's conditional, you're afraid that it can be taken away from you and that you're gonna lose it, right? That's what control is all about. The root of it is fear, the fear of losing something. Yeah, so it's like she's trying to find this balance. Of like, I'm not trying to like push her away. I feel like because she has a closer bond with Savanna, perhaps, she feels like she doesn't feel the need to push her away in order to have to heal this internal wound. And so she's trying to find this balance of like enjoying their connection without like attaching to it too much, without, you know, it's like she realizes like, I need to be there for myself more. I need to be there, nurture myself more, reassure myself more, so that I don't feel so much lack without this person. You know, like, yeah. I need to find the joy within. I know that I need to find the joy within. I need to create it within. Yeah. So that's nice. That's healthy. Oh, guys, I think we might have to come back here another day. I think we might have to, but okay, so that's nice. That's how Lexus feels about Savanna. Now next is, how does Lexus feel about KG? Ripeness. Oh, I get the feeling that she's like, she's proud of her. Because I'm seeing, I get notification for confirmation on my phone, you guys. Thank you. And it had a little celebration party emoji as well. And then another confirmation to confirm, guys. Confirmation, like, she is proud of her. She wants to celebrate her. And I think it's because like she must feel that way because there's truth there's truth. Like, she must agree or have experienced similar things, seen similar things, in that, you know, that confirm, or what do you call it, that validate KG's allegations in the lawsuit, right? So that's why she has to agree, or she has to like feel like it's true, to be able to feel proud of her for having to stand up, right? It's like, and what I was trying to say earlier is that I was seeing Lexus. I had a vision of Lexus like looking at looking at the apple tree, and like looking out into the distance at the sky and the sunset. Like, it's just Lexus though, for some reason, right? It's like, I guess it's because like she knows that, like, you know, they're not in each other's lives, and they're not going to be like, they're not, you know, now that she's not in the group, like they're not connected and they haven't been, but like at the same time she still can like appreciate her, admire her, what do you call it, yeah, I guess admire, no, what do you call it, admire her. Like, I wanted to say like she finds her admirable, like to see her as so admirable, appreciate her, and like from a distance, you know, it's like looking at the sunset, like looking at the beautiful sky. It's like, it was the perfect time. I'm so proud of her. Like it's like she feels like, oh, pluck the apple at the right moment, like to create the new beginnings and new opportunities. It's like she feels really proud of her for seizing the opportunity to speak up, because she knows how scary it can be, right? With the light and dark, it's like 50-50. Like, this could ruin your life, or this could change everything. And it's like, she finds it so admirable and so brave and so powerful that she decided to take that chance and take that risk. And she feels like she did it at the perfect time, or she feels like she did it in the right way, like an admirable, like she did it with integrity, she did it with honesty, authenticity, and like she finds that, like, you know, it's like she's looking at her like that, like right? It's like, it's like, even if it doesn't change anything, she feels like she did the right thing. Like, Lexus feels like KG did the right thing, and you know, she thinks that's pretty cool. And she feels like there's like a lot of apples on the tree. So I feel like that's symbolizing, looking at all the apples on the tree is like, oh, this girl, she's got a lot of, it's like she did the right thing, and I know she's got a lot of opportunities. Like the apples are opportunities. It's like she believes in KG. She believes in like it's like she's rooting for her, and she believes that she's gonna go far. Yeah. Like talent wise, and also like not just talent wise. I feel like she feels like she can do well in almost anything, because I feel like Lexus thinks that KG is very smart, like very intelligent, very mature as well. So yeah, I feel like she's rooting for her, and she sees and hopes the best for her, and she's proud of her decision. Yeah. Rainbow, I'm getting attracted to the rainbow. And the 9 is like she's different, she's special, she's the chosen one to create a difference and a change in the world. Like it takes a special kind of person, and that's why she admires her, because she knows that, she can see that it takes a special kind of person to stand up, to create change, right, to speak up in such a way against such huge power. Yeah, that's beautiful. Ooh, like a P in the corner for power. Yeah. It's like, ooh, she sees her as a very tiny and very young but powerful person. And so it's like she knows that she's gonna do great things in life, is what I feel like. That's what I feel like Lexus feels, to be clear. Okay, all right, that's beautiful. All right, so next is, how does Lexus feel about Kaylee? She got 3 cards for her. So she must feel a lot. So that maybe they were close when she was in the group. So first we have change, upright, right? So I feel like she can see her growth. It's like she's commending her. I know I'm seeing her in an audience. I'm seeing Lexus in an audience in the theaters, chairs, and like she's like watching what's her name, Kaylee, on a big screen. Ooh, maybe Kaylee is gonna like get into movies and acting in the future. But that's what I saw. She's looking at Kaylee on a big screen, and she's like clapping for her. She's smiling and so happy and clapping for her, cheering for her. So I feel like she's gonna see, or she already does see, like how Kaylee has grown so much, and she's so proud of that growth. And it's like, yeah, it's like because we've already affirmed that Lexus is working on her own interchange, focusing on that a lot. So it's really beautiful that you know that she can really recognize, she's gonna be able to recognize that in others. And so yeah, it's beautiful. She sees that Kaylee is doing the same type of work, same type of inner growth, and it's like she's happy to see her win. She's happy to see a sister, another fellow, right, a comrade, succeed. Yeah, like that's Lexus's personality. I feel like she's just happy to see her happy existence. Ooh, in reverse, right? So this is what I'm getting, and what I'm getting is the wishing star, the dream. It's giving past energy. It's giving past. Ooh, P, another P there for the past guys. I guess they're on every single card, but I never got drawn to them before. But anyways, P for the past guys. All right, and so it's like she sees, like in referring to her Kaylee's dream. Lexus sees Kaylee's past as an idol, right? Her past dream as an idol. She sees that as like it didn't really fit her, like it didn't really, like maybe it wasn't her dream, because Lexus sees Kaylee as like that past version of herself. She sees her as like she wasn't really fully there. It's like she was kind of like very empty. Like Lexus could see how empty and numb Kaylee was, or how broken, how much pain that she was in, and how much she tried to just be like a stoic, right, like put a mask on and hide it. Like she saw how much she was just like empty, broken, fake. Like she could see through it. She could see through the mask, and she could see that there's like real pain behind it. And so that's why she felt like the existence in reverse here, that Lexus felt like it wasn't the best, healthiest move for Kaylee. And so it's like she's glad that she got out. She's glad that she made that change. Lexus is glad that Kaylee made that change. She's happy for her. And look at that. It's like she possibilities upright. It's like she's happy for her. And it's like she sees so much, just like KG. Like she sees like so much can happen for her. So much opportunities are gonna come her way. Like so much potential. Like she sees so much potential in her. Like in such a vast land. It's like, so she also sees like, yeah, like even if it's not performing, or with Kaylee specifically, especially, I think it's not going to be performing, because I think it triggers that, like, that it triggers Kaylee's insecurities deeply, and she needs to find her passion and her joy, and form her self-identity first before being thrown in such a toxic environment, right? So I feel like Lexus feels like Kaylee made the right decision, and that perhaps it is exactly the direct opposite, or like anything but the idol industry or the entertainment industry. She's like, she can succeed in anything but this. You know what I mean? Like, this is unhealthy for her. Not because like she's not capable of it, but because it's not healthy for her at this moment in time, because she's so young, because she's still learning and forming about her, you know, her own existence, right? Her own identity. She's still learning and forming that. And so that's why she feels like it was healthiest for Kaylee to leave. And she sees so much ahead of her. Like, she's happy for her to be free. She's happy for her to be free as an eagle. And she's like, I'm like a bird, I'm gonna fly away. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. And you know, I don't know what the lyrics are, but it's like that song is coming to my head for a reason. So it's like, that's how Lexus sees her, like free as a bird. Like, she's so happy for her, and she's like, you don't even need to know where you're going. Like, I know you're gonna figure it out. I know you're gonna figure it out. I trust and I believe in you. Like, I'm rooting for you. And like, it's so beautiful. Like, I know I'm channeling something because I didn't want to cry like at all, but like it just came to me. It just like a sudden burst of like, it's like happy tears. Like, I'm getting a sense of like you're watching your little sister like graduate. Like, you're watching your little sister graduate college or high school, and like and it's like, wow, everyone's really growing up, everyone's moving on, and like we're gonna do great things, right? It's like in high school, like there's that famous saying in high school graduations, like, what is that? It's from that Dr. Seuss book, like, off you go, you're gonna do great things, something like that, you know. So she must feel like an immense amount of pride for her, because she could see like Lexus was able to see how broken, how hurt, how much pain, like the weight of the pain that Kaylee carried, right? And she sympathized with her. She said she can admire her like so much for being so young and being so like affected. Ooh, confirmation notification for confirmation, guys. Like, she sees her so strong to be able to overcome that, to be able to let go of that. Yeah, and choose herself, to be able to choose herself, and to just choose her own like inner peace, her own like sense of safety and happiness, regardless of what it might look like to other people, right? Like, she knows it can be a hard decision, and so it's like she's so proud of her for even making it that far, she's so proud of her to have even come out of it at all, you know? It's like she knows how dark of a place that can be, how heavy of a weight on your shoulders that pain is. And so it's like she admires Kaylee for being such a strong person. And so I feel like that's why it's like she sees her as like, wow, you overcame that, you did that, like, you're so strong. And like, it's because she sees that Lexus feels like Kaylee's gonna be fine. It's like, if you can survive this, you're gonna be fine. That's beautiful, you guys. That's beautiful. So that's how Lexus feels about Kaylee. Alright guys, next is, how does Lexus feel about JYP, you guys? Okay, I think that is the last one, and we got success on. Immediately, I remember what I got when I saw this card. Immediately, it's like, she's on the fence. It's like a tug of war. Like, her trust within JYP is like in this like constant tug of war. Like, you know, in one foot in and one foot out. Like, she definitely knows that there is potential, that there is a chance that like she could find that success with him. But I feel like it's on the fence, because like there's this, for some reason she feels like it's not really safe to fully trust him. It's not fully safe to put all her eggs in this basket, in this JYP basket. So let's see why that is. Is that accurate? And why is that, if so? Why is she on the fence? And because it's like, I'm getting that Sean Kingston song, "Shorty, I can take you there." You know, I can take out. So it's like that's how she feels JYP. It's like, I see Lexus like standing in the middle, like, I don't know, I'm unsure where to go, I'm unsure who to trust. And like JYP is like dancing and singing, like walking around her, like, "Shawty, I can take you there." And I'm like, I don't know, I feel like that's coming to my head to say that like maybe it's because he's a bit goofy, he's a bit unprofessional in some ways. or like, you know, not as professional as the other ones. Like he's a little bit more down to earth. He's a little bit more like face to face, like a real person, you know, than most other CEOs and or than she would expect. And so I feel like that kind of makes her feel like, wait, can I really trust this person? Or, you know, like, does she not think that he's like stable, or like, you know, mentally, emotionally stable? Is that why? Patience. Okay, patience in reverse. And you guys, when I said, does she not think that he's emotionally stable? That's when, like, you know, we have a door chime out here, and like somebody walked in and the door went off, the chime notification for confirmation, it went off when I said that. So yeah, I feel like that does confirm, especially because we have these cards that came together. So I feel like it does confirm that Lexus feels that JYP is a bit like emotionally immature, yeah, my nose is getting itchy at that. So more confirmation. Yeah, and so like it goes in alignment with my vision, right? It's like, it's because he's so, like, you know, goofy or silly. She's like, she thinks that is he too immature to like really manage me successfully, like, you know what I mean? That's what makes her feel unsafe. And so because of like this emotional immaturity, like she feels like, well, like, is he gonna, maybe she could see that he's already been a little bit impulsive when it comes to the way that they're managed, when it comes to the way that they're, like, the decisions about the group and how they perform and how they dress. It's like she feels like the decisions were made a little bit haste-wise, like probably when it came to when they were in Vcha, maybe more so in that, and like this is where it's coming from. Like she saw him make a lot of impulsive decisions, and she feels like that comes from his emotional immaturity. And because he's emotionally immature, there's a lack of awareness, there's a lack of like insight, foresight. Like maybe he's not able to really see or understand how the girls feel, how the girls feel, like, as women and as like young kids. And it's like, maybe it's a lack of understanding from their point of view, and like what they want to do, what they like, or what speaks to them, is what I feel like. Because when I'm looking at, like, I'm getting a vision of like Lexus, like, with the other girls, and they're all like in this like pastel color outfits. So it's like they're in their Vcha era, and they're all kind of huddled up in this corner. And then you have like JYP like in the other corner with all the other staff, and they're like running around like crazy, and the girls are just like, you know, like waiting to be told what to do, I'm sure, and they're just like, you know, like ready and waiting. And then like JYP is like, everyone's going crazy, he's like, you know, he's barking orders, he's a bit messy, and then like, so I see him telling somebody, you know, like the stylist, and then the stylist goes and runs to them, and like they give them so like these clothes, these colorful childlike clothes. And so I feel like she feels like he has an inaccurate point of view of like what the kids today what the kids today, right? Like he's not in the flow, he's not in the know. Like she feels like, oh, he's kind of like old school when it comes to things, or he's kind of like outdated is the word that's coming to mind. He's kind of, yeah, and he doesn't take our word, he doesn't trust us. Like he doesn't trust us, like he doesn't take our word in our opinion, but you're speaking for us and you're wrong anyway, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm getting, how she feels. So it's like what I'm trying to say, it's like when you watch a movie, how am I trying to explain this? It's like, you know, like when you watch one of those like teen movies, and like some of them are so bad, and it's because like you can really tell that it's like written by a bunch of old white men who don't really know the perspective and the mindset, and like you know, accurate or authentic experiences, and you know, reactions, personalities, lifestyles of young people. And so it comes across so like cringy, it comes across so corny, and so like unrealistic, and so like, or outdated, you know, and that's why it doesn't get successful. And so I feel like that's how she feels, like how like JYP managed Vcha, that she feels like that was their downfall, because he didn't really understand. He had this like outdated point of view of like what the audience would like, what the girls would like, and because of that they were not able to be successful. And so she kind of feels like, yeah, I do see that we could be still successful, even though we're giving this a second try, but it wasn't successful the first time, and you didn't really listen to our input, and you weren't even right about with your own input. And you know, so it's kind of giving that, that's why it's on the fence about like fully putting her trust in him in regards to her career success. So it's interesting. She's kind of like watching him very closely, and like almost taking notes in a way, like, oh, I would do things very differently, like trying to learn from him, and like how to manage a successful music career, a successful idol career. And she's noticing that she would do a lot of things differently, and she's kind of feeling like, well, it's hard to tell if I should just trust because he knows better, or if I'm accurate in seeing that he's making very like immature, rash, inaccurate, or outdated decisions. So yeah, that's why she feels conflicted. It's like, I don't know, should I trust him because he's the big dog, he's been in this for so long, like, or am I right to think that he doesn't really like know exactly what he doesn't know best, he doesn't have all the answers, and he doesn't know best. And it's like, I guess this was like, she was kind of feeling, this is like when they're signing the contract, when they're signing a new contract and they're trying to rebrand and take this new direction. It's like she wants to, this is what she was feeling around that time. It's like, there was a decision that had to be made. Should I stay? Should I go? Should I stay or should I go? Should I try with another company? And so she made the decision to stay, right? But like, because it was like a 50-50, like there's still lingering, like, not really regret, but I guess lingering doubt of like, did I make the right decision? Are things really gonna change? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. So she does like feel good about she does like have high hopes and feel confident about like, yeah, we're most likely gonna make it. I do feel that, but there is doubts. All right, so that's how she feels about JYP. So okay, next we're gonna move to the next member. We're gonna move to Camila. How does Camila feel about each of the members? So first, how does Camila feel about Lexus? We're gonna do that first. Alright guys, so actually we're gonna start with the question of why did Camila choose to stay, and then go into how she feels about the members. So with the Dreamgate Oracle deck, why did Camila choose to stay? What is it about her dream that pushed her, made her decide to stay through it all? So yes, Camila, why did she choose to stay? Okay, that was too much that fell out. You guys, can we just get one card, please? Can you just get one card? Thank you. Can we just get one card to fly out at me? Thank you very much. Okay, you know what? I don't know, I think it's because these cards are so thick and stacked, it's hard. So we're gonna just do a 1, 2, 3. Bruh. Insane. We got the literal same exact card that Lexus got. So we already know what the message is saying about that, so we can apply that to here. So they feel very similar about the dream. They're very passionate about this. It is like their lifetime dream. Basically, I feel like it's like the one and only thing in their life that they found so far, to give them that like inner fulfillment, to give them that like happiness, like I'm doing what I want to with my life. Okay, that was too much. So, right, I forgot. Okay, so I forgot it's too thick. So we're gonna shuffle some more, and then we're gonna we're gonna just pick one more for her, so that we can get a card that was like, specifically for her. Wait, you guys, this was one that actually just blew out. Oh my gosh, look at that. Right when I was saying that I was gonna pick it, well, that must be significant. Let's see if it is. Sanctuary, curate your room, sacred space, altar haven. So immediately, right when it flew out, right when I was saying that, like, oh, I'm just gonna pick it, I feel like that's significant to like symbolize that's like how she feels about the dream. So it must have been like there must have been something around the time that when they're signing this new contract to get into this new group or whatever, right? There must have been like a decision for her as well, right? Do I stay? Do I go? And so I feel like, it must symbolize how she must have felt right at first. She must have decided, you know what, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna give up on my dream completely, or just go a different direction or a different company, right? And so I feel like she made that decision at some point, and but something happened. An opportunity flew out onto her lap. A person came out and reached out to, like, I don't know, lift her up, motivate her, like something or someone happened to, like, it just happened, right? And she was just, to give her that hope, to give her that hope that she has a fighting chance, or that you know, like, they can succeed, that she can do well here, and that, you know, she can achieve her dreams basically here with JYP in this new group. And so something happened to restore her faith, something happened to, like, give her hope. Interesting, you guys. But it was maybe it was not somebody, it was something, because this card is indicating sanctuary. It's like a lone person here as well. Curate your realm, sacred space, altar, haven. So something must have happened to her. Like, you know how we all have life experiences that, like, give us certain lessons. So she must have had some sort of experience that, like, what the lesson that she took away from it was, oh, I need to cultivate my own happiness. Like, I'm not gonna find happiness outside of myself. So maybe it doesn't matter what company I do it with so much. Maybe it doesn't matter, but as much as if can I find my peace here? Can I find my joy here, right? Maybe it's not the right decision to go to another company just because everything, you know, like, they have more, they're able to give more resources, they're able to, you know, offer more in marketing, offer more in whatever it is, to make you successful. It's like she feels like she learned that that's not the key. Like, you could take that risk just because things look good on surface level, but then you could also still end up being unhappy, because you could be making and producing all these things at a high quality level and then still feel like, you know, unsafe, unempowered, unsupported. So, right, so it's like she learned that lesson of, like, success doesn't come from outside of you. Like, so it's like, I feel like she feels safe with JYP. Maybe she's been in other companies, or maybe she's never been and she's afraid to try to see what it's like, because she's heard a lot of things. She's heard a lot of you know, toxicity in the industry. Maybe she's like, well, this is the lesser of all evils, and because she's familiar, or because she feels like, you know, JYP is a good boss, and I feel like, you know, that made her feel like she should stay. Like, it's safer to say. And not only is it safer to say, but also it's like, I feel good here. Like, but if she feels good here, like, what made her, if she feels good with JYP, then what made her decide to change? What made her decide to leave, right? Because I said earlier that I felt like she made the decision to leave, and then something happened to, like, inspire that hope and faith that it's possible. So, like, you know, what made her want to leave then? Or is that inaccurate? So what made her want to leave, or is that inaccurate? What made Camila want to leave? Because it seems like she chose to stay because she felt safe. So what made her choose to leave? The dream. Oh, look at that, the dream, postponement. There's actually a lot of cards here. I'll just take them all. Okay. So the dream and postponement. Okay, yeah, so I feel like she felt like her dream was far away from her. So maybe the analogy I gave was correct, because, like, this girl, like, she's in rags, and these people are, like, looking like they're luxury and royalty or something, you know what I mean? So it's like, maybe she's looking at other companies, like, they can offer more to me. Like, I'm not priority here, you know, I'm no one here, right? Like, so maybe she's like, she thought that she would be appreciated, or she could be more successful elsewhere. Postponement. Okay, so I'm getting that maybe one of the things that motivated her to leave was having projects, so we know they had a lot of projects pushed to the side in Vcha, right? Because they went on that long hiatus and then disbanded and rebranded. So I felt like during that time before, you know, or during that time when things were still being, like, decided and everything was still so unsure of what's going to happen to them, like, she felt like that was a very long and dragged out process. I felt they were kept in the dark. A lot. And so, yeah, they were kept in the dark a lot. They felt like pushed to the side, and felt like our dreams were always put to the back burner. Like, it was always like, well, we're not going to set a date yet, or if we set a date, then we're going to have to keep pushing it back. And, like, so it felt like, well, maybe we're not going to be able to succeed here because we've already failed. It felt like Vcha had already failed, and so that's why she felt like there's not a lot of hope for the future. So here we got comparison. She felt like she felt like maybe she had to switch companies because of like their debut. Their debut was not was their debut successful? Maybe it wasn't as well received as they hoped to be, or like maybe the success didn't last as long as they hoped that it would. And maybe she was also comparing how the other groups were treated. Oh, I think that's right. That's right. She's comparing how the other groups in the company were managed and treated, and how they're giving a lot more like what do you call it, they're given a lot more screen time, a lot more opportunities, a lot more deals, offers, music, right? And so she's like, well, and so it was hard for her, yeah, to like get out of her head, get out of those anxious thoughts, and like not let it get to her, and like not let it like define the future. It's like the uncertainty of what was the present moment at that time. The uncertainty then was like clouding the hopes for the future, and right, and it was like a dark cloud was looming over it. And then we have understanding in reverse and receptivity in reverse as well. Yeah, it's like she didn't understand why like the other groups were doing so well and they weren't, why they were able to succeed and they weren't. Like, she didn't understand, was it because like they're not as talented, was it because of the way that they're managed? And so she was feeling like, well, I'm doing my best, and in talent wise I'm doing my part, so maybe it means that I need to fly the cage. So she's like unsure what it meant, like did she need to leave the company or not. Yeah, like she felt, yeah, they weren't receiving. So I feel like this confirms like they weren't getting the attention, the opportunities that they were promised at first. And so yeah, that's why she felt like oh, notification for confirmation. Yeah, I feel like that's why she felt like things are not going to go in the direction that she wants to. She's not going to be able to achieve her dreams because it's already going downhill, right? And so like she felt like you know, does she need to make a drastic change, you know, she completely change direction in company or not? So, you know, those are the reasons, because mainly because Vcha was so, there was so much pushback with Vcha in regards to what they're allowed to do, in regards to like how much they put out. Like there was, yeah, what I'm getting is there's a lot of things shelved. Like there was a lot of plans for Vcha, and so much of it was pushed back or trashed, and so that kind of made her feel like, is it always going to be like this, or is it going to get any better? Is it only going to get a little bit better? Yeah, it's very scary because it was the first and it was the beginning. So I felt like maybe she expected, right, like they kind of set it up like you're gonna hit the ground running. Like, so Camila expected them to hit the ground running, and if they don't hit the ground running, then they're not gonna be successful, because I feel like that's how they were told that, like that's how the K-pop industry works. You know, like you gotta grab them from the very beginning, and then like, you know, keep the ball rolling and keep the attention on you and at all times. And yeah, because I kind of feel like if you're not, I feel like I've noticed that if they don't have a successful debut, you don't really, or it's rare that they like build up to that success. I mean, of course, like they could get more and more successful even if they don't have a successful debut, but I feel like they never really get to like peak highest potential of success unless they start off the ground like, oh, millions and millions of views right at the debut. I feel like I've noticed that trend for some reason. So, and I feel like, you know, there must be some truth to that, and that's why she felt so taken aback to like their rocky beginning. That's why it made her feel so hopeless. So that's interesting. So like, let's get into like what made her feel safe then. What made her feel safe enough to stay? And what made her change her mind? Ooh, we are the world in healing. Look at that, guys. So I feel like the girls, it must have been the members, the fellow members, like maybe they chose to like band together, or maybe they had like a bonding moment. Like maybe that moment that fell into her lap, that experience was some sort of like heart-to-heart conversation with one or more of the girls, maybe more, because maybe all of them, maybe even the members that left. Yeah, maybe she even talked to the members that left, and it was very healing conversation for her, because right, it validated that like, hey, we're all in this together, we all went through the same things, like we're not crazy, like we all have the same fears and the same goals, and so it's like, because of that, they're able to validate the fears. Like it was a lot easier to like feel like it's possible to keep going, right? Like we're here for each other. Like it's like they're cheering each other on, and like they had this moment of like encouraging, empowering, building each other up. Like I feel like yeah, like this is what I'm getting is like I see Camila like, you know, like this, like, you know, in a corner, like crying and you know, feeling like alone and like it's over, hopeless, helpless. And then who first came to my head was Lexus, actually, and then Savanna, and then Kendall. But what first came to my head was Lexus. You know, she came to check on her, put her hand on her back, and say, hey, you got this. Like I feel you. We're all in the same boat, and trust me, like you got this, right? We got this. We're in this together. Like if you don't got this, you can lean on us. And if we don't got this, like we hope we can lean on you too. Like I feel like they had a conversation that had that underlying message and energy behind it. And yeah, it's like, have you guys ever felt that? Have you guys ever felt that where it's like you guys felt like as a kid, like we feel like you're trying something new, right? And you're practicing, and you're not very good. You're not very good. Clearly, right? And so because you feel like, well, I'm having a hard time getting it, so maybe I should just give up. I mean, I'm having a hard time getting it, so like I don't think I'm cut out for this. Like I don't think I can make it, you know? And then like the coach or a teammate, right? Like they tell you that how you feel is normal, and they tell you that like you know, it's all a part of the process. This is what it takes. And like even the greats, even the best, like they made the same mistakes you did. They had the same fears, and like what they do is they keep believing in themselves, and they don't give up, and eventually they get there, right? And it's like, and then you're like, yeah, you're right. I guess it is possible, and I can see myself in them, and then I can keep going, you know? So I feel like they had a conversation like that, and that's what made her feel safe and seen. It's like we're a team, we're in this together. And it's like it inspired her to like create that safe space and sanctuary within herself. It's like it made her realize, it's like, wait, I have to believe in myself, I have to be there for myself. Right, yeah. It's like, because if I don't even believe in myself, if I give up, like how can I continue to get better if I don't keep practicing, right? So it's like she needed to believe in herself, her own capabilities, her own worth, in order to keep going. And I feel like that conversation made her realize that like, hey, I believe in you, and that's all it takes. That's what it takes, is to believe in yourself. Yeah. So that's interesting. That's like maybe Camila, like she's a prone when you have low self-worth and self-esteem. Oftentimes you're prone to assuming the worst case scenarios, and assuming the worst of yourself. And you know, that's why we give up easy, that's why we're perfectionist, and that's why we have so much doubt. So it is so beautiful to see that like everybody, even the people who seem so confident, and like obviously like they wouldn't be doing this if they're not confident, right? It's like even they have like deep issues of like deep fears of not being worthy, and they face it head on, and they heal it. And that's why they're looking so successful, and they're looking so confident, because it's like, I may not be, but I'm doing it anyway. And that alone is a powerful act of self-love. That alone is a part of the transformation process to get you to be that confident and empowered person, right? And so it's like that's so powerful, and that's such a beautiful message for us all to hear and see. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, man. It's like, as long as you believe in yourself, know that you're worthy, know that you're capable, and never give up, you can achieve your dreams, right? Yeah, right. And it's not to say that like, well, never give up and you have to be good at everything. Like, no, it's like, if it's your passion, it's your passion for a reason. All right. And so that, I feel like when it's your passion, then that is the case to say like, never give up, and eventually you'll find your way. Eventually it'll work out. Eventually you'll succeed if you keep believing in yourself and have fun along the way. Love yourself anyway, right? Keep pushing yourself, doing it anyway, pushing past the fears, doing it with the fears. Yes. Beautiful and powerful. How lovely. Seems that the girls have a very good bond, and that they're very like emotionally mature. So like, even if they don't get along, like they're choosing to be like very mature about it, and heal it, address it, so on and so forth, like that. That's beautiful. And it seems to be like they really like relate and resonate with each other in a lot of ways, particularly with like their passion. Like they can see themselves in each other because of that. All right, guys, universe, can you please make this quicker, and please only have one card fall out for each one. You know what? And to make it quicker, I'm just gonna pick it instead of let it fly out. All right. I think it's more fun when they fly out, but at the same time, guys, it doesn't have to fly out. It's not the only like, you know, it's not only correct if it flies out. Like, we can pick it. All right, we can trust our intuition regardless, right? Like, so let's just do that. Where are we now? Now we are doing Camila and how she feels about the remaining members, and then the ex-members, and then JYP. So first, how does Camila feel about Lexus? How does Camila feel about Lexus? Ooh, sharing in reverse, which is interesting. So it's kind of giving the same energy of like how Lexus felt about Camila. It's like, right, reverse sharing is like letting go. Camila feels the mutual need to let go as well. So for Camila, like, where is that coming from? Why does Camila feel the need to let go with Lexus? What is her perspective, and why does she feel called to do so? Okay, well, you know what? No, we're just doing one card, guys. We're doing one card. Okay. Okay, so I was trying to be like, okay, schizophrenia, like, is this just how she feels? Is this just how Camila feels? Or is this how Lexus? Okay. So, okay, let's just start here. Let's start here. We got schizophrenia. And I was trying to be like, is this referring to how Camila feels about Lexus, or how Camila thinks Lexus is feeling about her? So I tried to ask, I was like, well, who is it talking about? And as I'm staring at the card, and then this person slowly morphed into Camila. So like I could see Camila like in that position, like the vision of her. So it's like, so that's how Camila feels. But then I also was drawn to like the two birds in the back for a reason. Like, this is significant. So that this is symbolizing to me that this is how she feels. Whoa, bird just flew by. This is how she feels. So that was for confirmation, guys. This is how she feels like around Camila in particular. No. This is how Camila feels around Lexus in particular. Like, Lexus triggers emotional instability in her. She triggers emotional instability. And it's like she makes you want to disassociate for some reason. She makes you want to disassociate from, is what I'm getting, because it's like here, when you're standing on here, that's emotional stability, and she's like, oh, I'm barely hanging on, I'm gonna fall into like this land of like clouds and like detachment, you know. So I feel like she, when she interacts with Lexus, it's, for some reason, it makes her want to disassociate. So let's get more clarity. Like, what is it about her that triggers that exactly, that makes her want to disassociate? Because you know, let's say what I'm thinking. I feel like it could be because as much as Lexus tried to, and you know, I feel like she must have like projected her insecurities towards Camila at some point in time. I feel like she must have, or that could be the reason on why Camila feels this way, because they're mirroring each other, right? Like, they both feel the need to let go, and like Lexus, maybe she felt like she couldn't help it, right? Like, there was that feeling of like, I have to let go because I don't really know how like not to be, or how not to, it's hard not to like hold it against her or project it or direct it at her. So like, I have to let it, I have to create distance. And so it's like, I feel like that tells me that Lexus does have that awareness that like she did project it towards her sometimes. And it's like, when you feel like you're not good enough and you feel like somebody's doing better than you, you project it in a way of like, I don't know, you criticize the other person, right? You criticize the other person to like bring them down, so that they don't feel like you're doing that good, because you don't feel like you're doing that good, and you want them to feel like, you know, you want to bring them down to your level subconsciously. Sometimes this is even subconscious. This is not really intentional. You know what I mean? So you know, is that accurate? Or why else would Camila traveling in reverse, you guys? So the question was like, why else would Camila be triggered by Lexus enough to like dissociate, and enough to like want to let go and create distance and not share herself? She doesn't want to share herself. She's like, I can't get too close. It's not safe to be too vulnerable with this person for some reason. Traveling in reverse, it's like she can't see a future. Maybe it's also because it's another case or scenario of like personality clashing, where it's like, outside of this show, if we met outside of the show on the streets, like, we wouldn't really be the kind of people to get along. We wouldn't be compatible friends. Yeah, so this is what I'm getting. It's like abundance. There's no abundance traveling. Like, there's no happily ever after. There's no running off into the sunset. There's no she doesn't see a future, you know, there. So is that accurate? Okay, this is too much cards, but we're gonna take the time to turn it all over. Look at me, I'm like, I only want one card, guys, but I'm like pulling more to like get more clarity. Alright, so is that accurate? Is that accurate? My nose was getting really itchy, so so actually this card celebrate was in reverse, so I was like, oh my gosh, celebrate in reverse, like that's telling me the answer is no, because like you shouldn't celebrate, like it's not accurate. But then I was like, getting a closer look, because sometimes we cannot take the cards at face value. We can't look at the words on the card. Sometimes it's like we're trying to look at a certain part of the image and sometimes interpret that in a different way as a metaphor, or sometimes right, like it's really about what stands out to you in the image. And for me it's like, oh yeah, like this is like sisters celebrating, right? And like I was just talking about how like she doesn't feel like it's safe to share herself. She doesn't feel like it's safe to like be herself, and like that makes sense, right? Like that makes sense. Like you can't shine as bright as you are and like celebrate and like have other people like be happy for you. It's like what I was saying before, right? Like it's hard to be happy for somebody when you feel like you're in such darkness and they're shining so brightly, right? Like when you're mad and upset and you hear somebody like laughing haha in the other room, like you can't help but like be annoyed by that, you know? And so I feel like Camila definitely picked up on that, and Camila, because of that, she feels like, well, she's not the type to like celebrate me. We can't have that type of connection because she's always triggered by me, because she criticizes me, right? Opposite, upside down us, reverse of celebration. She's always criticizing me rather than celebrating, right? And remember what I said is like when you feel less than from someone, it's like, what do you do to bring them down? You criticize them, you judge them, you say something to like make them feel as bad as you feel. Like you point out like, okay, so I'm going to use this example. Like I remember like my boyfriend told me about how like when he was at work one day and like this guy, like his boss's friend came in the back and they're talking and sorry and whatnot, and like he's cooking for him, and then like he has the audacity to freaking say something about like make some sort of comment like about how faded his shirt was, right? Like like, you know, making fun of him, you know, putting him down for it, like right, like it's a negative thing, like putting him down for it, like you're really wearing that, how many times you wore that, like, or you need one new shirt type of thing, you know, like I don't know what it was exactly, guys, but like that was the underlying message. And then he was like, you know, it got to him enough to like for him to complain about it, not complain, for him to like feel the need to get it off of his chest at the end of work, you know, when he came home. So it's like it really does affect people, but it's right, it seems like something that's so trivial, like it's so like, why does that matter to you? Like it's so, you know, it's so small, it's so dumb, it's like meaningless, right? But yet it obviously meant so much to you to feel the need to have to say something, and then like it did hurt a lot to hear it be said, you know, to have it be pointed out and feel like, hey, you're not good enough because of this, or like, you know, you're less than because of this. Like obviously that doesn't feel good, right? And so I realized, I told him, I think that it's because he must have been, it must be a reflection of his own insecurity of like how he always feels the need to like be fresh, right? He always feels the need to like have like, you know, expensive things, or like fresh, you know, fresh, expensive, high quality clothes and like image, right? Like you always got to present yourself in that way. And so like that's why we judge others, right? Like when we judge others and we think it's so triggering to see other people who are doing what it is that we feel like we can't, who are doing what like we feel like we're not free to do, or like we would be judged for that. So like we were judged for that in the past, and so like now we're gonna judge others for it, because it's like, right, you what do you call it, you internalize, because you internalize the judgment, and then you project it, right? So it's like that's like a human psyche, how it works when you're feeling insecure. And right, what does it take though? The key is to be there for yourself, to nurture yourself, to tell yourself, right, to not fight against, but to override, to reprogram that voice in your head into a positive one, into an empowering and healing one, an affirming one, a validating one, right? So and that's why Lexus, it's so beautiful that like Lexus recognizes that and she's doing that. And Camila is able to see that as well. It's clear that she is able to see that and feel that, and it's clear that it was affecting her as well, right? Like it's making her get into her head and making her feel like not good enough, right? Because like we all have that we all have that, but certain things and certain people experiences can like remind us, awaken that part in us, right? And so every time it becomes awakened, every time we become reminded of something that we're insecure about, it's just a sign to turn within and to choose to love ourselves anyway, to show ourselves anyway, to express ourselves anyway. So for the most part, it's like she feels like she needs to just keep her distance. And yeah, it's like I'm not getting that she's harboring any sort of resentment. It's like she's just seeing it for what it is and realizing that she needs to take a step back and keep her at a distance. And she's just realizing that like it's not safe. Objectively, it's not very safe to be vulnerable with this person. And I feel like, you know, does she understand that it's because of her insecurities? Does Camila understand that it's because of Lexus's own insecurities, and because of that she doesn't hold it against her? You know, is that, yeah, breakthrough upright. Yep, that's the vibe. That's the vibe, right? So it's like she can relate to these issues, and that's why she can be able to see like, oh, okay, like she's doing this because she's insecure, she's doing this because she doesn't feel like she's good enough. It's not an excuse, but at the same time, like I know where it's coming from, I know how hard it is, like, you know, so she's just choosing to do the mature thing and keep a distance, right? And to just right, protect her own energy, protect her own inner peace. Like that's her focus towards her relationship with Lexus. That's how she feels. She's like, right now I need to prioritize my own inner peace, and I think that Lexus needs to do the same. So that's where Camila feels. That's where she's at with Lexus. So now how does Camila feel about Kendall? One card, please. Ooh, beautiful. One card, guys. Isolation. So I have a feeling that immediately it's like Camila tries to get close to her. Camila wants to be closer to Kendall, but she feels like Kendall is very much in her head a lot of the time, and that causes her to be a very closed off person most of the time. And I feel like it's because Camila at least feels like it's because of her own insecurities. Like she's so busy. Or did I get a notification? Yeah, it's okay. So it's like, yeah, she's so busy being like beating herself up is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Kendall like with her head up against the wall, and like in her head she's always looking out a window that's like with the rain falling down and just like staring down at the ground. And like I feel like that's majority of Kendall's state of mind. And I feel like it's because she also has a deep sense of like not feeling good enough. And you know, she is trying to fight it. She's trying to do the inner work, and I feel like that's why she blocks other people off, because it's like it's too overwhelming to try to feel what she feels and deal with it, and then also try to deal with other people. So yeah, I feel like Kendall acts this way. Because she's too overwhelmed by her own emotions, too overwhelmed by her own lack of self-worth. Like, right, like I'm not saying that these girls have zero self-confidence. It's like confidence, self-love is such a complicated journey of like, it's not black and white, and it's not a straight line either. So you know, obviously these girls have confidence because you need a lot of confidence to be able to do what they do. But at the same time, like especially when you do something like this, right, all it does is hold a bigger mirror towards your insecurities that you do have. So that's what she's going through, and Camila can see that. And so it's like she's like, I can't get in and break through even if I wanted to, you know. Yeah. Anything more on that? To say that that's accurate, or to say that there is more to it? On how Camila feels about Kendall. Watch. Oh, right, I forgot. So I was just gonna pull. Ooh, the rebel. Why does she feel like she's a rebel? It's interesting to be somebody who's so isolated. But like you see them as like a rebel. Because I don't know, it seems like very opposite personalities. Yeah, so let's So okay, yeah. So let's get into that. Let's get into it. So it seems like opposite personalities, the personality of a rebel and the personality of an isolated person. But you know, like I was saying earlier, like we're human beings are so complicated. We are so multidimensional, multifaceted. So you know, there's so many layers to who we are and what we can be and do. So you know, it's not too crazy. But so I guess let's get into like where that comes from. Like, why does Camila see her as the rebel? I'm so used to shuffling, I keep forgetting, and that was a lot anyway. So let's just shuffle one more time to mix it all up good. Okay, and so here we go. 1, 2, 3. Participation. Oh, there we go, guys. I think it's because she didn't give up. She didn't like leave the group. Oh, ooh, like these four girls really banded together and had a bonding moment about like how they're feeling and like their dreams. So like yeah, maybe they had a bonding moment as well. Like they were all able to relate to like the struggles and the pain that they're feeling and being an idol. Like even as Vcha, like they were able to do that because I feel like that because they're all seeing each other in such a good highlight. So I feel like maybe during that time in Vcha when like they're expressing how bad it is, maybe it was KG and Kaylee who were experiencing who the worst of it, or who being affected the most by it, the negativity, the toxicity in the industry. And so maybe that's why they were able to relate a little bit more, and that's why they chose to leave for their own reasons and their own timing. But I feel like the other girls, like they're like, yeah, we could relate, we do see where you guys are coming from, we do validate and acknowledge and agree. But at the same time, like I feel like the difference with these four girls is that like they all agreed, or like they all mutually had the more desire, more commitment, more like maybe they just had more of a positive experience in the idol industry, maybe because they're older or their personality types just, you know, are whatever it may be. The point is that I feel like the four girls, like they decided and they all related to each other on the fact that like they wanted this, they still wanted this, right? It's like, yeah, all six of us, right, as Vcha, like all six of us could come together and agree that like, yeah, everything that we're going through, all of these things, they are toxic, they did happen, yes, and they should be happening, yes, right? But I feel like these two were like, yeah, they're like, yeah, we need to do something about it. But then these four were like, yes, those are all true, but we still want to say, we still think it's worth it, we still think like it could get better or whatnot, right? And so, oh yeah, hypnotize the table. So it's like they're all kind of like, ooh, ritualistically, like a seance, like hypnotize, like magic, like so what I'm trying to say is I feel like they had more of an attachment to like a dream of being an idol. They had more of a like hypnotize, like they're more, what do you call it, they're more not persuaded, but they're more like like of they're more okay, yeah, let's use the word persuaded. They're more persuaded by the glamour, right? Hypnotized by the glamour of the industry, by the promises of the future, right? By the potential that they could reach here. So that's why they all bonded over that, and that's why. So why does Camila see Kendall as the rebel? Because of that. I think it's because, oh, how beautiful. It's all painting a story, you guys. So I think it's because Camila can see how much that she's going through internally, and she also is going through her own stuff. So she knows how heavy it is. She knows how hard and lonely it is to go through, right? And so she sees her as the rebel because even though she's feeling this, she's still doing this, she's still participating, she's still saying she's not giving up on their dream, she's not giving up on herself, right? And so that's why she sees her as a rebel. She's like, girl, I know how hard it is, so you do what you gotta do, and I commend you for that. Like, and I see them like shaking their hands, walking hand in hand, like all together as a team, like, yeah. So I feel like they're pretty close, and like maybe not even like close in the sense of like we would be friends outside of this group. I feel like more so like it's really the group that bonds them together. Like they're really bonded because of the group, because of the mutual dream and goal of being an idol. And I feel like that's really like the glue to their bond and their connection. And yeah, I feel like it does deepen their bond because they can see themselves in each other, and they're able to see and they're able to be so proud of like each other because like they know how hard it is. They know how hard it is. It's kind of like trauma bonding is what I'm getting. It's like a trauma bond. They all have a trauma bond of like, and I feel like you could say this for practically every K-pop group and every K-pop like trainees even, right? Like it's like we're all in this together. It's like even though we're not all in this together, we're constantly pinned against each other in a way. We're still like we're all we got. We understand each other. We're the only ones who really understand each other. We experience the same things, and we so like why not be there for each other? Why not support each other so that we can make this the best experience that we can. Yeah, so it's like that's what their bond is looking like, and like they admire each other in that. But yeah, I also get the feeling like they're not really like friends beyond that. It's like professional admiration, and like let's keep a professional bond, like acquaintances, but like a little bit more like co-workers, but a little bit more friendly, like a little bit more personal. Like, but I get the feeling like these girls, like they're not. Yeah, I get the feeling like none of these girls are really in a place because of the environment that they're in, like the toxic environment that they're in. They're not able to really focus on themselves and thrive to be the best version of themselves. They have to focus on, putting out the best. Right, like they don't really have the time. They don't really have the time and much leftover energy to pour into themselves. So that's why I get the feeling that all of these girls don't really have like the capacity, the emotional capacity, the energy, the time to really to be there for themselves, let alone to like really be there for each other, to form like a deep bond, to really form like a genuine deep connection and friendship. So I feel like it's like really about survival. Like these girls are really trying to just like band together and like be a team, like for survival, to get through this. Like I feel like that's really the energy and the vibe for like a lot of K-pop groups, if not all of them, right? Because I'm sure that like some people do get along like best friends, right? But I think that just is really rare, and I think that's like it's logical that it's rare. It only makes sense. It's natural because like these girls are not put together because they get along, right? These girls are put together as a group because like higher ups decided as a group that like, oh, these girls would look good together, these girls have the same vibe, these girls like, you know what I mean, and they're told to be together. So it's like, right, the girls who do get along and become best friends, that's just like, I think that's just like pure like stroke of luck or like destiny, like it's just a chance. It's a matter of chance and happenstance that like you guys happen to like relate and get along, and like your energy flows and coincides in such a way, so yeah, I get that I feel like that's not the case with these girls, but these girls have really decided to just like like have camaraderie anyway, to build a deep sense of camaraderie and partnership, teamwork. It's like, yeah, we don't have to be best friends, guys, but like we can, and it's like we're gonna. I get that it's a little bit more than surface level though. It's like we're not, it's like we're open. Like I feel like they're all open to like having things be a little bit more, but like I was saying, it's like everything is so much, everything is so overwhelming that it's too much to. It's too much to maintain. Like they don't have that balance in their life to be able to maintain like this these kinds of friendships and relationships. And it's like I was saying with my Blackpink reading, it's like it's kind of almost like it's even safer to like not get too close with your members, because there is a lot of pressure to like have to get along or at least act like your best friends whenever you're out in public with your members, because like you have to create a good image. You have to like stick within that brand that like you guys are not besties, but you guys get along at very least. And so no matter what's going on, I feel like there's always pressure to have to act like that with your members. Yeah, so like it's like there's you're very motivated to have to put up that image regardless of the connection that is authentically like behind the scenes, right? And so because of that, So yeah, it's almost safer to maintain that distance because even if things, even if you guys do get along, of course, naturally sometimes you guys fight, but there's gonna be sometimes, you know, naturally too, there's gonna be some moments where it's like you guys can't work through this one or don't want to work through this one, right? And then so what do you do then? You still have to pretend to like, you know, be really close with this person, and so that's why it's safer to like not be that close because if there's tension, then right, you're gonna be at fault. You're gonna be at blame for losing the company money and destroying the brand, and you know, like it holds a lot of weight. It holds a lot of weight, and so that's why it's better and it's safer. But I feel like for these girls, it's right. It's like it's everything else is just so overwhelming anyway. It's hard enough to even be there for yourself. So I feel like that's why they're just like, you know, let's band together camaraderie wise, you know, teammate wise. But I feel like I was trying to say, like they're all still open to like having a deeper friendship and connection. Right? It's just when they're not overwhelmed, maybe when they're out of the group, maybe they're able to achieve that state of inner peace when they're still in the group, and then they're able to have more of an open heart and compassion towards any differences that they have, you know, like it's all possible. But I feel like they're really open to that. But right now it's like everybody feels like we need to protect our peace, we need to survive right now during this time of like, you know, such uncertainty and such transition and building things up, right? So you know, if they're playing it safe in that way. Interesting. So next is the last one reading. Remember, how does Camila feel about Savanna? How does Camila feel about Savanna? Sorrow upright, guys. Now it was, so first of all, the question is, how does she feel about her? All right, so she feels sorrow. Is it because something Savanna did, or does she just trigger an insecurity in her, or what is this? What's this coming from? Patience reverse. Ripe opportunity. I'm getting drawn to like the rainbow, and ripe opportunity came to my head for a reason. So it's like, I feel like Camila feels that their relationship, their connection, their bond wasn't able to fully form into what it needed to, or what it could be. Something or somebody got in the way. Ooh. So I feel like maybe Camila feels, so this is Camila, and Camila feels that Savanna put her walls up. It kept her out. And she, you know, she's sad about that. She feels like, you know, maybe Camila did something to Savanna. I don't know, because patience in reverse is kind of giving me like Camila feels as if there's not much hope, if any. I mean, maybe she feels like there's some hope because the doors are a little open here, but maybe she does feel pretty hopeless about the situation. Like patience in reverse to say that like it's not a matter of time, it's not possible. Like, yeah. So let's get more into why does she feel that way? Does she feel that way because of Camila having done something, or suppression? So okay, guys, if the suppression was upright, it came up reverse, right? But if it was upright, I feel like that would be telling me that like, oh, she's feeling guilty because she did do something, and so she's suppressing those feelings. That's where the sorrow is coming from. So maybe it's to say that she didn't do anything. She didn't do anything. Oh no. Okay, guys, so maybe the suppression in reverse is also saying that what I was getting was accurate. I just lost my voice, so maybe it wasn't accurate. Okay, yeah. So I feel like, yeah, so that's not the case. So she didn't do anything. So let me just ask this. So let's ask why. What was the reason that Savanna locked out, put walls up against Camila? Camila's very, very sad about it. She's very hopeless about it as well. So what was the scenario itself? What happened? Paint the picture. What happened? Existence in reverse. So maybe Savannah just always had her walls up from the very beginning, and maybe Camila feels bad about it because she tried so hard from the very beginning. Maybe she could see herself in Savannah a little bit more than the other girls. Like she could relate to her more, so there was more of a desire to get closer to her. And she thought she was really nice, really cool, but maybe she thought over time they get closer, but it hasn't worked out that way, and maybe that's why she's sad. She's like, oh, Savannah's never really like been present in the moment. Like it's never really gone anywhere. It's never really grown, like existence in reverse. It's non-existent. Yeah, so I get the feeling that it was always like that. It was always like that. Like the connection never existed. So that's why it's affirming here that like she never did anything. She never did anything to like suppress or feel guilty about. It's just that like the connection was never really there. It was never really allowed to grow, and that's why she feels like, well, if it didn't happen, if it didn't go anywhere from that point until now, then maybe it'll never happen. But like there's still the future, so maybe there's still hope. Maybe there's still hope, but she's pretty sad about it. So is it accurate that she's sad about it because if she never got that close to her, let's get more into that. If they never got that close, why is she so sad about Savannah having her walls up? Okay, well, here we're gonna just do one card, two. Why is she so sad about Savannah having her walls up if they never got that close in the first place? Integration. So first off, the first thought that I got was that she would prefer for like all the members to be pretty close and like to, yeah. So maybe it's because with Lexus, it's like she could see the reason as to like why they needed to keep their distance, because she felt the same. She felt the unease around Lexus, but maybe she didn't feel that with Savannah. There's a little bit more confusion. Like Camila doesn't understand why Savannah puts her walls up because she didn't do anything, right? And so it's like, oh, I wish that we could have that, especially because her and Lexus are in this stage of like needing healthy distance. Especially because of that, I feel like Camila is even more so like there's more of that desire for the deeper connection or camaraderie and friendship with the rest of the members, and yeah, with the yin and yang. So like maybe that's also to indicate that she really did like relate to her the most and see herself in her the most, and like she thought that they would get along because of that, and doesn't understand why that there's a closing off, right? In a sense, going with the flow. Right, she's like, I don't understand. I didn't really do anything, and I guess I can't. There's nothing I can do to like find out or force it. If she's closed off, she's closed off. So, like, yeah, Camila's trying to really go with the flow about it because she knows that she's innocent. Confirmation, but she really doesn't understand. But I guess we will get into that later when we pull for how Savannah feels about Camila. Interesting. The next one, we're going back to Camila. We just did Camila and Savanna. Now we're doing Camila and KG. How does Camila feel about KG? Ooh, I wasn't gonna take it, but like the fact that these two came together, it's just two, so we'll take it. And that they speak to each other in such a way that it really tells a story for me, especially because KG is the one who filed the lawsuit, you guys. So it's just like too perfect. And first of all, I was like, ooh, politics. It's like, ooh, does she think that she's a snake? Does she think that she's lying? But then it came paired with the celebration card. So it's like, girl, she is rooting for her. And so, yeah, guys, it's like all the girls so far I'm getting is like they really do, like KG wasn't lying is what I'm getting. And they have experienced similar things, and that's why they're celebrating her. That's why they're so proud of her. That's why they're so like admire her. That's why they're so proud of her and support her. That's why they support her so much, right? And it's beautiful, right? Because it is a difficult position to be in, to have to face the snakes, to have to, take the mask off of the snakes, you know what I mean? And so it's like a very difficult job. It takes a very strong and powerful person, and she recognizes that, she celebrates that. It's like the rest of the girls are able to do that. I'm happy that the rest of the girls are able to celebrate her for that, because I had a feeling that she was telling the truth, and KG, and yeah, it is a difficult position to be in, but so it does take a powerful person. It does take, and she can recognize that. she can recognize that as well. She celebrates that, admires her for that. Yeah, so she wants to like root for her and cheer her on, especially in regards to the lawsuit. Interesting. Well, okay, I'm interested to find out how she feels about how Camila feels about KG, like outside of the lawsuit, like, you know, as an individual. How does she feel about KG as an individual? Because that one is really directed from the lawsuit, but I felt like that's a very beautiful and affirming message as well. But let's get into how she feels about her as an individual. Oh, you guys, abundance. So similar to how Lexus feels about her as well. It's like, girl, the world is your oyster. Like, this may not have worked out for you, but you have like so many opportunities. You are limitless. You are unstoppable. You are powerful. You are abundant. It's like, that is beautiful. Like, she sees her as being on top of the mountain, and like, I think it's because they admire her for being such a strong-willed person to be able to make that decision, even if it means risking the dream and the career. I think they can admire that because they're the ones who still chose to stay, right? And as much as they can admire and be proud of themselves and each other for staying and fighting for their dream, it's like they're still able to have that maturity to appreciate the other side of the coin, and the fact that to have the bravery, it still takes bravery to leave just as much as it takes bravery to stay, right? To stay and to keep trying, right? So yeah, right. And I'm getting attracted to like the carpet is the rainbow and leaves. I never noticed that before. And like there's grapes on the skirt, right? So it's just like fruition, so much fruitfulness, so much more opportunities, abundance, growth. It's like there's so much, she sees so much potential for her. And yeah, she feels like KG can do whatever she puts her mind to. Camila feels like KG's that type of person. Whatever you put your mind to, you can do it. Right, book smart. So KG must be a pretty smart person, right? Because I'm also getting attracted to the book here because I think I also said that for Lexus, that Lexus thinks that she's also a pretty intelligent person. So Camila also sees KG as a very intelligent person, so that's very affirming. A very balanced person as well, with the moon and the sun and the rainbow in between. She's very balanced, emotionally mature, but also a book smart person. So emotional intelligence will also, book smart. So that's very sweet. Sees her in such a highlight. That's so nice. So next is, how does Camila feel about Kaylee? How does Camila feel about Kaylee? Interesting. She got what is the feminine version of this card? Right? But she got it in reverse. She got this one in reverse. So, I don't think that's really a bad thing. I think that's like, she feels like, right? It's like she sees her as like this goddess-like woman. It's like, but of course you're still growing into that. She sees her as somebody who's still growing into that and has so much potential for her future. She sees her as somebody who is still growing and like needing to nourish herself. And I think it's because the way that KG left was a lot more empowering than the way that Kaylee left. Reverse, right? Because Kaylee left because she was she was the member who was most negatively affected by the toxicity in the environment, and so that's why she's like, sees her in this way. It's like she has a lot of healing, or she's in her current phase of healing, and so that that's how she sees Kaylee. It's like she's in her current phase of healing, but she is that girl. She is of high potential, of high value, of high, like, she sees her as an empowered woman and balanced woman as well, because it is very similar card to KG as well, right? I'm getting drawn to, she has one side of her hair black and white, the yin and yang balance as well, very similar to the KG part, but she's like, maybe she's like, she sees Kaylee as like a younger version of KG, not like they're exactly the same, but like in the sense of like, she's at the earlier stage, right? Like KG graduated and Kaylee is still in school. Like, trying to use a metaphor, but I guess that seems, I don't know. Let's see. Is that accurate? Is there accurate? Is there more to it? Is that accurate or is there more to it? interesting. So I guess that is accurate because ripeness means like it's not the right time, right? And flowering in reverse is like, well, it's not really her time. So that's what I was trying to say. Like it's probably coming from an angle of like she is healing. She sees her as like she needs, this is her time of growth right now. Like it's not her time to like go off and show to the world everything that she's done. It's more time for her to go within. So I guess like she feels like maybe it's because she saw how low that Kaylee was. She saw how much of a dark place that she was in, and so Camila's like, yeah, I see Kaylee as somebody who needs to like shut off from the world and like kind of go within and focus on her own self-growth and personal development and personal healing right now. And I feel like that's maybe Camila is a bit concerned for her, and that's why that's coming up so much, because there's a little bit of a like worry for her because she saw how dark of a place that she was in. So is that accurate? Let's pull. Is there more? Okay, is there more? Going with the flow in reverse. It's like I said, is that accurate or is there more? So I feel like going with the flow is telling me that like because it's in reverse, it's like, okay, there's not more, you got the flow, you're tapped out, right? But also at the same time, going with the flow in reverse could also indicate to also confirm that it is accurate in another sense of like, right, because when you go with the flow, then that means like it's time to go, it's time to grow. And then when it's in reverse, it's time to turn off that flow, right? It's time to stop the flow, it's time to stay where you are, sit with it a little bit, meditate, right? Patience, right? So yeah, so I feel like that affirms what I was saying in two different ways. The fact that Camila really does feel like it's not Kaylee's time to shine right now. Like Kaylee needs to, like obviously Kaylee is worthy of shining right now, but like in the future, like right now Kaylee needs to focus on herself. And there's not much more to it. Yeah, to confirm that there's not much more to it. That's accurate. Yeah, so I guess it also confirms that there's not much more to it. All these three cards are basically saying the same message, and I think that's because like that's all that she doesn't really know her that well. She must not have gotten door chime for confirmation, like especially when somebody's in such a dark place, you're not gonna be able to like not many people they're not gonna let that many people in, you know what I mean? So I feel like all she was able to see was like how she's clearly going through it, right? Like that's all that Camila was able to see. And so because of that, right, there's a lot more worry that like hangs in the forefront or lingers in her mind when she thinks about Kaylee, right? Like that makes sense if she didn't know her that well and all she saw was like her really going through it. So like all that she can think about now that she's gone, all that she knows about her is that, hey, she's going through it. I hope that she's getting better. I hope that she's doing what she needs to focus and prioritize herself and her well-being. Yeah, that's where Camila's coming from. Yeah. Okay, that's nice. So lastly for Camila, the last card for her is how she feels about JYP. How does Camila feel about JYP? Oh, look at that. The burden in reverse. I think she appreciates his managing style. Maybe like as opposed to Lexus, maybe she feels safer by his like very chill, laid back, and like youthful, childlike, right, silly way of like being himself. I mean, of course, he is serious at some times, but I think she feels like the times that he lets himself be a little more silly and playful, and I think she appreciates that because it makes the times where he's not, it makes the times where he is being the boss, like it makes those times come across as less of a tyrant, right? It makes those times come across as like, well, it's easier to swallow that pill when he's a pretty fun and nice boss, the other half of the times. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. So that's nice. So she does see him in a pretty good light, I feel like that's to say that he feels like he has a good balance of like trying to like be a boss but also like be a not like a friend, but like I feel like she appreciates that he doesn't just like, hey, I'm your boss, you have to like treat me as like you're less than and I'm above you. Like there's a little bit more of like equality, or not like equality, but a little bit more of camaraderie, a little bit more of like Okay, guys, I got it. It came to me. So, like, not like a friend, but more like a supporter, a supporter. Like, it's not just like a boss who's like, I'm gonna give you a report. You better report to me, and you better be this good, and like, you know what I mean? Like, you better, it's like it's not like just that. It's like really like she can see like he's also supporting, he's also a supportive boss. Like, he's like, hey, like, I feel like he's pulled her to the side. That's what I'm seeing in my head. Like, they're having a hard time, she's having a hard time in dance practice, and he pulled her to the side to have a like one-on-one moment and be like, hey, what's going on? Like, is everything okay? And then she expresses her doubts and her fears, and he's like, don't listen to that. You got to believe in yourself, you can do this. That kind of like pep talk. And I feel like that really helps her to feel like helps her to feel safe, helps her to feel seen, helps her to feel encouraged. And she really appreciates that coming from the authority figure, right? Instead of somebody being like, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that, and like, get to it. Why is instead of just being like an like, why are you tired? Why isn't it working? Why aren't you getting it? Just do it this way, do it that way, keep going, go push up the mountain. Like, instead of like feeling like he's like pushing her up the mountain, it's more like he's like cheering her on, like, yeah, like a coach, like, all right, now you can do it, one more step, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like that's very nice that she feels that way about him and has that relationship with him. And I feel like he takes the time to like encourage them and have a little bit more like genuine moments where you're actually showing that you care about this person's well-being, rather than just caring about the results, the work. And that is a really powerful shift in regards to like the environment that you create, the work environment that you create. So because everybody can really feel that, everybody can feel it when like it changes your how you feel about the entire work process, when you feel like your boss or your team doesn't have your back and treats you as you're replaceable. You feel it, and it creates a toxic work environment. So I feel like in regards to a toxic work environment, like it wasn't around how JYP treated the girls per se, or at least his relationship with Camila. He seemed to have been a good boss and have a good genuine moments with her. Right, and I'm not seeing or feeling any sort of inappropriate vibes. Like, I'm feeling like I'm seeing like not like a father figure, but more like a teacher and like a coach figure and like a student. Like, you want to see them succeed, and you actually like care about how they feel, because like what it's like. Because I feel like JYP, like, right, he really, like I said earlier, he really lets his inner child out to play. He really and that inner child had a dream just like them, to be an idol, right? And I don't know if any other bosses like have ever shared that or like expressed that, or what I mean. But he still like embodies it, like puts on the outfits and the costumes and performs like with his idols and like on his own and whatnot. So I feel like that part of his personality is what makes the environment less toxic, as opposed to like the other big companies. But then again, as KG and all the other girls seem to agree, like, there is still toxicity, just not in that way. So that's nice to hear. So now we are moving on to the next member, Kendall. So starting with, why did she choose to stay? Why did Kendall choose to stay? Why did Kendall choose to stay? All right, it's just two, we'll take it. Harmonics and elementals. Okay, harmonics, vibrational medicine, shared resonance, natural tones. Oh, so for her, it's like not even like really being an idol and like dancing and like performing. It's like, for her, it's really music. She just loves all of music, the process of music making, music at its core. Elementals, let's see here, dreamland lore, otherworld, earth spirits. So I feel it's kind of giving me like it's a part of her soul contract in a way. I don't know about the other girls, but for her, like, it's really coming up. It's the first thing that's coming up. It's like, it's because it's so like rooted and ingrained into her soul, her being, her passion, just music itself, right? Like not even like the specific avenue, just music itself. but I think that she was drawn to the K-pop avenue, because it's very, right, it's very dreamy, it's very what do you call it, glamorous. It's very glamorous as it seems. It's very, you know what I mean, like the production wise, performance wise, it all seems a lot more glamorous. And I think that she liked to do it with a team. She's a personality type to prefer to be in a girl group. So I think specifically the girl group part was a part of her soul contract, because that's the elementals card here. Earth spirits, otherworld. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, I'm kind of getting like maybe has to do with a past life where she wasn't from Earth and her soul came from some other planet, and so this has to do with that. It's connected to that in some way, where like because of what she went through and learned or didn't learn on that other planet in her past life, like because that's why that has to do with why this music is such a focus in Earth, because Earth, right? This earthly experience, in regards to music, has such a specific, like, it holds a key for her soul healing, right? Everybody has different reasons, and for why we do and go through what we go through, right? And so I feel like it has to do with like a sisterhood. It has to do with a sisterhood, and that's why there's other people involved in this. It's like maybe in a past life she found success through music, and she chose to be selfish about it, but she was able to find success anyway, even though she was selfish. But she was left feeling unfulfilled and unhappy, and so that's why in this next life she's able to accomplish this dream, but in a way of like, well, you have to share it with other people, or maybe that's why she felt called to do it in a way where she has to share it with other people, and that's why she's called to do it that way, because it's more so healing for her soul because of that past life lesson, right? It's like learning that past life lesson in this life, is what I'm getting, because vibrational medicine, it's like to make music the focus, right? To where it's like you're doing it just because you're passionate about it. You're doing it just because it's healing for you and your soul, rather than because it's going to give you success, because she's already learned that lesson in her last past life of like the success is not what actually heals your soul. It is your passions. It is your passions that heal your soul, following your joy, following your heart. That is what heals your soul. That is the gateway to the new beginnings, right? Of a better version of yourself, right? Through healing. And it says here, shared resonance, natural tones, right? It's like, so this is something like she was meant to share with other people, be in this group. So I feel like somebody else in the group also has like a healing, is a vibrational match to like that need, that wound, and so like they're helping each other to heal this because they have this similar wound, right? And so maybe she's close with somebody else in the group. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, that's interesting. So to answer the question of why does this make her choose to stay, I think it's because it's like a deep soul calling, similar to like how the other girls, but because it's so like so much of a passion, right? It's like the calling. It's like the desire to explore your dream in this way, to express a part of your soul in this way. The desire is very strong. Yeah, so I feel like that's why she's called to do it, because it's healing for her soul, because having a career in music in a group, right, singing and dancing to it, it's like even not having to create it, having to just right, just embodying it, like, right, you strip it back, you strip the music making process, right, to where you're just performing, right? It makes it a little bit easier because it takes the layers off of like having to write, having to produce, right? It's less work, less layers, and therefore it makes it a little bit easier to just like to sit and enjoy in the vibration, into the experience of like the dancing and singing itself. Yeah. So yeah, dancing and singing is very healing for her soul. Like not even like having to create it, right? Just the act of doing it itself is very, very healing. So like it's like second nature to her. It's like second nature to her, right? Natural tones at the bottom here. It's really like second nature to her. It makes her feel like at home. Maybe it reminds her of home, right? Her past self, her home planet, right? Otherworldly. That's why it makes her feel all dreamy and like happy, right? Because it reminds her of that. Very interesting angle that one took. So now we're gonna get into how Kendall feels about the remaining members, and then KG, Kaylee, and GYP. Okay, so first, how does Kendall feel about Lexus? All right, guys, we are back on another day yet again. Going back to that question now, where we left off, how does Kendall feel about Lexus? Ooh, that one just flew right out. Oh shit. So that one is really crystal clear. Ordinariness. Okay. Okay. But it's upright. So I feel like it's not like exactly meaning something negative. It's not exactly like she feels or she's viewing the ordinariness in a negative way. I feel like it's more so like we have a surface level connection. I don't really know much about her beyond like the day-to-day ordinary things that like we have to do within our schedule, and like beyond those things, like I don't really know who she is as a person, as an individual, beyond like the things that like we have to do together is what I'm getting. So Kendall does not really feel a deep connection with Lexus, and let's dive into that. Is it because she doesn't want to? Why is it that they don't have this deep connection? Is it because they haven't had the chance to? Is it you know, somebody's putting up walls? You know, which is it? Right when I said someone's putting up walls, all right, these two are the only ones that are facing up. Confirmation, notification for confirmation on my phone. Thank you, universe. Thank you. All right, so the camera cut out, but I was like saying thank you, universe, and then thank you, source, right? How serendipitous that is the card that we get. And so I feel like she is getting like universal, like spiritual. She is getting guidance like beyond her own self. Like intuition is telling her to keep her distance. That's what I'm getting. It's like, I feel like, especially because this is the same card I'm pretty sure we got for, oh, notification for confirmation. Thank you, phone. And source. Source is all things, so confirmation and signs and can come through whatever you set your intention to and whatever you're open to receiving, right? And that's what it's all about. Anyways, this is the same card from Camila's pile, so I felt like that's very significant. Also, it reminds me of the card that we got for Camila in regards to Kendall. I'm pretty sure, if I'm correct, if I'm not wrong, it was isolation. So I feel like Kendall purposely chooses to isolate herself because, like, right, like the tears on that isolation card, it's like she knows, she's self-aware that she's not in a very like stable mental state, and that like she's using all her energy and all of her power to be able to like hold it together so that she's able to like keep going and pursuing her dreams and not let that burn her out. And you know, so that's all her energies and focus and where it's at. And so because she's self-aware of that, she is able to see how her and Lexus, Kendall and Lexus, like with the surface level interactions that they had, she was able to see the red flags. She was able to see like the pink flags, so to speak. It's like, right, it's like, oh, I can see where this type of behavior would lead us to butt heads, like, or our opinions, our beliefs. Like I could see that we're already having a hard time understanding each other and getting along. And you know, I feel like that must be similar to how Lexus feels towards Camila. It's because Lexus is projecting her own insecurities, and when you're around people who trigger your insecurities, it's very hard not to project them. And so I guess everybody's kind of aware of this, and that's why it's like safer. It's safer to keep your distance. It's safer to stay in the ordinary. It's safer to stay and play on that road because, you know, there's a lot of things at stake here. And like I said before, she's being guided to do so by the universe for her own highest good, for Kendall's own growth. Like everyone is being guided to like turn within. Everyone's being guided to like start seeking their validation, their acknowledgement, like a connection. Start seeking that from within rather than outside of yourself, because when you're not in a good place and you start seeking that validation outside of yourself, that's when you run into this. That's when you run into reflections of your own insecurities and projections, because that is the energy that you're putting out into the universe. Yes, right, subconsciously, most of the time it's subconscious anyway. But yeah, that's what I'm getting. It's intentional. It's an intentional decision on Kendall's half to keep that distance with Lexus, and it's because it's like Kendall can see notification for confirmation. Thank you. It's like Kendall can see that they're both, like her and Lexus are both in a sort of sensitive. They're in a very sensitive emotional spot. Like they're very vulnerable, and therefore like it's like they need to like keep to themselves. They need to keep to themselves instead of trying to force a relationship or connection, because that's really, that's what causes this. That's what causes this type of things. So like she's really trying to avoid it. She's really trying to avoid it by staying in here. All right. So that's why and how Kendall feels about Lexus. Now, how does Kendall feel about Camila? How does Kendall feel about Camila? How does Kendall feel about Camila? Ooh, the master in reverse, and it was kind of bent. I was kind of bending it, so maybe that's also significant. The song that was playing in my head when I was pulling for that card, it just happened to be Gabriella. So like I started to see just now Kendall dancing that song for some reason, so that must be significant. I'm pretty sure Camila is Latina of some, I think. I'm not sure. Take that with a grain of salt, but the fact that Gabriella is coming to my head and Kendall's dancing to it when I'm asking about how she feels about Camila is significant. Notification for confirmation. Thank you, source. Yeah, so what does that mean? What are you guys trying to say with that though? What does that mean? It's like a metaphor for something. Does she feel like she is the type to steal someone's man? Is that really what it seems? Because here we have the master in reverse. So that is how Kendall sees Camila, as somebody who is, I'm getting, emotionally immature, emotionally or sort of an ignorant person who's not very they don't have a lot of self-awareness, let alone like development in self-mastery, so that's interesting. So let's get more into, why does Kendall feel that way? Does she really feel like she is like not a girl, a homewrecker type of personality? Is that why she feel like she can't be trusted? With the Gabriella song in my head and her being emotionally immature, that would make sense. So is that where it's coming from? What happened between them for her to feel this way about Camila? Ooh, flowering, and then it fell, right? And it's like, right, everything's falling, and then the first one bent. So it's like there's this energy of like it's a mess. And all right, guys, so I'm having technical difficulties, and I wasn't able to really watch back the last clip to remember where I left off. I think we were here at this card to ask and confirm if Camila really did do something to like make Kendall feel like she is a Gabriella, basically, from Katseye. If you didn't know, it's a song. But then this kind of card, I'm looking at it now, it's really giving like, it's reminding me about how flowering and like, she's basically bare, topless there, but a little bit covered up, and she's on a flower. Flower does represent femininity, sexuality, and so I feel like that's coming to my head to indicate and confirm that yes, there is some elements of that Gabriella-ness of like her being a little bit more open than she should be, than like a girl code or whatever, than Camila's than Kendall's girl code. Like Camila is the one who's like open to crossing the boundaries of Kendall's. Camila is open to crossing the boundaries of Kendall's girl code, which I think is a pretty, like, I don't think she has like I think that she has a pretty like general definition of girl code. Like you don't go for each other's you don't go for the same man, but I guess sometimes you can't help, you guys have the same type or whatever, and there's like poor communication, and like it happens. So that I already put a bunch of cards because I was trying to save on time and dealing with the technical difficulties. So I already pulled the cards for my next question, was to confirm if that was accurate, and if there was an instance, an event, a circumstance where like where Camila actually did take Kendall's man in some way, shape, or form. And then that's when I got this card, New Vision in reverse. So New Vision, like if New Vision was upright, I would say that that's telling me, hey, you need to take this vision in a new direction, a different direction. Therefore, it's giving me it's not really accurate. So the fact that it's in reverse, I feel like that tells me that like stay in the direction that you are. Don't take a new direction, the new vision. Like this vision is accurate. And so I pulled another card. I had to pull another card to confirm if that interpretation is accurate, because sometimes, right, it's all about the perspective and how we interpret the cards. And you know, this is a very sensitive topic. You know, I don't want to be calling anyone a homewrecker, so let's really get into it. Like, was there an actual event, or is that just Kendall's own projections of her own fears, maybe because she's already been through that type of thing before with a friend who like Camila reminds her of? You know, it could be that. So that this card is to indicate, like, was there an event that did Camila actually do something, attempt or whatever. And we have the dream in reverse. And what's interesting is I see Kendall here dreaming with like her crush, right? She's dreaming of her crush. Kendall is dreaming of her crush, and Camila kind of swooped in, is what I was getting. Camila kind of swooped in, like maybe she didn't know how much Kendall had a crush on this person, or maybe she didn't understand how serious it was or how interested she was, or you know, maybe she knew and she didn't care, right? And so that was my next question, was, you know, what is the circumstances behind this event? What is the dynamics? What's the context? And then these three cards fell out all together, painting the picture for like what really went down between them and why Kendall feels this way towards Camila. And here, so I felt like these cards right away, I felt like with the success, right? The success card immediately gave me yes right off the bat, because you can't get a clearer card to tell you, right, yes or no answer. So that success card upright is telling me yes, there was an event, all right. And so these other two cards are kind of giving the context to like Camila's mindset into why she kind of betrayed or crossed Kendall's boundaries in this way. And it's because it's like, so this inner voice card in reverse, it indicates to me that Camila was aware. She was aware. She did have her conscious, her inner voice, like you know, speaking to her, asking her what do you call it, you know, reflecting for a minute, like, hey, is this really the right thing to do? Like, did Kendall really like this guy? Like, was it really that serious? Is it, maybe I should go about this differently instead of just, you know, go after him, you know, without talking to Kendall about how she feels. And so it's like she had that voice, but it's in reverse because she ignored it. Why did she ignore it? Because of the stress. So why did she continue to go after the man, her crush? Why did Camila continue to go after Kendall's crush? It was because Camila was overwhelmed, right, with the idol life, with the schedule. And it's like because she was overwhelmed, she was like desperate in a way. Not desperate, but it's like, here's an opportunity when you're in such a low state and you have like a, you know, the carrot dangling right in front of your face. Like, it's hard, like you're starving, right? You're starving, your needs are not being met, and you have it dangling in front of your face. It's hard not to take that opportunity as it is, because you're feeling so low, you're feeling so down, and you're looking for any sort of escape, any sort of relief, any sort of like instant relief. And because she was such at a low state, it's like she had rather escaped through this relationship with Kendall's crush. She would rather escape through that rather than face even more conflict, even more, you know, risk in confrontation, if she were to be open about how she feels and her intentions to Kendall, right? So she had rather avoided that because she was already so stressed, she was already so overwhelmed. It's like that would be the last straw, that would be the tipping point and make everything fall over. It's like, I can't do that right now, but I do have a chance to just like feel better for a minute, a second, a day, like, so I'm gonna take what I can get because I'm afraid like I won't have another chance soon, or like I'm afraid that I'm gonna break and fall, so like I need to take what I can get, you know, like it's that type of energy. So T clocking it, like that's what went down between them, and that's why she feels that way. So yeah, Kendall really feels like Camila is a very emotionally immature person. Objectively, it is an emotionally immature thing to do, right? But it is something that people deserve compassion for, because why do people hurt others just because they're hurt? It is not an excuse. At the same time, it is something that everybody deserves to be humanized for, so that we can let go of our own resentment, and that like everybody is allowed to grow, you know. So that's interesting. You know, I'm getting, let's say this, the fact that this is in reverse, but her inner voice was like there to tell her that she just didn't want to listen. You know, it does show that there is some guilt there for sure. Like, it's not like she was just like, oh, you know, it's not like she was just F Kendall, like I don't even care, I just want to do me. Like it's not really as selfish or as black and white and vindictive as that. It really was just like I can't right now. It's like she put the consciousness, like the doubts, the fears, the like to the side and just tried to like ignore it, deny it, and neglect that part of herself and just what do you like soothe and distract, right? Escape. We've all been there, and like we all have our own specific set of circumstances that will take us there, you know. So we shouldn't be judging people or you know, don't be sending hate or anything. Like this is nothing is proven, right? It's just what the cards are giving me and my interpretation of the cards. But yeah, like nobody's evil is the point. Like nobody's like an evil, like VITCH. Like everyone is just trying to do their best to survive and get by, and that's really what's going on here. Interesting. And maybe Kendall sees that. Kendall sees that like the reason that she did this is because she's feeling so low within herself. Like Kendall's able to recognize that because Kendall relates to that feeling, I'm sure, in a way. And yeah, and so it's like I feel like the fact that we had the master, like we could have got another card like the miser, you know, which is a lot more like of a greedy, selfish energy of a person. And so it's like I feel like that is to indicate that Kendall does feel some sort of like she's giving her benefit of the doubt. She's giving her like she's not demonizing her, you know, like Kendall herself is choosing to humanize her and be like, well, like I know you could be this, there's potential to be this, I know you're not like being doing it just to hurt me or be a bad person, but you're also like you could be making better decisions and you're not, you know, you are an adult and you could be making better decisions, but I'm not going to hold it against you because I know you're in a hurt place, you're in a dark place just like I am. Yeah, so that's how Kendall feels about Camila. Okay, now we're going to shuffle the cards, and next we are going to do how does Kendall feel about Savanna, and that's going to be the last of the remaining members, I believe, and then we're going to go how does Kendall feel about KG, Kaylee, and then JYP. So first, Savanna. How does Kendall feel about Savanna? That's too much cards, we're not doing that. We're going to speed up on time, and we're just going to pick a card ourselves, but I do want to give it a good shuffle. Okay? Alright, so how does Kendall feel about Savanna? Same card again, and I was trying to give it a good shuffle. Like I don't know how many times you have to shuffle to really give it a good shuffle, but guys, like I'm sure that was good enough. Okay, because and this is happening a lot. Like everybody's getting the same or similar cards, so I mean it makes sense. They're all in the same environment and have the same dream, and so like they must be mirroring each other in some ways, right? And so maybe. Oh, okay, I'll take these because it really seems to make sense here. Oh, and right under here we have source, so confirmation to take it. Yes, breakthrough, it is a breakthrough. Take these cards. All right, so that is 5 in total. So here, Kendall feels about Savanna similar to how she feels about Lexus. She's never really gone that deep with her, I guess. And maybe that's because I'm pretty sure I pulled earlier to say that Lexus and Savanna might be the ones who are more the closest ones. And so, you know, maybe that makes sense that Kendall feels the same way about Savanna and Lexus because, you know, maybe Lexus and Savanna are very, very similar since they're more close. And so it makes sense that she feels a similar way and have this surface level connection. It's like, you know, it's giving we're co-workers, we're acquaintances, and that's good enough for me. That's the way I want to keep it. Yeah, right. It's like that's the way that she wants to keep it. It's like her choice. She's not just like, oh, you know, whatever happens. It's like, no, I want it to be like this way where we're not going too deep, you know. Yeah, we're not going too deep in the waters, surface level, right? And it's like I don't want to go with the flow, like I want to keep it right here, right? And it's like isolation, but isolation in reverse. But this is the card that we did get for Kendall at some point. And so how does this refer to how Kendall feels about Savanna? It's like okay, yes, because it's coming with this one, fighting in reverse, I feel like it's to indicate that Kendall is not isolating herself just for the sake of like being a hater or like, you know, like it's not just because, oh, I don't like that girl. It's like she is trying to be professional. She's trying to do the right thing, and she's trying to avoid any and all conflict that she can. And so that's like, it's making sense that like she's doing this with all of the girls. But like she's not isolating herself just to be, okay guys, what I'm trying to say is she's not isolating herself just to be like a cold-hearted person who doesn't want to let anybody in. It's like she's trying to be smart and strategic about her career. It's like she sees that these people are not really her people per se. Like I said, like everyone that you're in a group with is somebody that you were strategically like so told to work with, to fit some sort of image or whatever, that somebody else said. So it's like nobody's like grouped together because they feel like, hey, these girls are really gonna get along, they're really similar. It's not really the reason. And so because of that, like this happens a lot because of that, because that's the way that they form the groups, that's the intentions behind it, right? The system, that's the foundation of the system. Then that leaves room, it just naturally creates an environment that fuels this type of behavior. And so, which is why she's like, I need to make sure to avoid this, I need to make sure to avoid this, right? I'm not doing it to be petty though, I am not doing it to be petty. I'm not like doing it to hurt anyone or because I hate anyone. It's not that, right? Because it came with this, she's not isolating herself because she hates anyone. It's because she wants to avoid this. And it's literally just personality clashes is what I feel like, right? It's like red team, pink team, green team. It's like we're on different sides of the team, and it doesn't mean that we can't get along and coexist, but it just means that we're not going to be the best of friends. But the best we can hope for is cohabitation, right? Coexisting, right? And so once again, we have this card, the source card, the breakthrough card, right? To confirm that this is going in the right direction, that it's accurate to say that once again she's being guided by the universe to step back, to focus on herself, and to not be too vulnerable with these people, I guess, because it's not safe. And that's not to say that anybody is evil or bad or whatever, right? It's like some people are just not safe to be vulnerable with, and even the people who it is safe to be vulnerable with, like it's not safe to be vulnerable with them all the time. Everybody goes through their ups and downs, and they're in a dark and toxic environment. It brings out your own toxicities. And so it's like she's trying to protect her own inner peace. But what I want to get down to, is it because like they already had some conflict, or is it just because she sees similarities in Savanna and Lexus, and because she saw the projection and the criticism from Lexus, right? They're being triggered by each other. They're in a sensitive state. Is it because of that? Is that the reason why she stays away from her? So yeah, let's get into that. Like, did Savanna actually do something? Did something actually happen between them for her to feel this way, or she just feels like I need to be safe and protected because of how it's gone with the other girls, and reasons like that. Let's see if we can get into why it did. Ooh, maturity, but it fell exactly like sideways. So I always feel like that means right in the middle on the fence. Okay, so I feel like it is petty reasons. It's petty reasons. What am I seeing in my head? I'm seeing Savanna in a dance practice room, and she's like in her outfit. She's like fixing her hair, fixing her outfit, checking herself out in the mirror, taking selfies, that kind of energy. That came to my head when this card popped up, and we're thinking about how does Kendall view Savanna as like immature. Kendall views Savanna as a little bit immature, and I guess she sees her as a vain. She sees her as a very vain person, and that's why she thinks that she's insecure. I was gonna say that's why she thinks that she immature, but maybe I said insecure like for a reason as well. Like it came through because that's also what Kendall picks up. I guess because vain people at the core, they're vain because they're insecure, and they think that their value stems from their vanity, and that's why vanity holds so much value to them, right? So I feel like Kendall sees through that, and that's why she kind of feels like, okay, you're not really going to be a safe person, right? I'm not going to be safe to like grow around you and being my full, authentic, and vulnerable self in the good and the bad days, and either way, like I feel like it's a little bit iffy with you. It's a little bit iffy, and so I'm gonna keep my distance. Yeah, so I feel like there wasn't really like a big event that like, oh well, you disrespected me, it was more like she did something petty, or she did something that was like a little bit selfish, a little bit like inconsiderate, and she didn't really like apologize for it. She was like defensive about it, and she was like, well, I don't think that I really did anything wrong, like why are you so upset, like why are you being so sensitive? And like I feel like it's like that. It's like Yeah, and maybe Savannah is immature in the sense that like she is kind of an emotionally numb person. Maybe that's why she's able to be so close to Lexus. Maybe they relate on the insecurities, and maybe that's why Lexus and Savannah are not triggering each other because they're in that same vibration. Um, yeah. You know, maybe they Savannah and Lexus don't trigger each other because they're in that same lower vibration of like judging people, criticizing people because you feel so low, right? You project your own judgment because you're judging yourself. Like, so I feel like, you know, Kendall must pick up that they do have that similar energy, and that's where it comes from. It comes from that insecurity. That's why. So I feel like they're kind of petty and like judgmental, critical. Like maybe they're always making comments that like make her feel bad about herself. Maybe they're often making like, you know, jabs, criticism that in form of like, oh, it's a joke, or I'm just trying to help you. Like, but you could have said it a lot nicer. Like maybe it's things like that is what I'm getting. Yeah, you know, petty small things. Small things that is like, okay, well, this person is not very like considerate and so it's safer to keep a distance because of that, or you know, because this person doesn't really understand me, right? They just judge me, like they think that I'm being too soft and sensitive and they're not considering how I feel, right? It's giving that energy. Yeah, so it's kind of mean girl. It's kind of mean girl. Like I'm seeing like Kendall. What I saw in my mind's eye was Kendall trying to learn to dance, and she's a little bit frustrated with herself. She's not getting it, but like Savannah comes in with Lexus, and they're like giggling and laughing and giggling and laughing on their phone and like to each other. And then like they're kind of like going to the mirror right in front of Kendall when Kendall's like in the middle of practicing, and like they don't even notice. Like they're not trying to be rude about it. Like they just don't even notice, and they're just like so in their own world. And then like and then I just like, keep seeing them like laughing at each other and like looking at everyone and everything. So I feel like it's kind of giving hater energy, and where like they bond and like how much like they criticize other people, and perhaps because that's the vision that I'm seeing. And so what does Kendall do next? Kendall's like rolling her eyes and sighing like, oh, they always do this. They always do this. It's like, oh my God, how do they not even see me? Like, hello, are they doing this on purpose? Like, it's hard for her to feel like it's not on purpose because it's so often, and it's so like what feels like would be obvious and common sense and consideration, but it's not. And so when I see Kendall bringing it up, I see Kendall trying to tell them, you know, standing up for herself and tell them, can you guys like please move out the way? Like I was here. Like she's trying to stand up for herself, and then like the girls like they like look at her and like they look at each other, like Lexus and Savannah look at each other like what's her problem, and like rolling their eyes like whatever, like oh, this girl is being a bitch to me, and this girl is like you know, like kind of playing the victim instead of like taking accountability for being a little bit inconsiderate and like, you know, how their actions could affect other people. It's giving like that's the example that they're giving me. It's a little bit mean girl energy, but it's also very like surface level. Like if we sat down and had a conversation, a vulnerable conversation about how we felt, like we would understand that like nobody's like trying to attack or hate on the other. Everybody just wants to feel seen. Everybody just wants to feel heard and just like be themselves. And you know, I think it really comes down to right differences in the personality. Like you would handle things differently, and because we handle it differently, I think like it means this and it means that, but really. And then we make all these assumptions, and then we get all defensive and offended off of those assumptions, and then you know things snowball from there, and that's kind of how their dynamic has been, is what I'm getting. Interesting. So now we're gonna get into how does Kendall feel about KG? How does Kendall feel about KG? How does Kendall feel about KG? And we got completion in reverse, so it's like she's not done yet. She's got unfinished business. That's what first came to my head. She's not done yet. She's not done yet. So is she like rooting for her in the lawsuit or something? Is that what she's talking about? Is she like, or is she trying to, is that some sort of criticism? Okay, we got a notification ding on the door, so maybe it's more so a criticism. Can we further expand on what Kendall means by completion in reverse? Expand on that. Okay, this is the one card flipped up from the deck. We got new vision. Okay. So I feel like it has to do with the lawsuit, right? Because what I see is I actually see KG. So that I'm seeing like Kendall. This is how Kendall views KG. She is seeing KG like rise from the bottom, like you were at all the way at the bottom of this system, right? And you're rising at the top in your own way, on your own timing, and like in your own, on your own terms. And like she sees that as very powerful and getting attracted to the shapes back here. And it's reminding me of Squid Games. And what was Squid Games but like another system in which they systematically, secretly oppress you. And so it's kind of giving that, where it's like she is trying to overcome and override that system. And so it's like rising from the phoenix, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. It's that, oh yeah, so it's actually, yeah, maybe I got that wrong. Like I'm feeling it's very positive. I'm feeling it's very positive. Like Kendall is viewing KG in a positive sense. Like she sees her as a very strong person, a very strong and empowered person. And it's like, she's very proud of her for that. So I feel like the lack of completion here is in reference to the lawsuit, but it's not because she's criticizing her. It's more like, or maybe she is criticizing her. It's like she's rooting for her, but she also feels like, hey, I would have done something a little differently, or maybe you need to do something differently, and also do this, also do that, or change the direction here. So she feels like, Kendall personally feels like KG is like, maybe she feels like she's not seeing the bigger picture in some way, because Kendall herself would have handled it differently. Is what I'm getting. Is that accurate? Where is that coming from? You know, what would she do differently? Like, is that accurate? Postponement. Ooh, postponement. All right, guys. So yeah, she feels like maybe she needed a little bit more time, and maybe it's also because of the timing of her own group. Girlset. Like maybe Kendall feels this way because she wishes that she kind of feels that like she does want to support KG, right? She does want to support KG and her vision. It was upright, so she does want to support it. But it's like she wishes that she could have done it at a later time so that it doesn't affect them, their group, their rebranding, and it doesn't, negatively affect the group and their image. So that's why she's hoping she could have held it off. She's hoping that she could have held it off until after they had rebranded into a new group, into a new beginning. It's like she wished that you could have waited for this moment. Kendall wishes KG could have waited. And I feel like it's only coming from her own like selfish reasons, her own selfish desires. Not to say that it's selfish to want her own group to succeed, but it is to say that like her reasonings for her wanting to do that are only for her own benefit. Like it's not because, or she thinks that it would be better for KG's cause. She thinks that she should have postponed it because it's better for their own cause, Kendall's cause. So it's a little bit selfish in that sense, but it's not like it's a bad thing. It's not like it's a bad thing. So it's just how she feels like it's a matter of preference for her own convenience, So, but I really do get the feeling like she really does agree with and support KG's like plight. Yeah, she really does like see it in a positive way, and yeah, right, because it's like right here, it's like all the pieces of the puzzle over there. You have it all together. It's just one thing. Like I want to give advice. Like if I could give to you one piece of advice to make your new vision perfect, it would be to have postponed it and just waited for us to be able to succeed. Yeah, maybe she feels it's hard to hold some resentment, or it's hard to not to feel like, did you do that on purpose, or did you like not even care about us succeeding? It's like you knew it was gonna hurt us, and did you not even care? Like, so it's a little bit of like butthurt because of that. Like kind of hard not to take it personally, and so that's why she feels that way. Interesting. All right, but she does support her, guys, and she does like agree with her, I feel. So what does Kendall feel about Kaylee? How does Kendall feel about Kaylee? Interesting. Courage. Okay, so immediately it's like Kendall, what I get is that Kendall saw Kaylee at like her lowest stage, and it's that's why this card is coming up. It's not because she thinks so lowly of her, but it's because she saw her at her lowest. Now, maybe it is. Does she think lowly of her? Like, how does she view her? It's like, how does she feel about her? Let's go further on that. Ooh, receptivity. How does she feel about her? I feel like Kendall feels like Kaylee is a type to be able to like learn quickly. What I'm getting is like, oh, you're not a very good dancer, right? When JYP said that, and it was like this whole thing, and like I'm sure it definitely hurt for Kaylee to hear in that moment, and I think that Kendall could see that, and she'd be like, I would have felt the same. But she feels like Kendall feels like Kaylee really like received that moment well. She really learned from it. She took what she could from it, and she grew from it. You know, she grew from it. She expanded from it instead of closed off, and like, you know, so that seems like a very courageous thing to do. So like, where is this like reverse courage coming from? Why? I mean, I picked up at first that it was because she saw her at her lowest, right? So it's like she saw her at her lowest, right? And it was pretty dark times, and she saw her at her lowest, and it was pretty dark times. But at the same time, she does not see her as weak. She does not see her as weak, but she does see her as somebody who's like, you have to start from the bottom, or like you gotta start, you know, you gotta restart the chalking board or whatever. What is the term? You know what I mean? Oh, go back to the drawing board. Or you gotta go back to the drawing board. Like, that's kind of what it feels like, because even this receptivity card kind of looks like a bunch of scribbles all over it, like a drawing board. So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, let's further expand on that. Is that accurate, or is there some sort of resentment or tension, or, you know, is what I said already accurate? That was too much. Alright, maybe there's some blockages or something. What does Kendall feel about Kaylee? Let's expand on that. An outsider. So maybe she feels like this, not because she thinks that she's weak, but she sees her as that because she's like, oh, you're too young. You were too young for this, and like, you were not meant for this. Like, this is not the right environment for you to like thrive in, and for you to healthily grow through. Like, this is not a good environment. And so it's like she always felt like she's an outsider, and like, maybe that's the healthier way. It's like, because there's a lock here, it's like Kendall thought that it's best that she be the outsider, that she thinks that it's best that she left. So it's not that she thinks that she was a weak person who lacked courage, and she thinks that it was best that she left. It was best that she left, and it was best for her, you know? It was best for Kaylee. It was best for Kaylee's own good to leave. So yeah, that definitely does also confirm once again that Kendall is very supportive of Kaylee, and she's not looking down at her. It's like she's hoping the best for her, and she, you know, Kendall personally feels that what is best for Kaylee is to not be in a K-pop idol. Yeah, like she shouldn't. Kendall believes that Kaylee shouldn't like fight. She shouldn't fight and force herself to have to grow through all of this challenges and blockages and tension and toxicity, right? It's like, you're still forming. You're still a young flower forming, and you should be able to do it in an environment that is conducive, that is open, that has like the enriching soil and the nutrients and all of that. Like, you deserve that kind of environment. Like, I feel like that's also what that card is trying to say, is that Kendall believes that Kaylee deserved a better environment, so that she could cultivate more of that courage, and so that it could be healthier for her to be a part of it, and it wouldn't be so hard for her to thrive and receive all of the nutrients. I want to say, like she's a plant, you know, like nutrients, a metaphor for like healing or whatever that it is that she needs to thrive as a human being. Interesting. So ultimately, she's rooting for her, and she's happy that she left, and she really feels like she needed to leave. It was the best thing for her. So now, how does Kendall feel about JYP? How does Kendall feel about JYP? So immediately, I'm like getting all sing-songy, and so like, I know like she feels like he's like a playful, fun person. She sees him in a very a good light, is what I got first off. Yeah, like, he doesn't hold back. She likes how he doesn't hold back. She likes how he very much is like his authentic self, no matter what people are thinking, right? It's like that's why he has so much like embarrassing or cringy moments. It's because he's authentically himself, and like, he's not caring. He's just following his own joy, right? Letting his inner child come out to play again, right? And I think that Kendall admires that. She appreciates that in him, and, you know, she sees that as a good thing. Anything else for how does Kendall feel about JYP? How does Kendall feel about JYP? Oh. Alright, so I'll take it because there are 3 cards that we're facing up out of all of those that fell. So let's take it, and they're all upright, guys. So first we have Beyond Illusion. So she sees him as like a visionary. He's a creative visionary. That's how she sees him. Like, Yeah, I feel like she also sees him as very nurturing, because getting drawn to like the butterfly and like the top of here, it's like it's giving very feminine energy. It's giving very like she feels that he's nurturing, but also here the face is quite masculine. So it does. It's like she appreciates that he is able to like see beyond illusion and like play in both sides, and be a more balanced person or a leader. Be a more balanced leader, because he's not afraid to tap into both feminine and masculine energies, right? And like youthful and mature energies. Like she appreciates that, and she thinks that like that's what makes him a good leader. But there is guilt here, so she sees JYP like he has guilt because of clinging to the past. Maybe I feel like she feels bad. She feels like pity or sympathizes for JYP for like feeling like blaming himself for the failure of Vcha. I feel like that's what clinging to the past is like how Vcha failed. It's like maybe it's because Kendall could see a shift between how JYP was during Vcha and how JYP is now during Girlset. What I see in my head is like during Vcha it was a lot more like, you know, things were more girlier, just like the energy around them, right? Like their whole vibe in general, things were girlier, things were more youthful, but so was JYP's energy. You know, it was a little bit more fun, more free. But now I feel like I see him walking onto set a little bit more straight-faced more often of the time, and a little bit more like stressed, a little bit more serious. And Kendall feels like it's because of the guilt. He's harboring guilt for the failure of Vcha, and for like maybe he's like, oh, I can't trust myself anymore. Like, are my tastes outdated? And you know, so she's feeling sympathy for, or assuming that that's what he's going through, and feeling sympathy for that. Yeah, because she sees that he changed. She sees that he's a little bit more closed off, and you know, she appreciated how he used to be. So you know, she's kind of missing that. But it's like, you know, she sees that everybody has their own things to heal. So ultimately, oh, so yes, like also Kendall herself is seeing beyond illusion when it comes to JYP, right? It's like she appreciates the good and bad about him when it comes to being a boss, and she also can have a little further insight into like analyzation of why she thinks that he might be that way. So that's her analyzation. Is she correct on that? You know, I already am remembering another card that we pulled for JYP earlier, right? Like, yeah, where who was it? I think it was Lexus. I think it was for Lexus, how she feels about JYP, that he is a bit outdated. He is a bit like, he doesn't really take anyone's word for things, even though he's the one who's like inaccurate or outdated, right? So it's like, I feel like there is objective truth to how Kendall is perceiving JYP, because, you know, I feel like he did make a lot of mistakes in managing them by, when they were Vcha, making a lot of hasty decisions, and that were not very like authentic to the youthful audience that he was trying to sell to. So I feel like they could all see that. And JYP himself sees that as well. And yeah, so I feel like, you know, that kind of already confirms that there is objective truth to like that is where JYP is coming from, and Kendall can see that, and it's accurate. Interesting. You know what? That is very interesting. I didn't have this question written down, but I do want to get into now, like, how does JYP feel? Because, you know, clearly he's harboring guilt, clearly he's harboring a lot of like uncertainties and you know, pressure that pushes him to make inaccurate or inauthentic decisions in how the group is represented. So yeah, like, how does JYP feel about Vcha, and then how does JYP feel about Grlset? Okay, since those cards really just flew out right when I said, like, how does he feel about Vcha, I was kind of confused not to take it, because two of these cards were cards we literally just had that I looked through the deck, and like everything does look like it was shuffled good. So I'll take it, because it seems to be the theme for this reading, like everybody's sort of mirroring each other, right? But here we have the same cards, Guilt and Beyond Illusion, except they're in reverse, right? But I did say earlier about how Kendall, it was an objective truth, right? Like what she was picking up on was correct. But I feel like in JYP's perspective, he's like, yeah, although that may be true, like I can't focus on that right now, I can't give that my attention, like I need to like lose myself in the this card also came with that, so all these three fill out together. I don't know, did I show that earlier or whatever, right? So it's like I can't even give my attention to these, too much of these. Like I have to like deny the guilt, and I have to act like I don't even see it, and you know, and like numb myself out here. Like he's trying to numb himself out so that he can make a more balanced decisions. So because he feels like he was really, maybe he was being too emotional, maybe he was being too attached, maybe he was, and that's why he made wrong decisions, because he was putting too much of his own perspective into it, and he needed to be more objective. Like that's how JYP feels like. He feels like that's where he failed in Vcha, is because he wasn't objective enough, and he put a little bit too much of like his own perspective into it and into them. So yeah, he's really trying to like be objective, right? Blankness, like he's trying to take himself out of the scenario, right? No, these two were reversed, these two were upright, right? So yeah, he's really trying to take himself out of the scenario and like start have a blank slate, right? So it's like doing things totally different from how he did with Vcha, right? And it's not even just the opposite way, but right, it's just like it's more so like whatever we did with Vcha, right? Anything but that. It's like that's how he's seeing it. That's how JYP feels about Vcha. Everything that we did, like let's scrap it, okay? And like just like let's start anew, start afresh, right? And like yeah, he's trying not to let his negative emotions. He's trying not to let anything get in the way. Right, he's trying not to overanalyze. He's trying not to overthink things and get too deep into things. He's like, right, like surface level. How are things gonna look on paper, right? Instead of how do things feel in his head, right? He's trying to be more objective. So how does he feel about Girlset now that he's coming from a more objective space, right? Doing things differently, starting from scratch, right? So how does he feel about Girlset? How does JYP feel about Girlset? How does JYP feel about Grlset? How does JYP feel about Grlset? Like we're not alone. I'm not afraid to take a stand, everybody. We'll walk this through forever, through the storm together. Now we're like, I don't know the words, guys, okay, but that song's coming to my head. Why? It's like I feel like that's how JYP feels about Grlset. It's like world domination in a way, but not like domination, more like he really feels and sees the potential. Like it's us against the world, guys. Like we can go up against all the haters, right? All the obstacles. We can go up against the world and we can succeed. I know it. So it's like he really believes in them. He really believes in it's like he wants to put all his eggs in the basket, and like we're all in this together. We're gonna make this succeed together. That's why aloneness in reverse. It's like we're not alone. We're not afraid, right? We may be in the dark. We may have to start from scratch, but we're not afraid. And we are not alone, and we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, and we're gonna do it together, right? So it's like he wants to put a lot more into them. Like he's not giving up on them. He still is happy to invest in them, and he feels really good about investing in Girlset. Maybe they have a lot more resources, a lot more people, partners, sponsors backing them up because of their rebrand, and because they're taking it in a direction that everybody else can see as more profitable as well. You know, so yeah, let's pull. Is there anything else? Is that accurate? Is there more? Guys, we are the world. We are the world. So he really sees the potential, and he wants to invest in them to become like global sensations, a global girl group. He's like, you know what? We may not be famous for being the first anymore, but we can still make it. Like he really sees. He's trying to see like it's a whole new direction, avenue. He's trying to build a whole new like niche, I guess. Right? It's like K-pop is so big. So he's like, let's do it different. Let's start from let's start do things differently, and let's be in the beginning and at the forefront of the people who are doing it differently. So he's excited to do that, to be at the forefront of global girl groups, because that's what he sees as the next big thing, or as the next K-pop. Like that's where he sees the next direction for K-pop. Like K-pop is not going to be just for Korea anymore. Like K-pop is going to go towards a more global direction. He sees that for the future, and so he's like, I want to be a part of that innovative like phase or transition. I want to be one of the first people to do it. We can still do it. We're gonna do it. So yeah, he's really rooting for them, right? But here we have celebration in reverse, right? Like I was just saying how he's really rooting for them. So like let's get more on like why is that celebration in reverse? What exactly is that referring to? Why does JYP feel reverse on that celebration? Isolation. Interesting. Okay, like does JYP feel isolated, like personally in his own life? Because I was picking up like they have a lot of resources, they have a lot of people backing them up, supporting them, believing in them. He believes in them. So what is it? Does he feel isolated in his personal life, and he's projecting it's leaking into his professional life? So it's hard for him to enjoy it. You know what's that? Oh, here we have politics and the burden in reverse, though, right? So I feel like the burden in reverse is like this is something that he wants to do. He does genuinely believe in the girls and you know the group. It's something that he does want to do, so he does want to celebrate them. What he's not celebrating, I suppose, is the politics. The reason that he's not celebrating is because he feels quite alone in the I suppose what I'm getting is there's a bit of a loss. He feels like Hype was snaky. Like he feels alone. Oh, I get it. It's like maybe there was like a mole. There was like a mole in his team, in his company, and that's why Hype was able to come out with another girl group, a global girl group, Katseye, and like be so much more better, successful, famous, because somebody on their team was feeding them information about how JYP was doing it with Vcha, right? They were feeding Hype information, and you know, politics, right? Snakes, you put on the mask, and this is classic politics, right? Like they have a snake, they have a spy, right? Putting on that mask and you know, whispering in the ear of the enemy to give them that information. And that's why he feels alone, because it's like, I don't know who to trust. I don't really know who to trust on my team. We have so much people on our team. There is so much potential. And so like, there's no way for me to really prove and know all the time. Like, it's like, I always have to watch my back. There's no way for me to really ever fully feel safe when you have such a big company. Like you can't, right? There's always going to be that possibility of like somebody or something being able to slip in or fall through the cracks. Right, so it's like, he's like, who can I trust? Because I've already been betrayed, and it's been in a way of politics. So yeah, I feel like that's where it's coming from, right? It's like, this is something that he does want to do. It's not a burden to him. He does believe in the girls, and he does have like a good team behind him, but he's like, I can't celebrate everyone on the team. I can't trust everyone on the team. But then again, like, I can't stop. I do have to keep going. So yeah, he just feels afraid that he can't trust everyone, and you know, he has to tread carefully. The fact that he has to tread carefully makes him feel so isolated. And yeah, right? Because isn't it a little bit suspicious that like they debuted so close to Vcha, right? And it's like, yeah, people could have the same idea around the same time, but to be such a coincidence and to have the other one be so much more successful, the one that came afterwards, it's a little bit sus, it's a little bit fishy. And so I feel like this politics card definitely confirms that there is fishy like business practices. There was sketchy business practices being done behind the scenes that led to the failure of Vcha, and that leads to him being fearful for the success of Girlset, but not for the lack of capabilities or belief in Girlset, right? It's just for like the fact of like the politics behind the scenes. Like there are snaky people, and you can't, like, what I'm seeing is the company, there's all these holes in the company. Like the bigger and bigger that the company gets, the more holes in the wall that there is, and the more like cracks that there is for the snakes and the rats to sneak through, you know, and you can't plug them all because you're too busy running around and trying to do all these other things, right? And so he's anticipating that. He's like, I'm excited and I'm investing in their success. I'm happy for the girls. I believe in the girls, but I do anticipate some sort of snakery, you know? And so that's why he's not fully celebrating, because it's like he feels he anticipates that is about to come. It's already came, and you know, you got to be ready for it. You got to stay ready. And so because he's like, I always got to stay ready, it's like it does kind of make him feel a bit held back or fearful, right? And that's what numb, right? Yes, that's why he's decided to numb himself, because it's like, I gotta protect my own peace. I have to keep it together. So that nothing and no one can slip through any cracks. So I have to keep it together like this, right? Like numb myself out, ice myself out. So that makes a lot of sense, you know. Business wise, right? It happens. Now, guys, thank you for bearing with me in these long videos. I am having storage issues, so I'm not sure if I left off on the right place. I wasn't able to play back my last clip, and I had to, going back and forth to doing other things. So I think that we are starting off with Savanna. Why did Savanna want to stay? Why did Savanna choose to stay? First, we're going to give it a good shuffle, and then we're just going to pick one since these ones are so thick. It's harder for just one to fly out, I feel like. And just as I said that, one flew out. Well, two flew out, but one slipped off to the ground all by itself, which was this one. So we'll take it. Heart activation. Savanna as well. Savanna as well is very passionate about singing and dancing, and it's like when you're passionate about something, it's the one thing that really makes you feel good about yourself. It's the one thing that makes you feel proud of your life, of your efforts, your progress. And it's not like you only have one passion in life, but it's like it's the thing. It's the like it's usually it's one passion at a time. What am I trying to say? It's like usually you're being called and pulled to this like one or two, a few specific things that like really resonate with you. And like for Savanna, like she feels that same way as the other girls. Like basically like this is her thing, this is her joy, this is the path to her joy, to her self-development, her passion. Right, we have self-love, following your bliss, right? And I just said following your joy. Look at that, restoration, right? And so because she feels so passionate about it, it's like so healing for her. It's the one thing in life that like lights her up. It's the one thing in life, it's like her reason to wake up every day. Like her reason to like keep going is that like I wanna get better in this area. I wanna be able to achieve this certain thing. I wanna be able to experience what it's like to be this good at it, etc, etc, etc. So yeah, it's like healing for her heart chakra. And so now, and then we also have here, and look at this, it's like this one, it came out together, right? But this is the one that like flew in the ground by itself, but they do seem to like go hand in hand and be of similar energies. This one is light, this one is dark energy, so that's very interesting. So yin and yang, right? Yin and yang. And this one says tune your frequency, boundaries, magnetism, energy clearing. Yes, clearing. So it's yes, it's like it's not just, and it's okay, I'm so overwhelmed. So maybe that's how she feels. Like it's like she can't even put it into words. Like it's so all enveloping, so fully encompassing it. Like to the point where like it's not something that she goes to for just to escape. Like it's to the point where it's like she is able to grow as a person, as an individual, not just as an artist, not just as like a dancer, a singer, right? It's like it helps to make her a better person, like all around, like even outside of her career. And like so that's why she chooses to stay, because she's really found such a self-development, an expansion of the consciousness. Like she's helped, this is like her source, her avenue, her path to help her to unlock and unblock and work through her insecurities, and to like build that sense of confidence, that sense of self-love, right? That heart activation that allows like all the joy and the love to pour into your life from everything else, every other aspect of your life, right? So yes, because I'm getting drawn to the crystals here, the lights, the rainbows, and it says frequency, right? And so it's very much, it helps to raise her overall vibration. It helps to raise her overall vibration. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like she sees it like it helps to empower herself as a person, and therefore uplift and bring light and love to like every part of her life. Makes the whole thing fulfilling. Yeah, it's like it's not just an avenue to escape. It's an avenue to heal. It's an avenue to like whenever she's feeling down about herself, down about her life, what does she do? She gets in the dance room. She gets practicing singing, doing a cover, right? Like being creative and expressing herself musically. Like that is how she copes. That's how she copes. And that's why she chooses to stay, because she has such a strong attachment and such a strong it's a tool for her. It's a tool for her, like it's a main tool for her. Like in life we can choose, like everything's a tool. We can choose to use practically anything and everything, and she chooses, like, she's like, this is the thing that I love, this is the tool that works for me, it works for me. And not only that, like, I love it, it feels so good whenever she pours herself into that, and that's why she stays. I'm getting called to say, like, it's one of those things where if she was all alone, if she never got any fame or fortune from this career, she would still do it. She would still do it. She would still feel empowered by it, and she would still feel called, you know, to do it. And that's why she stays, because even in the darkest times, and in the lightest, brightest times, it both is when she feels called to, and she feels a pull towards, you know, this passion, this career. Yeah, so that's beautiful. That's true passion, and then she really is like following her joy, and you know, she's not just being a clout chaser, right? Which is, I think, it's something that is objectively admirable, and something that we all like strive for, even when we're doing it, even when we're not being like an authentic person. Like deep down, I think we all strive for to be our full true selves, and that means following our passions and our joy. We just have all these blockages because we were programmed, given a blueprint from a young age that like we have to fulfill all these roles, and we have to fulfill all these check boxes and you know, checkpoints in life by certain points in time. Otherwise, you know, this or that. And so we get sidetracked. We go into the subconscious, and we just play back the programmings that were given to us, instead of listening to our own programming, our own intuition, and following our own joy, what brings us joy, rather than what fulfills the ego, what is good on paper for your life, your choices. Yeah, so that's really cool. That's very high vibrational, I would say. High vibrational. Yes, right. High vibrational. Tune your frequency. It's a tool to help her to tune her frequency to the highest, right? Love that for her. All right, now next for Savanna is, how does she feel about the remaining members? We're starting with Lexus. So let's see. I mean, so far it's looking like they're the closest, and so let's see if it'll confirm that. Look at that, sorrow in reverse, guys. Like, this girl. So she never feels much of that. I feel like they're so close that they never really have much of those moments of like butting heads, or like not being able to work through something, like, or maybe they don't even really get to that point where they have to work through stuff. Like, it's like they just vibe, and I guess they're, yeah, you know, like her relationship, her connection with Lexus is very joy-filled. It's very joy-filled, and I think that's why, you know, they stick to each other so much, and kind of like keep a distance from the other girls, because they just have like a natural, what I'm trying to say is like they have a natural innate bond, connection, like it's very easy for them, you know. So it's like right, they didn't even have to try, like this doesn't even come up, you know. So interesting. So let's see what else. How does Savanna feel about Lexus? Okay, that's too much. How else does Savanna feel about Lexus? So, ooh, yes, I was like, ooh, is the fact that I'm sing-songy, is that another sign? And breakthrough indicates a big yes. So the sing-songy vibes, it's like for this one, it immediately made me feel like inner child healing. Like, together they feel safe for their inner child to come out to play, and like it's really beautiful, it's really powerful, it's really healing their relationship, their connection, right? And look, we have a reverse of control, right? It's very freeing. They feel very safe with each other to be vulnerable, to be playful, to be right, to let go of that control, like it's safe. They are each other's safe space, is what I'm getting. Totality in reverse. Totality in reverse. Okay, I'm gonna pull some more. To like expand on specifically what the totality card is referring to in reverse. What is it referring to? What are you trying to say? Let's get more details. One card, please. One card, please. Okay, so like, yeah, they are very close, but it doesn't mean that their relationship is perfect. It doesn't mean that they never butt heads. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, when I first pulled that card, the first thought that came to me was, okay, she tries, like, as much as they get along, she does try to like not get too close to her, and like being wary of building a codependent relationship, right? It's like we could, like, this is you and me most of the time, but like we have to like make time for this, make time and space for ourselves, and make time and space to just be aware that we're not being codependent, because we do get along so much, it's so well, so naturally we have to make sure that we're not just going to each other, seeking each other's validation every time that we feel sorrow. And then we saw that totality in reverse, that's 5, and then we have the next card I pulled was 6, which is, so 5, 6, and it's also in reverse, which is the dream. So with Savanna, I feel like that's referring to, let me meditate on it. Interesting, because when I meditate on it, what I saw was Savanna. Of course, being this girl represents Savanna, but what I saw her, like, she's kind of like happily like daydreaming about you and only you got me. Yeah, so it's like, look at me, I was getting so distracted into that song, because it's like, that's how Lexus makes her feel, distracted, and like, so this is probably because Savanna herself had the what do you call it, the trait, the inclination for codependent relationships already. Like, it's like, people don't create these things, right? They just awaken it through triggering you. So it's like this, whatever somebody, when something or somebody upsets you, it's that feeling of upsetness, like it was already there, that person just like reminds you of it, right? It's a mirror to it. So yeah, so for Savanna, this card is not representing like her dream of being idle. This card is more representing like she daydreams about Lexus, but not like in a romantic way, in a way where like, because they feel so good together, because they have such a good connection and bond, it's very hard for her not to use her relationship or connection as a form of escape, aka codependency, because they are in such a dark and toxic environment at times, right? The industry itself in general. And so there's that inclination, there's an urge and a desire to like use her to escape and distract herself from her own pain, right? And that's why she realizes that she needs to do this, right? Reverse totality. And then here we have the miser. So yeah, I feel when I look at this character, what I saw first was Lexus's face, not Savanna's. So Savanna feels that Lexus is the miser. So, but of course, she does see Lexus in a good light. They do have a good connection, but right, not everything is perfect, right? Not everything is perfect about any relationship. And so she is like aware, she is calling out, I guess, in a sense, to say how Lexus can be a bit of a selfish friend at times, maybe not as considerate as Savanna would like. Maybe it's in regards to her time, Lexus's time, or Lexus's material items. Like, she doesn't like to share them so much. And she likes to keep things to herself, and she likes to keep that separate. She likes to keep a wall up a little bit. She's not like a very generous person, or maybe like that's just Savanna's point of view, because Savanna's like a super generous, caring person, and she's like, well, I give everything to my friends, and so like if you don't, then you know what I mean. So let's actually just get further clarity on what exactly that means, like if that's accurate or if there's more to it. All right, one card flipped over face up. Ooh, innocent. I want to take it like this because that's how it was, and I don't want to be like, oh, flip it. So that's how it was, innocence, right? Yeah. Sometimes she feels a little bit on the fence about whether Lexus's intentions are genuinely compassionate. Like, sometimes, like, is this person like doing things, spending time with me, doing things for me because they actually like me, or because they're trying to escape, or because they have nothing better to do, or because like there's nobody else around them that they can feel that close to? Is that the only reason? Like, I feel like that's kind of in the back of Savanna's mind when she thinks about Lexus. Like, I guess it's kind of like, well, maybe when you get rich and famous, it's like, if you got rich and famous and you left the group, like, would you still be my friend? Like, would you just forget all about us, or like, are you gonna keep these walls up? And you know what I mean? So yeah. So of course, right, Lexus is going through it. Like, they're all going through it, but Lexus, I feel like she's more so like, I need to keep up a wall up with everybody except for Savanna. But of course, because she is that way, she's self-aware that she has she has wounds that need to be healed before she can really have genuine fulfilling connections with people, and so she's putting that blockage up. And so I think it makes sense that even though she is close with Savanna, there is still some sort of like blockages, walls up, right? It's like half up, half down, her walls, Lexus's walls, and that's why Savanna is like questioning her intentions. She's like, I do feel like you're a good person, I do feel like you're not just going to genuinely want to hurt me, but at the same time it's like, are you gonna have my back? Like, I know you're not gonna go out of your way to hurt me, but are you gonna go out of your way to have my back? Yeah, so maybe they have like a, it's like their connection is not that deep. Like they are close, they spend a lot of time, but like the things that they talk about, it's not like that deep. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's how it is, because when you get very vulnerable, when you get emotionally like deep with somebody in the conversations and whatnot, it's like that's what helps to build like this level of safety, this level of security, this level of trust, right? This bond that you know that you can trust, like no matter what, like this person's gonna be there for me, right? Like no matter what. But yeah, so when you don't have that, it's hard to have that trust, because that trust is built through, right, letting those walls down, letting go of control. So I feel like Savanna feels like she lets go of control with the relationship, and I feel like she thinks that Lexus is not making as much of as efforts as she does, or she's not doing that conscious inner work to let go of that control. Yeah. So I want to think of an example. Of like, what are the type of dynamics, the interactions, experiences that they go through, and their dynamic to make Savanna feel this way. I want a little bit more of a specific example, analogy, metaphor. Let's see. Okay. So here's what I got. Is like they're in the dance practice room, right? And Savanna like goes up to Lexus and she's like, oh, can I borrow a brush, or can I borrow like a top or shorts or something, like that. And then Lexus is like, no. She's kind of like annoyed. She's like, oh, seriously, like, why didn't you bring your own? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you prepare better? Like, why? Like, okay, I'll help you, but very hesitantly, very annoyedly, that kind of energy, right? And then what else I also saw was like the brush, or a phone even. Like if she's like, oh, can I borrow your phone, can I borrow your brush, and she gives it to her, Lexus gives it to Savanna, and Savanna accidentally drops it and it cracks, it breaks, and she's like super apologetic. She's like, I'm so sorry, it was an accident, like I'll help you pay for it, I'm sorry. But Lexus is still like passive aggressive. It's like, yeah, she's not gonna lash out at you, but it's like she does withdraw from you, and she does like give you like a death stare or something. That's what I'm seeing a lot in my mind. So it's a very like passive aggressive. So Savanna feels like Lexus is passive aggressive with her, especially when doing things that are like an accident, or like minor, or like so she, like, these are the things that she feels like, wouldn't friends like normally have no problem with forgiving this or sharing this, but she feels like Lexus has a little bit more blockages or resistance when it comes to that, and that's why she feels a little bit like wary, a little bit like, can I fully trust her? Like, is it really that safe with her? I don't know, but oh yeah, so what I'm getting was, I was thinking about that song, the Ariana song, Daydreaming, played in my head again. I saw Savanna daydreaming again, but she's like alone, right? She's alone, she's looking out the window, and then like Lexus comes into the room, and then she's like, she lights up, Savanna lights up, and she's so excited to see her and talk to her. And Lexus does like respond to her and sort of reciprocate, that energy. But at the same time, I feel like Savanna feels like in the back of her mind that she likes Lexus more than Lexus likes her. Or she's capable of more compassion than Lexus is. And so it's like, as much as she feels such a strong connection with her, that's why she feels like, well, maybe I can't get that close to her. I can't get that close to her because she won't let me, or because she's a little bit of a hothead, something like that. Yeah, like a passive hothead, if you will. Yeah, so nothing too major, very like minor petty things that like, oh, if you read between the lines, it could be like a sign, or a bigger red flag, you know what I mean? Or it could be a sign that like could lead to like a big red flag. And so Yeah, but for the most part, right, she's like, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Like, I see both sides. I'm seeing your innocent side, I'm seeing your dark side, and I'm in the fence, I'm in the middle. Like, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna like just go with the flow, wait to see how things go, but at the same time, like, make sure that I protect myself. Yeah, yeah. Interesting, interesting. So that's how she feels about Lexus. Now, how does Savanna next? How does Savanna feel about Camila? Next, how does Savanna feel about Camila? How does Savanna feel about Camila? Oh, you guys, isn't that crazy that like this is like the third person who got the same card. So like they are all mirroring each other and they all feel this like distance, like surface level connection. Like we just know each other off of like the ordinary everyday things like that we have to do together. But you know, even when we do that, we're kind of like doing our own thing in our own zone of, you know, so yeah, they're just not that close. So Savanna and Camila are just not that close. All right, let's, you know, give me more, give me more. How else does Savanna feel about Camila? Okay, slowing down in reverse, slowing down in reverse. So interesting that these are both rainbow, these are both rainbow. The turtle is walking towards the rainbow, right? Slowing down in reverse. So it's like, first off, the rainbow was indicating to me that like she does feel positive about it, like there is hope. There is hope that like, well, maybe one day, and maybe that day is sooner than she thinks, or maybe she's decided to have made efforts to get closer to her or to try to build a bonding relationship with Camila, you know, sooner rather than later. Like she's opening herself up to that, like in the present moment. Like, yeah, we may not have been that close in the past, but you know, maybe now is a good time to try to be open to changing that. Interesting. Yeah. So what else can you tell us about their dynamic, their relationship? What else can you tell us about Savanna and Camila's dynamic and relationship? You know, like why haven't they gotten that close? Why haven't they gotten that close? It just wasn't the right time. It just wasn't the right time, and they never had that moment to like. I guess they never really. I guess they were so busy. They're so busy, and like maybe they were never paired off together in projects or when they're rooming in the dorms together. I don't know. Like they just never really had that like that time to have those intimate moments, right? Where you can have heart to hearts, where you can have like, hey, it's just the two of us, and like let's be ourselves and connect. They just didn't have that, like the time, right? The rightness, like the time, just the opportunities didn't really present themselves in such a fruitful way. You know, it just wasn't that. And yeah, so it's giving like they're constantly surrounded by like tons of people, and so sometimes it's like they need to be alone, right? Like they're so overwhelmed, they're so overstimulated, they're so overworked that like they need to have this alone time, but it's hard enough to get even that. So you know, because it's hard enough to get the alone time that they need, like they definitely don't get that, you know, bonding teammate time that they need. Interesting, you know, but there is hopes. You know, this one also has a rainbow, right? So like, yeah, she is open to, you know, getting closer to her. So last, for the remaining members, how does Savanna feel about Kendall? All right, this one flew out. Letting go. All right, this card always indicates to me that there already was some sort of trauma to make this person feel the need to like be done with them already. So Savanna and Kendall, is that accurate? Did something already happen to them, between them? What happened to have make her feel this way? Okay, this one is okay. Lack of courage. It's like that's kind of giving me, well, maybe they never got that close in the first place. They never had the courage to like approach each other, get to know each other in the first place. Maybe similar to Camila. Yeah, like they just didn't have the time, the energy, right? Lack of healing. That was a lot, but like I feel like this is an alignment. The one on top was in alignment, right? Lack of healing. They didn't have the time to nurture themselves, so let alone nurture each other's relationship, you know. So that's what it's giving. Like they just didn't have the time or energy. But oh yeah, so right, so I was like, why is she kind of just like, well, I'm not even gonna try, right? Like with Camila, she's kind of giving, well, I'm hopeful, you know, maybe. But with Kendall, Savannah's kind of giving, the doors are closed and I don't even really want to try kind of energy. And I was like, why is that? And then this card fell out, right? Exhaustion. So it kind of fell out like this, you know, like this. So yeah, it's more so reverse, but kind of like in the middle. So it's like she is exhausted, but she could not let that be an excuse. she could not let the exhaustion be an excuse to keep a distance and not get to know this person, but she's choosing to let that be an excuse and to let it go. Now, why is that? I want to get more specifically on like why is it with Kendall she's like, I don't even really want to try. Did something happen between them? Let's just ask that. Did something already happen between them? Understanding in reverse, maturity in reverse. Yeah, I feel like some things did happen, like petty things, small things that like they rub each other the wrong way, and like that makes each other think, oh, you're such a immature, insecure person. But it's really just because they don't understand where each other's coming from, and that's why the judgment comes in on like, you don't get it, you're so like, immature. So yeah, let's try to meditate on what specific examples, like what is a scenario, a metaphor in which to explain their dynamic and what type of things, petty things might have went down to get this result in this relationship. Like, so what happened? Okay, awareness. Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting like they just never really made that many attempts. They never really made that many attempts to get close to each other, and the attempts that did happen just fell flat. It just fell flat. It fell flat, and it made them be like, well, it made them feel like it's kind of pointless. At least Savanna. Like it's kind of pointless to like get closer and get to know her, because I think it must be because she sees this person is already closed off. Right? Isolation, right? What is it? Kendall got the card for isolation a lot. And so it's like Savanna sees, okay, this girl, she doesn't even want to get to know me. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say. Savannah feels like Kendall doesn't even want to get to know her, but she feels like it's not personal. She feels like it's not personal. It's just a reflection of like how unhealed Kendall is, right? Like, Kendall's going through her own stuff right now, and that's not my job. That's not my place to try to figure that out for her, especially when they're not open, which I think is a healthy response. Like if somebody's not open to your help or to your love, like it's only the right thing to protect your own energy, and not pour into a cup that would just pour your love out. You know what I mean? So I think she is doing the healthy thing. Like it's a healthy response to like see somebody who's closed off and like not, and like that's reason enough. Like she's closed off. She's not trying to really get to know me, or get that close to me, or she doesn't even want to. So it's like, what's the point? Like that's enough for me to say and feel like, what's the point of getting close to this person? Yeah, right. It's like sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, want to peel back the layers and the curtains to get to a bond, a connection, to see the real them. It's like neither of them. I feel like it's in the middle to say that, like neither of them really want to. It's like they're both kind of open and kind of closed off. So like neither of them really want to, and because neither of them really want to, and that's why it's not going to go anywhere, and that's why she's like chosen to let go already. Interesting. I wanted to look for one more card, and so this was at the top. I feel like this, I was like, should I take this? Does this make sense? And then like we got this card right under it, success. So I feel like it's to say yes, like take this as a part of the message. Like she is trusting. Savanna is trusting. Like she's not letting go just to be bitter. You know what I mean? She's not like, oh, I hate her, she hates me, so whatever. It's not like that. It's like, all right, I'm gonna choose to surrender and trust. Like right now it's closed off and it's not working out, but that doesn't mean that it's never gonna get there. So it's like she's not gonna try now, but she's not closed off to forever is the point. So she is still like open to getting close to Kendall. It's just like she feels like Kendall is like really maybe more stressed out than the rest, and so like to the point where like she can't connect with her, even if she really wanted to, and even if she really tried, she couldn't. Right? And she feels like this is what Kendall needs. Savanna feels like this is what Kendall needs, and that's why, right, she's giving her that silence, giving her that distance, right? And then maybe hopeful for that new beginning. Like maybe it'll come along that way if we handle it in this way. So yeah, once she's open, there is an openness, there is compassion, there's understanding, there's room for growth. There's room for growth in Savanna's mind. As much as she's letting go, there's room for growth. Okay, guys, I also, what came to my head when I was doing other things and I was thinking back to like the whole Camila and Kendall situation, and I wanted to add that I felt like I felt like I felt like it's not such a black and white situation where it's like, oh, well, you clearly went behind my back and talked to this guy that I liked. I feel like it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Like, it's not like she wasn't being like a direct like mean girl to her about it. Like, she's not like, I want to steal your man. Like, I don't care if I do. Like, else, you know what I mean? It wasn't like that. And what I feel is it's like Kendall and Camila are talking, right? They're talking. This cute guy walks by, and then Kendall's like, "Oh, he's pretty cute, isn't he?" And then Camila's like, "Oh, you know what? Like, yeah, that guy is actually pretty cute." But then she like, whatever. And then Kendall's a little bit more like, "Ooh, I want to get to know this guy," but she keeps that to herself, right? And then they're just going about their life, and then this guy happens to like hit on Camila, right? And then Camila is she does get that sense of like, right, the consciousness, like, to reminding her like, hey, didn't Kendall say that she liked this guy, right? But I have a feeling that the way that Kendall said it, like, it wasn't very direct, or like it wasn't clear, like it wasn't like a lot, like it was like a small thing that like that left the impression in her mind that, well, maybe like it's probably not that big of a deal, like she's probably not even that interested, like it was just you know what I mean, like. Yeah, so it's like Kendall said something small to indicate. So it's like the indication was there. The indication was there, and that's why Camila, like, it did occur to her. The thought did occur to her, but like the indication wasn't that strong, right? The implication of like how much she liked him or wanted to get to know him wasn't that strong, right? And so that's why Camila was like, yeah, I'll just do what I want. It's probably not going to be that big of a deal. That's how Camila felt. I feel like, and it was because she probably felt that way because what I was getting was like the man that her crush, Kendall's crush, both of their crush. Like he was always more interested in Camila. Like I feel like the man just really showed interest towards Camila, and Kendall never really took action towards this man, and so that's why Camila felt like, oh, is it really that wrong if I just like let this guy pursue me and just be open to it, because I'm not going out of my way, but like he likes me, you know what I mean? And like Kendall wasn't that serious, was she? Like it's giving that energy, it's not really that, it wasn't a vindictive type of thing is what I wanted to add. Okay, so now going back to Savanna, we just went to how she felt about all the members. So now how does Savanna feel about KG? How does Savanna feel about KG? Ooh, adventure is out there. So look at that. Another one where they're seeing they're seeing KG as like an empowered woman going on a journey that only the strong can go on, right? And it's like, this girl, she seems so small, she seems so young, so inexperienced, so powerless, she has nobody around her, but she's still going out, venturing out on her own anyway. It's admirable. It's like she sees how brightly she shines. She's like proud of her for shining that light, right? That's why this card came up, right? She's proud of her for this venture, for that, for like being where she is and going up against something so big and so much more powerful than she is, right? Venturing out into like this deep dark forest of the unknown, right? It's like she feels like she's incredible for that. Yeah. Anything else? Let's try to get one more. How does Savanna feel? Too much of the same card, so let's shuffle it better. Anything more for how Savanna feels about KG? Inner voice. Okay, why does Savanna feel like KG is not listening to her inner voice? Why does Savanna feel like KG is not listening to her inner voice? Why is this inner voice in reverse? Okay, I feel like she worries. Immediately, I feel like she worries that KG is making this decision because she has so many other people in her ear. Because what I was seeing was Savanna, like she's looking at, what's her name, KG having a meeting in like this big conference room with glass doors, right? And so she's able to look in and watch her, and she's kind of like worried and like, I hope she's okay, I hope she can handle this or get through this. And then like KG's just sitting there like a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit like quiet, not really saying anything, but like a bunch of people, a bunch of adults, a bunch of supervisors keep going in and out and around her, everybody's saying their own thing in her ear, right? So yeah, I feel like Savanna thinks that KG might be making this decision, even though it is a brave decision that she's like, this is commendable. She does feel like she does worry. She does worry that she's making this decision based off of like what other people are pressuring her to do, what other adults are pressuring her to do. Like, so she hopes that she's doing this for the right reasons. But we did already pull cards for like how KG feels. So I do feel like KG is doing it for the right reasons, like from KG's point of view. But Savanna, her point of view is she worries. She worries. I think because she saw, right? She saw it all go down and the downfall of it all, right? The culmination up to this lawsuit, and so she's a little bit more worried because she knows how many people are involved and how many, right? How powerless. I think, yeah, she kind of like the fact that it's a little girl here as well. It's like she kind of feels, Savanna worries that KG is like a powerless. Like, she sees that KG is a powerful, strong woman person, but she worries that she doesn't have like the resources. It's like because she knows like she doesn't have the resources that these big companies do, that she's going to get crushed and silenced. Yeah, so Savanna, she's rooting for her, but she doesn't have faith like in the system. She doesn't have faith in the justice system. Especially because like they're foreigners is what I'm getting. Like they're foreigners. It's like we're foreigners and we're so young. It's like it's not realistic to her to feel like we're gonna be able to understand and overcome a system that is not even in our first language, and so. And because it's not in our first language, it's so much easier for all of like even KG's lawyers, even people who are on her side, like it's so much easier for them to like whisper the wrong things in her ear or like twist things a little bit because she doesn't have the full understanding, the full awareness, or because she's like depending on all the adults around her to make the decisions or on like how to move forward with this lawsuit, like which makes sense, right? Because like how else are you going to know that unless you're like unless you already have been through this kind of thing and you have experience, and she's a very young person, this is all new to her. So it is very normal and natural that Savanna feels this. Like I feel like it's coming from a valid place. Like it does make sense that she is worried about this, and I feel like objectively, like there is reason to worry about it, right? And that's not to say that it's likely that her fears would come true, but that's just to say like there is reason to worry about it. Like for all the things that I said, it's possible for KG to get taken advantage of, especially when you're in an emotional turmoil, right? You're going through a dark stage in your life, losing a family member and having to speak up against such a big power. It can be very scary, and so it's valid that she worries for her in this way for these reasons. And then we also got new vision, but it was in reverse. So Savanna also kind of worries. She's like, as much as I can admire you for doing this, I also kind of feel like maybe it would have been better for you to just focus on yourself, right? And not have to embark on this big fight for yourself and all these other people, and just do something that's just for yourself, and that to improve your life, right? Like forget about all the people that brought you down and like that kept you down, and just move forward and like make that your focus. Because when you're in a lawsuit, right, you have to confront the past, you have to confront the people who hurt you, and that can be very traumatizing and triggering and put you back in that same place of that you're trying to grow and walk away from. And so that's why Savanna feels like maybe it wasn't the best decision for KG personally, like on paper, for the greater good, and it is, some elements of it can be helpful for KG herself, but I have a feeling that Savanna feels like it would have been better, maybe it would have been better for KG to let it go about what happened here, and to just move forward. To just move forward. So Savanna feels like KG is entering into this fight, entering into this big war, right? You gotta suit up and you gotta fight all of these ghosts, right? The ghosts of the past, and you gotta, like, it's very difficult. She's worried for her because she knows she has a difficult journey ahead, and that's why she's worried for her. But this is all about her fears about the lawsuit and stuff. But how does she feel about KG as a person, as an individual, as like their own relationship outside of the lawsuit? Like how did she feel about KG? Breakthrough in reverse. Okay, so now I'm like, when you're in reference to like, how does she feel about like her as an individual and their personal bond? Breakthrough in reverse, like like when you think about it, break through, look at this image, right, as somebody who's breaking through the surface and who's going deep and who's getting vulnerable, right, being bright, shining their light, being open with this bright light, right? And so the reverse of that is, you know, staying beneath that surface, dimming your light. Yeah, so I feel like that indicates to me that they just were not that close in the first place. Like they didn't really have much of an other bond, and maybe that's why she has all of these fears around the lawsuit, because they didn't really have like that close of a bond for her to have this understanding about, you know, exactly where she's coming from and how she feels and if she's doing this for herself, and you know, so she doesn't have that understanding, and so that's why there's not a lot more of these fears, because they were not really that close to begin with. And so I have a feeling that, you know, they also had a surface level relationship that they never really got that deep with. Is that accurate, or is there anything else more to add about how Savanna feels about KG as an individual in their relationship? Moment to moment in reverse. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, although they were together a lot and they had a, maybe they were both open to it, they just never really had the opportunities, right? Like moment to moment reverse, it's like the moments were closed off. The moments were they were not here and there. They were less than that. They were less than here and there. They were, you know, they were very rare. They were very, very rare if they ever happened at all. So what I'm getting is they also just didn't really have the opportunity, much opportunity to play in this space of, like, you know, vulnerability, and to see all the colors of the rainbow, of their rainbow, and like to show their true colors to each other. Like they didn't really have that opportunity, because they never really had the opportunity to explore it amongst themselves, you know. Just, you know, they didn't have that time for self-introspection, let alone, you know, introspection with each other. Interesting. No hard feelings. Just I feel like a lack of understanding, but there was and is an openness for the relationship. Oh yeah, there was and is an openness in the relationship, and there is like no hard feelings. Like she does see her as like a good person and like a capable person, somebody that she, you know, can be proud of and admire, even though they're not that close. So, you know, yeah, there's no hard feelings there. Just like a lack of understanding and a lack of like depth. All right, so now let's get into, let me shuffle first. But we're gonna get into, how does Savanna feel about Kaylee? All right, guys, I had to start up on another day again, but back to how Savanna feels about Kaylee. I already gave the deck a good shuffle, so we're gonna pick, how does Savanna feel about Kaylee? Morality in reverse. Uno. She's a little bit like, we disagree, we would make different choices. In fact, I think that you make choices rooted in the ego, is basically where that's coming from. Savanna thinks that Kaylee makes choices rooted in the ego, or at least she did, or she used to when she knew her. That's her perspective. All right, so let's see what else we can get. Right, let's just pick, how else does Savanna feel about Kaylee? Ooh, success in reverse, you guys. I was kind of like, when this first card came up, I was like, am I getting it correctly? These are pretty negative energies. So it's like another one to confirm right off the bat. Like right off the bat, they don't have a good relationship. Right off the bat, there's already tension, there's already judgment, there's already like, so let's get into that. Like, is this because something actually happened between them, or this is just like Savanna being judgmental about what she sees in Kaylee, you know, as opposed to like something actually being done to each other? So, you know, is this just an observation and judgments, or source in reverse? But when you look at it, right, it's like a big eyeball. It's a big eyeball. That's what's being drawn to my attention right now. I never realized that before on this card. It's a big old eyeball. And so, what was my question again? My question was like, is she just judging her, or did she actually do something to her? So like, did something actually go down between Kaylee and Savanna? And the fact that it looks like an eyeball, it's kind of giving me, oh, red card for confirmation. It's kind of giving me Savanna definitely like was just observing. She was just observing, and she's just judging based off what she saw. So like a surface level like they never got that close is what I'm trying to say in the first place. They never got that close, but like she just judged her off of what she saw. It's like an acquaintance. It's like an acquaintance. It's like someone you go to school with, a coworker that like you have to see, like they're just like there, right? Like they're just there because you're there and you're here for the same thing. But like it's like from the things that you see about them, it's like you can already tell like, oh, this girl is like, it's not like it's more. Okay, I was gonna say it's like when she met her, she's like, oh, you can already tell that I'm not gonna get along with her. But then I felt like that's how a lot of the other girls' relationships were. And so how do I differentiate between Savanna and Kaylee? I feel like it's more so right. So I was remembering how I've said that about a lot of the other girls, or a few of the other girls' dynamics, about how they could kind of already tell that they're just not going to get along because personality differences, and their personality types just like really rub each other the wrong way, right? But it's just who they are. So it's kind of like that. But I feel like the difference with Savanna and Kaylee is more so like it's going a level beyond that. It's going a level beyond that in terms of like dislike. It's like more than I know that we're not going to get along. It's like you are annoying me already. It's like we don't even know each other and hang out that much, but you're already annoying me. All right. So I wasn't going to take it, but I was like, I guess I'll take it. Okay, because here we have the same card that it fell, and here we have the same card we got before again, and it was kind of fell a little bit more sideways. You guys know I always take that as a sign. So I feel like, oh yeah, oh okay, so the dream is in regards to being an idol, right? And so it's like Savanna is judging Kaylee off of like how she's handled her career so far, and she's kind of, ooh, I'm also getting like I want this so bad, I want this so bad, and like you don't, you're giving up, you're gonna let this stop you, you're gonna let this bring you down, and you're not gonna try harder it's like she was judgmental towards her hardships and how she struggled to overcome them. But it's like she took it personally, like, or she's projecting, Savanna was projecting her own struggles, Savanna's own struggles with having to get to that position in the first place, right? It's like it's like all the seats to get to college, right? It's like we can only accept a certain amount of applications, right? And like we were the lucky few to be able to be accepted and to make it through this far, and like you don't even want to be here, like you're just doing it for your parents, like you're just doing it because you have the money, like like this is for an example of like college scholarships, right? It's like a lot of time in that space, right, people are feeling like, oh well, this person, they don't really deserve it, like they just got it because this and that, and when they don't deserve it or they don't really want it, and so they kind of feel like, oh, you're taking the place of somebody who really does, who really would, right? I think in that analogy of college scholarships, it comes down to like if like a rich kid, if a privileged kid or it gets a scholarship, they're taking it away from somebody who could really need it, who could really use it, who could really appreciate it, understand the full value of it, and I feel like that's kind of Savanna's lens. And when it comes to Kaylee, it's like a jealousy a little bit, because it's like, I struggled so hard to get here, and like you're just letting your dream pass you by, and you're being a Debbie Downer is what came to my head, right? And so I feel like that's where this morality and reverse card was coming from. It's like you're making the wrong choices. It's like you're not somebody I can respect, I feel like, is in a way. But again, I feel like that's just really coming from a place of like immense judgment, and that judgment comes from a place of like bitterness of like your own struggles, right? And maybe that's why Lexus and Savanna get so close, because they are very similar in that sense of like projecting their own insecurities, but not really taking accountability for it. But Lexus did show a lot of accountability, and like she's trying to do the mature thing and learn from it, better herself, and create distance, right, in a healthy way for a healthy reason. And so let's see if Savanna is doing that as well, if this is something that she is aware that like she's just judging her for, or if she just feels justified, or if let's go deeper into that. Okay, you guys, innocence, all right, but like when I'm holding it like this, like it's a little bit more giving reverse, but so it's like in the middle, more so reverse is the energy I'm getting, right? Okay, so that's to tell me that it's more so her energy, Savanna's energy, is more so coming from a little bit of a vindictive, judgmental, negative dark space, like it's a little bit undeserved, like, you know what I mean? It's like she's unaware as well. She's unaware. Right here on the top, it's receptivity in reverse. She's not really aware. She's not receiving the lessons because she's not aware. Right? It's like the innocence is a little bit it's a little bit more so reversed. It's a little bit in the middle because she's not taking the accountability. She's not taking accountability for her part in this perspective, right? Everything is about a perspective. So in reality, she could choose to understand Kaylee and humanize her and like let go of all that judgment and resentment, because and understand that underneath all of that is they're both hurting, and that's why they're reacting the way that they do, right? And if you really did take accountability for that, you would eventually come to see that. And so it's like it's the inclination is there, right? That's why it was a little bit sideways, the innocence card, but more so reverse, because the inclination is there, but she's choosing to like ignore it. She's choosing to just like, it's like holding on to anger, right? Holding a grudge against someone. It's like Kaylee didn't really do anything to her, but it's like she represents, it's because Kaylee represents to Savanna people who have more privilege, and to take things away from you, even if they're not working as hard as you are, right? So it's kind of like the Katseye with Manon situation, where it's like everybody else felt like she's getting special treatment because she is, struggling, but she's getting to, she's not like, we're all struggling, but she's not continuing to push through like the rest of us. That is the same energy, and like that's how Savanna feels, right? And so it's like she's choosing to still hold that against her rather than have understanding for her. But then again, right, it's because like they don't really know each other that well anyway. But you don't have to know that person that well to let go of that judgment. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's very interesting, very surface level judgments, and it's not even really Kaylee that does this. It's like, right, Kaylee didn't do anything to make her feel this way but be herself. Kaylee's just being herself, and like that's why what I was trying to say is that Kaylee represents that to her, a fear that somebody more privileged who's not working as hard could take something away from her. She represents that to her, and that's why, right? And so it's like, right, so Kaylee's just being herself, and so like because she represents that to Savanna, like anybody who represents that would trigger that in Savanna. Right, so it's really just she's mirroring that to her. And Savanna doesn't really want to break through that and form a connection and bond. I guess the opportunity is over. I guess, sometimes like you're never meant to, like you're not meant to like get close with everybody, right? Sometimes we're just meant to come into each other's lives to be that mirror of like what it is in our own reflection that we need to, that needs healing, right? So like this part of her still needs healing. That's why it's coming up, right? Nobody's fault. And I have a feeling like Savanna never took action or did anything on it. it was just all like judgments in her head, right? It's just like she's just watching from afar in a negative way, and just observing and judging, and all of that judgment just stayed in her head. So nothing really happened between them, and it's not even personal, like why she feels so triggered by her. So another beautiful reminder that we all have insecurities, and it's nobody's fault. Like you can blame that person for like being annoying and doing this and making you feel that way, but it's not gonna take away that feeling, because you're the only one who has the power to change how you feel. You're the only one who has the power to heal, all right, yourself. Like others, everybody and everything can have influence. Everybody and everything can influence you, but it's ultimately your choice at the end of the day what you do with that influence, how you react to that experience. So another beautiful reminder that is the key. All right, interesting. Now we're going to move on to how Savanna feels about JYP himself. And that was weird. I just acted and said like that, and as soon as I was acting that way, I knew that I was channeling, and what was coming to my mind's eye was Savanna, she was like singing, she was like being the MC to like introduce JYP on stage. and she was like being goofy like I was, having fun with it. And I feel like that's because she enjoys that part of JYP himself. That's why in that vision she was the one who's like introducing him, because it's like she like she's like cheering him on, rooting for him, like she's encouraging that behavior because she does, she enjoys it, and she like looks up to JYP, admires JYP for that reason. It's kind of like, I want to be like you, when I grow up, like I want to always have that part of myself. I think it's because they all can relate to having like this idol dream, this passion for singing and dancing and performance itself, that like they could see that in each other and appreciate that in each other, and yeah, and so that's why she's like looking up to him, like, I want to be like that when I grow up. I want to be somebody who never loses that. I see that you have that same passion that I do, and I want to be like you and grow up to never lose that, right? And so yeah, that's she admires him for that. Yeah. Anything else, guys? All right, the full new beginnings. What is this in reference to? At first, ooh, yes, okay, trust the guidance. So the first thing that I got was with Katseye came to my head. So the rebranding, it had to do with their rebranding. She doesn't believe in or trust it. Oh, door chime for confirmation. She doesn't really have full faith in their rebrand. So is that accurate? Innocence in reverse. Yeah, it's like secretly she's like very much against it. Secretly she doesn't agree with it. She's like rolling her eyes is what I see. She's like, we have to do this. This is so like lame in a way. So I feel like she's kind of like a very judgmental person, perhaps. And when you're a judgmental person, it's because you have a lot of bitterness, for like angry at like the way that like the imperfections of yourself and the imperfections of life, right? It's hard to be happy so she's giving a little bit perfectionist vibes. Perfectionist people, judge a lot. I was there. I definitely have a lot of perfectionist tendencies. So I relate. So it doesn't make her a bad person. It just makes her somebody who's really in her head and really hurt people, right? And so when you're hurt and you're unaware and you're unwilling to like consistently call yourself out and like hold yourself accountable, then you're just like you're lashing out, judging, right? And so yeah, she's pretty judgmental also about the rebranding, and she's not for it. She doesn't agree with it. She doesn't like it. It's not her personal taste. It's not her personal like choices. Like she doesn't agree with it. And it makes me feel like she would do the exact opposite almost. And so she's like, Katseye came to my head because yeah, she's trying to say like, like I see Savanna like in their new Girlset outfit, and like looking at it like, seriously, like looking at Katseye like, you're just trying to make us like an off-brand version of them. Like that's just gonna make us fail. Like I totally don't believe in that. Like we should just be totally different. We should just be completely different. We should be the complete opposite of Katseye. Like I feel like that's what Savanna thinks. And so although she does admire JYP and think that he has like a good vision, a creative vision, she doesn't believe in the new direction. So is there any more to say about that? All right, what direction? Let's say, what direction does she want to go if she had the choice? Ooh, you guys, ooh. All right, so if she had the choice, it's like she would be like their number one group. She's like, I want JYP to invest in us like as a priority, and like because I know if he does, like we would be his most popular number one selling, like yeah, that's how she feels. She's like, if he gave us the opportunity, if we had more resources, then we could be even better than a Katseye or than everyone and anyone. Like I could be the most giving him the most money. It's like I have all this to offer, I have all this potential, and you're just like, you're not gonna let me shine. You're gonna make me keep my shine all to myself. Like, yeah. So it's like, what I'm getting is more glamorous. Like she wants things to be a little bit more glamorous. Like, their styling, their concept, their vision is like she wishes that they could be luxurious, like glamorous, a lot more of that type of energy, concept, and vibe. Okay, anything else about like have a group come to my mind about what direction she would like prefer to follow. Possibilities. I did get Blackpink, the song Blackpink, the pink venom, the chant at the beginning. Yeah, and then when when I heard that, I just saw her like, you know, doing the little walk, like with the girls, like they put their arm around each other and they do like the slow walk, like with the crisscross, right? And they're like, what's the word? I don't know, like doing the model walk, right? And so slaying as per usual. It's like she wants to take it in that direction, in like even more mature direction, even more, but like a little bit more classier is what I'm getting than Katseye. Like, not that Katseye is not classy, but a little bit more like richer vibes is what I'm getting. Older, richer vibes. Because yeah, I feel like Katseye is like, I'm not saying they're not classy, but they are a little bit more youthful, they're a little bit more casual, a little bit more, and of course they do, you know, they do class it up for sure enough, you know, for sure. But I just feel like this is the vibe Savanna is trying to like differentiate from, a little bit more like Blackpink, a little bit more like where Blackpink is now, like how they present themselves now, right, is how she'd like to. I'm getting like a slick back bun. I'm seeing Savanna in a slick back bun, so you know, in kind of like the Jasmine like bubble hair. So it's like very like rich woman, which, and I'm seeing some event that Katseye did recently, like they were all wearing black, and then it was only Mano and Sophia who are wearing white outfits, and like Mano was wearing like this triangle cut top and then like the mermaid skirt, and then Sophia was wearing the like suit, the kind of suit that like the sleeves like are open, and then very stylish, very luxurious, very elegant, very like rich person, classy but still sexy. And I feel like that is the vibe that she wants them to go in, and that's the direction. Yeah. So what I'm also getting is very girly, very elegant, very girly, right? And not really like this like tomboy badass direction. But I also feel like Blackpink was also did have that like, I remember saying that I felt like JYP is taking it in the direction of Blackpink, or he was more so inspired to be how Blackpink is now rather than Katseye. But I feel like Savanna thinks that, oh, we're more so looking like Katseye. We're more so looking like Katseye, right? So I feel like, you know, she does like it, the direction that Girlset is doing, is because the possibilities here, it's also making me feel like, you know, we can do it all. Like, I don't think we can only just do one thing and whatnot. But she's like, if I were free to choose, I would choose that specific direction, right? Where the grass is always greener and we're living in luxury, right, and abundance. I would choose that, where that's our image, where our concept is like luxury and abundance, and like elegance, feminine elegance. Yeah, because I feel, yeah, one of the girls, it's like what came to my head was Savanna feels like when you first start out in this industry, you have to like do things, you have to come across as more relatable at first. You have to come across as more relatable, and the more and more successful that you get, the more and more like exclusive that you become, the more and more inaccessible you become as a celebrity, right? Like right now at their beginning stage, it's like, we want you guys to do lives, we want you guys to be casual and be like, where, you know, you're one of the fans in a sense, where like you're very relatable to the fans, you're you know, you're among the same age group and blah blah blah, like we're peers, right, we're one of you type of energy. But like Savanna kind of wants to make it like start off where they're already at the top, like, you know, like she's kind of thinking about it like in the ways of manifestation. Like, if you act like you are a millionaire now, then of course you're more likely to manifest becoming one, if you already believe that you are capable and you are worthy, like now, you know. So like she's trying to do that. She's like, I want to act like we're already at the top and already like that. Right, I want to act like we're already at the top and we're already like the number ones. And okay, I was trying to say, like, look at the energy of this woman here. It's like Savanna wants to be treated like that, like I'm exclusive, like you can't even have access to me, like very diva. Like she wants their concept to be very like a diva-ish, right? Diva attitude. And she's like, if we act that way, then people will treat us that way. And so it's kind of giving she's worried about how people are going to treat them, because she's worried about being compared to other groups. So that's why she's like, she has such a strong like urge or emphasis on like being like, you know, seen as like a gem, one of a kind, and held above the rest, and like secluded, exclusive, like that kind of thing. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I guess anything more to say, if like, well, I guess because she disagrees so much with like JYP's vision for things when it comes to Girlset. So how does she feel about JYP then? Like, I mean, of course, she's still in a good light. She's still in a good light. She's still seeing him in a good light. Slowing down in reverse. Yeah, because if it slowing down was upright, I feel like it would be saying like, "Ooh, I want to keep my distance." Like he's like falling out of favor, is what I heard. And so the fact that it's in reverse is telling me like, you know, he's still in my favor. I still hold him in good light, in high regard. Um, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I may not like agree with him, but I do respect him. I do respect him. I do appreciate him. I do like, you know, that's the vibes. That's the vibes. Very interesting to see how she feels about, you know, to see how like different her vision is for Girlset and like how she'd like for things to go. Right, so I also wanted to add for some reason, it's like she liked how girly Vcha was. Like it was so girly but feminine but very youthful. So it's like she wants to take how they were to Vcha. She wants to like be a little bit more closer to how they were to Vcha, but improve on that, expand on that, and like grow from that rather than like try to grow from somebody else's image. Yeah, so I know I said Blackpink earlier, but I feel like she's more so just inspired by the like transformation, the glow up that they recently had and like this era that they're in. It's like she's like inspired by that and like wants to replicate that more so than like be like any other group. It's like it's an energy, it's a vibe and an image that she wants to cultivate. But it's something that she would prefer for it to be like, oh, look at how they were in Vcha and like, oh, you know, they grown from it rather than, oh, they're totally different, they're taking a whole new direction. It's like she wants there to be a little bit more look like more consecutive growth, right? So as girly as Vcha was, right, the femininity, but like more grown, more mature, but like not in a like, oh, we're being sexy for shock factor to grab more attention type of way. But she likes what I'm getting is like a subtle sexiness, right? Because right when I said Manoa's dress, Sophia's dress, right, these are very, and it's reminding me of this dress also. It's like very goddess like, very flowy, but also still very feminine, very like fitted in certain ways, so that it does get still that feminine energy, but like luxurious. And yeah, I don't know why I went so deep into this, but it's, yeah, I have a feeling it's because like Savanna really, yeah, like it's hard not to get to her when she thinks about JYP, or like it's hard, like it's, yeah, I have a hard time talking. Like it's something that she has to suppress. Like it's a big part of her that she has to suppress. I mean, imagine having to, like, this is how it is for all K-pop idols, right? You're just told like, all right, this is our new song, you know, for the most part. Like if they are allowed creative freedom, it's very little, and if they get credit, that's a whole different story, right? But for the most part, they're given the song, they're given the outfit, they're given the options, like, oh, you can choose between these, right? But they're given a finite amount of options or choices, right? And like they're given like, this is what we want you guys to do, this is how we want you guys to present yourselves, and right, so there's not a lot of choice, right? But yet you have to act like, you have to perform like this is something that came from, you know, your own creation. Like I'm also remembering like a Blackpink interview with the Zach and Zhang show. I don't know, but from that show, the Zach Sang show, I don't know. But he asked them about their creative process, and they were like very, you know, beating around the bush, like indirectly saying that it's like, you could just tell that the way they said it, like it's like they couldn't really outright say that like, we don't really have the choice, we're given the music. But like she just tried to play it off of like, you know, we like this vibe, we like the vibe, this is what they gave us and we liked it. Like, yeah, she didn't directly say, oh, we don't have that creative freedom, because like that would be painting the label in a bad light, right? But she beat around the bush to kind of give like a half truth, like to say without saying that, oh, they just give us some music, but we, you know, we like it, we enjoy it, we get to choose what we like, but you know, they give us the music, right, so because there's not a lot of choice in that, it's very hard to like have to put on a show and a smile the whole time and be like, you know, I love what I'm doing, and even though like this music or this song is not something that I would really be interested in or care to support, if like I didn't have to, but you know, I love it. Right, it's also reminding me of that viral edit of like Michael Jackson in one of his interviews about one of the last concerts he did or whatever. He was like, you know, the interviewer asked him how he felt about going on tour, and then he was like, oh, I hate it, like every time I go on tour I'm so exhausted, like I can't, you know, it takes a toll on my body, and you know, this and that, and like the people behind, right, his team, they're like, you can't say that, Michael, right, and so they had to cut. He's like, all right, I'm gonna get out, you know, I'm gonna get the nice out, you know, do what you got to do to make a more entertaining, a more endearing clip, right? And so, right, they said action, and he's like, I love touring, and everybody just started cracking up laughing because you know, it's clearly not how he feels, but it's kind of giving like that, where it's like that's the face that they have to put on whenever they do these comebacks, and it's not something that they personally like, right? So you know, it's hard to say, you can't say it, but you have to suppress it, but it's so hard to like to have to constantly perform, like even when you're off stage, you know, I'm not talking about a literal performance, I'm talking about like you know, having to perform in the sense of like, I'm fine, I'm happy, this is great, I love this, I love what I'm doing, you know. People pleasing, yeah. So like that's why I feel like I went on this long, it became such a huge tangent, I feel like, because whenever she thinks about JYP, like especially during this time in their life and in this transition into Girlset, it's very hard for her not to think about that, or not to have that be in the back of her mind when she thinks about JYP, although she does respect him and like is grateful to him. It's very hard not to let it bother her, and I think, you know, that's very understandable. You know, like I said, right, it's, if you're a people pleaser, you know how hard it can be, how draining, you know how draining it can be to have to put on that mask and perform all the time, most of the time, right? So yeah, that's very interesting, yeah, because I get the feeling that like that's like Savanna, it's not, this experience, this feeling is not unique to Savanna. I feel like so many idols, trainees, or whatever, have to go through that whenever they become a part of the group, you know, or even in the trainee stage, right? Like you don't get to really choose, or you know, if you get to choose, like you know, there's all this pressure to have to make this certain choice that like you think that other people are going to like more, you think that the judges are going to react better to, right? Like there's all these other choices. So it's like Won Young in that like game show that she was on, competition show, right, to get into Produce 49 or Eyes One, I think that's the one, right? So she was like 13 or whatever, and she was like doing that song all night, the Ariana Side to Side, right, like a explicitly sexual song, and she was performing it and doing a sexy little dance to it, a sensual dance. Like just because she's a teenager doesn't mean that the sensual movements like become non-sensual, like, you know what I mean? It's like, and like the K-pop industry teaches you, it shows you, it's proof that like you can teach children to be sensual and sexual, you know what I mean? And like we all have that curiosity even from a young age, so you know, kids are gonna want to be curious, right? But that, so like people use that excuse, pedophiles, people who are groomed, right, they love to use that excuse as well, that, hey, you know, the child chose it, the child wanted it, the child came on to me, you know what I mean? But it's the adults in the situation who have the ultimate power, who have the ultimate, you know, foresight, hindsight, to be able to say, because they have life experience, they have more life experience, they have more of that responsibility, that obligation to give more of that proper guidance to that child, rather than just be like, oh, well, you know, you chose something that was toxic and healthy for you, but hey, that's your choice, you know? It's like they're not an adult, and so like you have to give them a little bit more grace with that. But you know, a lot of people use that excuse with Won Young, like, hey, she chose that song, did you guys know that she chose that song? Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, it's like a lot of things are like indirectly said, and so there must have been pressure to, it's like, you know, it's like at that young age, you know what the judges want, you know what they like, you know, like you could get that sense that sex sells even at the young age. So I feel like that's what Won Young was doing when she chose to do that. You know, it's, if you're choosing to do something like that, it's because you already have trauma. And you believe that like in order to get accepted, you need to behave in this way, because this is the way that the world has shown you that like everybody loves this, right? You know, and so that's why kids do that. That's why kids sexualize themselves, right? It's because they want to be accepted. All right, so I don't know why I went on that tangent. Right, so yes, that was just another example is coming to mind of how idols and trainees are like pressured to perform in a way that is you know, unhealthy or a little bit degrading or a little bit like taking advantage of them type of way and energy. Like, so that's what the point was, is that a lot of idols do have that experience of having to do something that they don't necessarily want to do or agree with in order to make the judges see you in a good light and get to the position that you want to get to, right? Yeah. So yeah, like doing things, behaving in a certain way to like be more favored, right? Because you know that the judges will like this more because they've already shown that, you know what I mean? Like, it's unfortunate, but it's true, and it's just very common. It's just very rampant in the idol industry, but also in the world, Interesting. So I think that goes to show, like, as much as like they want to do whatever it takes to attain their dreams, right? Like sometimes that takes you to like a dark place. Like this is what I'm talking about in terms of like what it means to sell your soul. It's like you just do things that you don't really want to do, that are not in alignment with your true authentic self. That's what it means. And I feel like they're constantly having to be put in this position as an idol, to do something that they don't really want to do or agree with doing, and just for the sake of performing and just for the sake of the highest chance of profit. And so I feel like Savanna's like, you know what, if we're gonna do things for this highest sake of profit, like why don't we do something where like we're actually gonna like it and enjoy it, because that's what makes the projects good, in Savanna's opinion. And objectively, I think that that's true. Like your joy, how much you enjoy something. The reason that people like look at the fan cams and stuff that are the most viewed, I feel like it's because people are able to enjoy watching the other person enjoy themselves, right? Like looking at their confidence, looking at how good they are, how skilled they are, right? It's like, wow, like this person is glowing, right? And you're receiving that energy, like reciprocating or like living vicariously through just by watching, right? And that's why you're so like magnetized and drawn to that person or video. That's why the collective is, because like you see that person enjoying themselves, right? And like I feel like at a soul level, our soul knows that is where we're called to be. That's where we're all meant to be, in a place where we're being our authentic selves, and like standing in our full power, doing what we love and glowing while we do it. And so I think that's why it's so alluring, right? And then you can think and you can look back onto the videos that get the most hate, right? And like, people hate on the people that they see that are clearly uncomfortable, or that are clearly like make a mistake or not as good as the others, right? People hate on that because I think people hate on that because it's like they see themselves in it. They see their own insecurities and or faults in that person, and then it triggers them. It makes them upset because it's like, well, this person is like still living their dreams. This person is still like taking a spot on the stage, and they don't even know how to shine. And like I could do it better. I would do it this way if I was them. Like, and like it's like that. It's like that kind of energy. Yeah, so I feel like this is very common. This is very common in the idol industry, and Savanna is not alone in feeling that way. Far from it, right? And it can happen. It can happen in a lot of different ways too. It doesn't have to be in only, right? Like it can be the way that you're styled. It can be the style of song. It can be the lyrics in the song. It can be the interviewers or the actors that you have to work with. It could be the So yeah, there's a lot of ways in which you're pressured in the industry. Right, everything is just so for the sake of face, for the sake of ego, and I think that that's why all these dark themes are entertained so much, because such as suicide, or even planned murder. Like all these dark themes are so deeply webbed into the foundation of this industry, because it encourages that type of behavior where like, let's just do things for the sake of profit. Let's not be authentic. Let's not follow each other's joy. So it breeds. It's a breeding ground for these types of dark energies and behaviors, because it starts with the smaller steps, like like let's just wear this, let's just perform like this, right? It starts there, and then it snowballs into like more darker things where but that's not what this video is about. But the point is just to say, like, this is it's not as glamorous as it seems. It's not as glamorous as it seems. it's not as glamorous as it seems, but also, you know, it's nobody's a victim. Like Savanna, everybody, like, they want to do this, they want to withstand it, and they want to keep going despite all of the toxicity that they see, or whether they're aware of it or not, right? It's like they want to keep going because they just want to follow their dream. They're just so deeply, badly want their dreams to be able to manifest. And, you know, so that's why it's like, so it's just a perfect breeding grounds, right? People who so deeply want that, and then you put them in this system, in a toxic system, and then, like, it's very easy to influence them, to pressure them without even like giving them that ultimatum, right? It's like it's very easy to pressure them to make the decisions that they don't really want to, right? Because it's like, well, you could leave, of course, it's all up to you, it's your choice, but, you know, if you don't do this, then, you know, you're not really going to be favored, and if you do this, then you're really going to be favored, you know? It's like I think it was a part of the lawsuit, a KG, or maybe it was the Katseye documentary, I can't remember, or somebody was like, they're fighting over having to book the practice rooms. Like, nobody said like that, you know, you have to stay late to practice, but they're really, it's like they really imply it, they heavily imply how much more in favor you will be if you do, and how much they'll look down on you if you don't. Like, they're not gonna fire you because of it, but they're really gonna, like, you know, treat you differently if you don't. So it's like narcissists and empaths, right? It's like a perfect breeding ground to, like, they fuel each other, right? And that's why they attract each other, even though they're so opposite. It's like their needs, their wounds, like, are a perfect match to, like, fuel the toxicity within each other. And so, right, and so it starts with not being your authentic self. I just think it's just so interesting. Like, it goes to show how it starts with so small. Like, you think that, oh, well, maybe eventually, like, when I get famous and successful, then I can be myself, but like by that point you have already, like, you know, sold a piece of yourself, gave away your power, and, like, you know, you lose yourself so much at that point. When if you choose to go that route, you already lose yourself by the time that you get there, you know. So it just goes to show the importance of, like, being your authentic self, living life, making your choices with integrity, for the sake of integrity, despite whether you may succeed or not, or be perceived well or not. I think that that's the key to your success. Like, that's the universal law almost, because you know, we can see how the world has taught us the exact opposite. Society has taught us the exact opposite. So what did that do? It breeds industries, it breeds societies, and people, collectives, a world where people are just doing things for the sake of profit, right? And then what does that do? It could get some people lots of success. Some people do get really successful and thrive in this world, but does that get them happy? You know, does that actually fulfill them, their soul, their heart? No, it just fulfills the ego for the most part, right? And that's why they become an endless empty void of, like, I always need to be doing these, you know, taking advantage of people, or, like, doing some sort of, getting away with some sort of crime. It's like you're always doing that because you become an empty void of, like, I don't actually feel fulfilled, and so I constantly need things outside of myself to fill that hole, but it's never enough because I'm always looking outside of myself. I'm never turning within. And so, because when you do it from within, right, then you become an infinite source. You become an infinite source, a sustainable source, like, where you like, you know, nobody can ever take that away from you. You can always be there for yourself, no matter the situation, no matter the outcomes, right? And that's why it's so powerful to love yourself. And that's why it's so powerful to be your authentic self. And so that's why I was saying, like, I think that's a universal law. Like, you can see what it does to you when you do the opposite, right? The world wants you to just chase success, chase material success, chase outward success, right? What other people would say, how other people would think. And, you know, even though you may achieve all those things, you're still not going to be happy, right? And even if you are happy, it's like, it's very short term, right? So, and of course, happiness is not something that lasts forever, right? It's a feeling that comes and goes, but, like, that's the point, is that when it comes from within, you love yourself even when you're not happy. You're there for yourself, you accept the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? So I think that, well, that's that. I love how we got from there to, like, such a deep message about, like, how important it is to be your authentic self, and how that I feel like that's, like, the universal law to becoming, like, a truly successful person inside and out. Right, and you know, this relates because the K-pop industry is just full of that, right? The K-pop industry is just full of unhappy people who are performing for the sake of profit, and you know, you could say that about all the other industries as well. You know, it's definitely not only in K-pop, but, like I was trying to say before, like, it's very is very magnified in the K-pop industry because of the way the system is set up. It's like that's the only thing that is allowed to succeed, or that they want to succeed. Right, because I mean, this may seem crazy, but I'm pretty sure I heard somewhere, if I remember correctly, like in Nepal, for some reason, Nepal doesn't have access to social media or the internet anymore, and there was crazy things going down, like people starting riots, of course, people even committing murders, like murdering each other because there's no internet and social media. There could be, I think there's definitely a lot more to it, but that's the general gist of it. And I think that just goes to show, like people can and will kill each other for anything, and so I think it makes a lot of sense to say that the industry, this type of thing, planning to hurt each other in mental and physical ways. It happens a lot in the industry, and it's rewarded, it's normalized, it's excused in the industry in order to get ahead. It's like normal to have to stomp on each other to get ahead. Like, it's not only normal to have to put on a mask to get ahead, it's also normal to have to stomp on the person's, in front of you, on their mask, right? And be like, look at, and then like take their place. Yeah. And so, like, right? So it seems all crazy, but like, how does it get to that point? It's because you start off being like not being your authentic self, and you become very like resentful, bitter person, right? Like I was saying before, like it's very hard to be happy when you're forced to have to perform in a way that isn't authentic to you. And so, what do unhappy people do? They hurt people. Yeah. Right. So, like, all these crazy deep dark themes start there. They really do. And so once again, guys, my readings always come back around to the core of like of every issue in life. I feel like is a lack of love, the lack of self-love specifically. And it's not like, loving yourself will get you through anything, but it's like it is the first step. It is a first step so that you can take the right aligned action. Because if you're over here hating yourself and hating life, you're going to take action that aligns with that. And then what does that action do? It just takes you further and further into this cycle of self-hatred, into the self-fulfilling prophecy of the world sucks and it only punishes you, and you self-fulfill that prophecy because you believe that, right? So it starts off with changing that belief. And because changing that belief changes the actions that you take. And the actions that you take, it changes the reality that you take, that you live in. All right, guys, so yeah, how beautiful is that? The key really is self-love. Choose yourself, choose what aligns with your heart, with your values, rather than ego, right? If you're doing something for the sake of how things will be perceived, for the sake of how successful the results may or may not be, that is, you're making a decision rooted in ego. If you're making a decision rooted in anger, if you're making a decision rooted in fear, it is rooted in ego, because at the core of ego is fear. At the core of anger is fear. So, and then what is the core of all of those is the lack of love. And so what is the solution? Love. It is never too late. It's never too late. Never too late. It's never too, right? It's never too late, and it's never too wrong. It's never too wrong, right? So it's like, so that's why it's so powerful what KG is doing to change the industry, to call it, look at that, it was right on top. Oh my God. So, right, guys, it really is so powerful what KG is doing, to be the rebel, to break the chains and be like, no, I'm not standing in this goddamn line anymore, doing the things that everybody else has been doing. Like, no, I'm gonna free myself, even if I'm the only one who's gonna do it, even if I'm the only one who's gonna be holding the light in all this darkness. Yeah, guys, it's all about following your own joy, your heart, being playful, letting that inner child come out to play and to heal. Crazy, right? Letting go of the conditioning that makes us feel like we're not worthy for the dream, right? That keeps us, the blockages that keep us from becoming who we are, creating the reality of who we are. It all starts with the belief that we're not worthy, that it's not possible. Yeah, because if you have a dream of being an idol, right, and like it's in this toxic, it's in the, if you have a dream that is like, well, the only way to get there is to do toxic things, then maybe this is a chance and an opportunity to ask yourself, do you want to really free yourself from toxicity right? Or do you want to only do it, do you want to love yourself only on condition, right? Like, oh, I'll love myself only if I achieve my dreams in this specific way, right? No, right? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be for you to be happy, for you to be fulfilled, for you to be successful. And so I feel like whenever you're faced with a conditioning that doesn't align with your heart's values, your joy, whenever you're faced with that, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. It's like, well, you can unlock the door. You can go in. You can unlock it. And you can go in anyway. But does that mean that you're ignoring your inner voice? Why are you choosing to withstand toxicity? Why are you choosing to settle? Right? It's because of fear. It's always because of fear. And so that's how you know that you're not making a decision that it empowers you, or that it's healthy, right? The highest decision for you, right? So honestly, I think that the most powerful thing to do in this situation is to do what KG is doing. It's like, even if I ruin my career, even if I have to start from ground zero, even if I'm the only one who's shouting at the rooftops, right? It's like, you can't create change. And you're only hurting yourself if you're like, if you try to, you're only hurting yourself if you settle. If you try to enter what you know is bad for you anyway, you're only hurting yourself. Right? You think you're helping yourself, like, oh, it may be more uncomfortable or toxic, but it'll be a little bit faster, or it'll be easier than being on my own. It'll be easier than being on my own and being like this young one who has nothing and no one and doesn't know, starting from nothing. It's easier than that, right? And then that's when it just snowballs. Our life just snowballs because the universe is constantly trying to remind us, like, you're in a situation that makes you, that dims your light. You're in a situation that dims your light and that chains the real you. Yeah, so I feel like the most powerful thing is to do what KG is doing and to walk away from it completely, but not just walk away silently, but like loudly, unapologetically, fearlessly, sharing your story, sharing your truth, and then using this experience to figure out what does align with you, and then doing that. I'm not saying that the girls who are staying, I'm not saying that all the idols and everyone in there is all toxic, but you're in a very toxic environment, pressured to make toxic decisions. You are what you eat. You are, you embody the environment that you're in. It's hard not to. And so, this is a good example of, like, in general, what to do. What is the highest vibrational thing to do when you're faced in a toxic environment? It's always going to be to choose yourself, even if that means standing alone and starting from nothing. Trusting in yourself, reconditioning, rewiring your brain to be like, even if I am alone, even if I do have nothing, I trust that I can figure it out. I trust that I can grow to be the most successful. Like, let nothing be a reason to limit you. Right? Like you don't even need, like I was saying before, I think I said before, like, you don't even need a manager, right? You can be your own manager. You can be your own, PR person, right? Like, people say that, well, you need a person for this, right? And like, you don't need one. It does make it easier. But at the same time, it also makes it easier for other people to take a cut from you and to tell you how to live your life and make moves with your career, and it's easy to be like, oh, well, this person knows better. But at the same time, it's like, you don't have to know everything. You don't have to know best. You just have to follow what aligns with your heart's values, right? If you don't know, trust yourself to be able to make a decision through research, right? Like, sometimes we're like, well, we don't know, we're going to trust somebody else's word, and we just, like, hands up, we don't even try, right? But I think we have to inform ourselves. We have to educate ourselves of both sides of the story, both options, with what way it can go, and then we accept like, hey, it could go either way. I am okay with that. I know that I trust myself to be able to be okay no matter how this goes, right? And then just keep learning and just keep growing from there. Well, I really went off into a tangent again, guys, but just so you know, I do love, for my readings, I love to get into the spiritual message and lesson underneath it all, and like how we can all apply it to our lives, and like how we can all relate to it, right? Like, so in toxic situations and environments, like the key is always to choose yourself. And how you do that is by doing what aligns with your heart. And how do you know that is you have to have the discernment between when you're making decisions from your heart or from your ego, right? Deconditioning, that's a part of the deconditioning, because it's in reverse. Deconditioning. Yes. Okay, I think that is enough. I think that's enough for everybody to get the gist of like how to heal from that and what's a high vibrational, universal laws, right? It's like law of attraction, manifestation, these universal laws that we all have the power to influence, right? We all have the power to influence each other, but I feel like the goal is to have that utmost influence over ourselves, no matter the outside influences. I feel like that's all our goals here as human souls on this planet Earth, in this simulation, in our avatars. It's for us to it's for our soul's expansion, our consciousness expansion. At our core, we are souls. At our core, we are beings of consciousness. All right, and so that's what it's all about, expanding our consciousness through experiences, and they grow the most. They grow the most through through pain and trauma, and it's because the wisdom and the lessons lie the most in that. All right, so we did go over some dark themes and whatnot, so nobody's evil. All right, nobody's evil. Even though there was dark themes entertained, everybody is in a dark, toxic environment. Nobody is evil. Nobody is, unworthy of love or incapable of change and growth. Really, it's just like everybody is a product of their environment until they become self-aware to be like, I am the creator of my reality. I am the only one who has the ultimate power of how I react to things, and that influences my reality. Yeah, so it's very interesting. It's like I feel like they really could change the industry if people really rally behind KG's lawsuit and like share their own similar experiences. And that's all it takes, right? Like when you think about anything with like human rights movements, all it took is like it starts. That's how it starts, is people sharing their story and sharing their voice, banding together and being like, this is not a one-off experience that we can just shove it under the rug. Like this is something that so many of us deal with, and it's not okay. And the only way to change it is to bring awareness to it and to figure out why this was happening, why this doesn't work, so we can get closer to what does and what will. Yeah, so I also wanted to add that it's important to be thankful. Like nobody's evil, so that's why it's important to be thankful for even the darkness that does arise, or the shadow aspects that everybody has, and that it's important to show appreciation for that, and not we're not let it slide, not excuse it, that's for sure, but at the same time not demonize it, as in like not allow it to grow and be like cancel culture, right? It's like, oh, you're a horrible person, and you this is who you are, and so we're gonna cut you off completely, and we never want to hear from you again, right? It's like you're not allowing that person to own up to their mistakes and to grow from them, right? So of course that doesn't mean that person is going to choose to, but if you're not giving them that space to do so, then you become the toxic one. But that's not to say that like you become somebody who's just gonna constantly give chances and chances over and over again. No, right after a certain point that person is taking advantage, and then you have every right to set the boundary and say, okay, I'm not trying anymore. So yeah, I do think that the K-pop industry, of course, like anything can be changed. It's not gonna be like one person's doing. It's gonna take a lot of people and generations of work, but it does start with like what KG is doing. It does start with calling things out, calling toxic behavior out, and then it's in that next person's court to take accountability, and then from there, then we can use everybody's experiences to form something that can work better for everybody. Yeah, so it is possible. So I just feel like there needs to be more people, more idols, more trainees who are willing to be brave enough to speak up against, and to be honest about the common experiences that they're sharing, right? Because like I was saying, when you think back to any human rights movement or any sort of like, or like the Epstein files, right? It's like it takes all of these victims coming together to speak up about it, for people to like pay attention to it, for law enforcement to feel the pressure to take action on it. Otherwise it's like, well, if people don't care about it, then the government's not gonna like do anything about it, right? So that's why it always took like a huge community like being upset, right, and demanding better, demanding answers, demanding transparency, and then that's the only way that change throughout human history has been able to occur, like when it comes to like big scale type of community change, right, societal changes. So look at that, right? Just like Eugene, right? It's like to change the industry. It's like KG is being the more authentic Eugene from the Seraphim, right? Like when she made that statement, like I want to change the industry. It's like KG is doing that, and a lot of the time, in order to create that change, you have to completely walk away from it, or you have to completely put yourself in the target of it, and and then sometimes that's the only way, and that's very interesting. So that's how you know that somebody's being authentic. It's like when they're willing to lose it all, but like in a calm and cool, collected way, right? That's how you can tell. So you can tell, yeah, yeah, very powerful, very powerful, very powerful woman, and very powerful movement that KG is creating. And I really do hope that more people are able to jump on board. So maybe that would be a nice, interesting topic since I'm going in on it so much. Let's put some heart. Like, am I accurate in what I'm saying? And is it possible for that change? Okay, so breakthrough in reverse is telling me, okay, there is a lot or some inaccuracies, but I feel like the consciousness in upright is trying to tell me, like, okay, this is when you were talking about consciousness, that's when you're going in the right direction. That, like, they want to affirm that it does all start with the consciousness. So maybe it's not even really about like rallying all these people together for the sake of like making noise, maybe it's not what it takes. Like it's like maybe it can be just one person. Like maybe I was wrong in saying that it needed to be that way because, well, that's the way it's been in the past, right? But then again, that's not a reason to say that it's the right way to do things. Right, so I feel like the universe is saying it doesn't have to be that way. In fact, it can be just like it has to be, or the highest vibrational is like when you're just turning within and focusing on like one person, right? Like if everyone, it takes that one person to decide to live in their light, to do that inner work, and to better themselves from within, to find that source from within, to make priority, to make expanding their consciousness, aka self-development, their priority, right? Like that's the goal. Because if you do that, if you embrace your shadows, and you use it as a compass, as a learning tool to learn more about yourself and how to master yourself, how to master your own shadows, rather than try to like tame them or get rid of them. It's more so how to like make friends with them, more so how to learn from them, how to make them a teacher, how to heal from them and make it mirror yourself even stronger, right? Because when you do that, you become like, ooh, like it's giving like an omnipotent being, the energy of this card. It's giving like you awaken the God within you, the God that is within us all. And when I say that, I just mean like our souls, like our piece of God, like energy. Because when you think about it, we are just moving like meat sacks, okay? And like, what is it that makes us more than that? It's our souls. It is a being of energy, of consciousness that makes us each unique individuals, right? And so, right, so you awaken that like God level consciousness inside of you. And then you become like a beacon. You become a beacon, a one that doesn't shout at the rooftops and like is the brightest in the room and who's like, hey, you need to stand with me. He's very silent. It's very a calm confidence, right? And that alone is magnetizing and will pull in like the people that resonate with that energy, right? And then they'll want to stand with you, and you have an even stronger movement because you're not being the one who's like, hey, follow me, guys, It's like you're standing in your power, and then people just come up to you and they're like, hey, like, what are you about? And they're like, oh, I believe in that too. I want to stand for that too. And it's more powerful because it's like it's like they did it more of their own choice without so much of your influence. You know what I mean? So it's like you become a beacon, a beacon to others, to shine their light in the same way. You inspire them to be more authentic as well. You inspire them to heal that part in themselves, and you inspire them to expand their own consciousness. And so like, yeah, this type of work, it always has to be done by your own choice, and it always has to be done from within. And the best way to inspire that is to be yourself without pressuring, without it's like, what I'm getting is like somebody who's like a bitter, angry person, and they're like stuck in quicksand, right? And they're like, oh God, I hate life, I hate this, and then like somebody walks by and they're like, oh, I hate that person, I don't even want to ask this person's help. you know, like even though they're in a dire situation, they're like, I hate that person, so I don't want to ask them, right? But then that person's like, oh hey, this guy needs help, and you know, they reach out because they look like they need help, so they reach out even though that person didn't ask for help. And then that person is like, oh, right? They reject it. They're like, I don't want your help. You know, you're my enemy. and so that's when it's like helping people. Like the point is like you can only really help people. You can only really truly help someone when they're open to being helped. Right? Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. Just like the Incredibles movie, like one of those guys like sued Mr. Incredible for saving him from jumping off a building because it was his choice, right? And like he wanted to commit suicide, and so he sued him. You know, it's like giving that type of energy where it's like sometimes we think that we're helping people, but we're actually enabling them. We're actually taking away their power to make that decision for themselves, or to learn that lesson for themselves, and to truly fully want it for themselves. Because when you want it for yourself, when you do it for yourself, then you become unstoppable, and nothing is a reason for you to, you know, for you to stop. yeah. Because you want it more than anything. You're not doing it for anybody else, for the sake of anybody or anything else, right? And that's when it becomes godlike. So yes, so that's very interesting. So the true high vibrational way to deal with these circumstances is really, oh, did the lights just went off or whatever for confirmation? The lights went off, you guys. The true high vibrational way to try to change some sort of system like this, like something that's so much bigger than yourself, is to just change yourself, to focus on bettering yourself, and right, doing that just by being yourself, your energy starts to leak out and to bleed into your community, right? And it's like the generosity, right? Kindness, those commercials, right? Like you can make the world a better place by just being a kind person. Like if you help somebody on the street or stranger, and like, oh, that person's like, you just made my day, and then, you know, they go about their day like now in an improved mood, they make better decisions, and they help somebody else, right? And then like that one person that they helped, like they also improve their day, and so that person, I don't know, they happen to have a job where they, you know, help, they happen to have a job or they happen to have like a following, right, where a lot of people look up to them, a lot of people answer to them, and because they're feeling so good because of how you show them generosity, they decided to show that same amount of generosity to like a lot more people, and that one person that you helped so many more people, and like it just goes on and on and on, because each person is affected, and you know what I mean. So like you could affect thousands, you could affect millions. Every little thing does make a difference. Like nothing matters, but every detail makes a difference, right? And so it's like that. And that's why it's so powerful to just be the best version of yourself, and like you don't even have to try to change others or anything like that. And alone is very powerful. In fact, it's the most powerful, because right, you're giving other people the opportunity to make that own change within themselves without influencing them, right? And you're just being yourself. So that's our authenticity. So self-love and authenticity, I think, is like the highest form, the highest vibration. All right. I guess does the universe want to add more to that? My higher self, the highest state of consciousness, right? Goddess, God level energy. What is it that maybe you want to clear up or add on to what I said? Because we're getting deep. Oh, okay. Look at this, you guys. Look at this, guys. We are getting deep. We're breaking through a lot of things. Like these both came in reverse but these are both very similar, right? So these two is the ones that fell on the ground. But I thought, oh, look how similar this one is. So that must be significant. And I think it's to say like this one is trying to show the same message of like you're onto something, but what you're missing here is like this next part, right? Because that's what happened here. Like it's just like, okay, what you're missing here is this one. All right, so I feel like this is saying the same thing. Okay, you're onto something, but what you're missing here is this. So they also want to add this, like how right, so authenticity and self-love is very important. It's high vibrational. It's the universal laws to like fulfillment, to success, to growth, right? To that soul consciousness expansion, right? And unlocking the inner goddess consciousness. And right, the one thing that they wanted to bring up and touch on as well, and is a part of this breakthrough, a part of the tower moment, right? A part of the awakening, the spiritual and soul awakening. A big part of that is also being playful, right? Following your joy. That's why I brought that up so much, but they want to reiterate that here, that's also a part of the key. That's also a part of the universal laws and of attraction and manifestation. A big part of it is following your joy. It's very tied into your authenticity. And sometimes you think that, so it's like it's really important to have that discernment of like whether you're making the decisions because it's truly authentic to your heart rather than your ego. So another way to differentiate yourself or those decisions and to have discernment is, does this bring me joy? Is this something that I can feel fulfilled in because I know that I'll be proud of myself whether it fails or not? You know, will I be proud of myself whether other people will hate me for this or not? You know, will I be proud of myself if I make this decision and I look back on it when I'm 90 years old? You know, like, that's how you can tell when you're making a decision like purely for your own joy, right? And so I'm also getting drawn to the sparkles here. Like, following your joy is a part of the magic, it's a part of the co-creation magic with the universe, and that's why it's a part of the laws, the universal laws here. Maybe I should do a video on that, like universal laws, how to manifest, and law of attraction, and you know, existential questions and like that, like really getting deep into how to expand, how to heal, and all the existential questions, spiritual questions on being a human and whatnot. Like, if you guys have any, please leave them in the comments below. I think that'd be really interesting. Yes. So a part of that magic is the joy. A part of the magic is the joy. And right, even your shadows is a part of that magic. Because if your joy is a part of the magic and the sparkles, then the darkness, what is the darkness? The darkness is simply a sign, a signal. Your emotions are like a compass. So the dark emotions are just a signal that you need to take a different direction. You need to refocus your energies. You need to pay more attention to your energies. You need to, you know, it's calling you to pay attention to what needs to be healed, what still needs to be healed, what part of you is still hurting or feeling less than. Yes, right. And that's part of the magic too, because once you bring attention to that, once you accept that love, that part of yourself, and love it anyway, right? Because all that sadness is always seeking validation from outside of yourself, but it's never enough, because what our soul is really seeking is that validation from ourselves, for ourselves to know that we're always enough, that we're worthy, that we're capable. Yeah. Right, so it's the key because it's the stepping stone to get us to the sparkle part, right? We can't get to the sparkle part if we're lost in the darkness. If we're lost in the darkness and we think that the darkness is meant for suffering and it's useless, you know, like, so getting to that stage of embracing your shadows is what takes you to the next stage of remembering your light, remembering that you are love, remembering your power, allowing yourself to grow into it. Yes. So that's a big part of it as well. Interesting. I love to get deep. I love to get soul level consciousness, introspection. All right. So guys, now we're finally on to the very last question I wanted to do, which was to make predictions for what is next for Girlset. What is next for Girlset, and make predictions like on their success. You guys take a new direction. Oh, you guys, this card fell out on its own upright. Fighting. Okay, is this just something that is going to be behind the scenes between the girls and the members, or is this like something that, like, you know, the members and with the company, or like the company and the members and versus the audience? Like, you know, let's try to get more details. Oh, you guys, alone. The members. What I saw in my head was the members. I feel like the members are going to feel really alone. I'm seeing Savanna in my head a lot for a reason. So yeah, she seemed to be the one. Maybe, I don't know. Oh my gosh, I just went to the bathroom and then like I was getting visions for actually going back to how like Savanna felt, and how like everybody in the industry can really relate to that feeling of like people pleasing, having to perform and do things, pressuring to do things that you don't want to do, losing yourself in order to fulfill what other people want, losing yourself. It's like everybody has to relate to that. And for Savanna, I wanted to add how like what came to my head was Shaywan. I was listening to Shaywan. I was seeing her in my head. From the Seraphim, when they're performing that song, what's that song? It goes da 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 da. Act like an angel, just crazy. Okay, is the name of the song, and I remember her, and she's slaying, of course, and it's like I think that came to my head, because she is somebody who like is such a good performer that like it looks like she is enjoying herself, right? Like, it looks like she's having a good time and enjoying herself even. But I feel like this song in particular with that person is coming to my head because I feel like that song is like kind of clearly what do you call it, like it wasn't an authentic move, it wasn't a authentically creative direction. Like I feel like it was, what do you call it, it was like PR. It was like, it was it's like they just made that song just to like get the gay votes, you know what I mean? Like like it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like I don't think it was any of the idols' personal taste, or you know. And it's like that's the whole entire system. It's like nobody, it's like not, it's not about what anybody wants. You like, you just do it, and that's just how it is for everyone, you know what I mean? But anyways, that specific example is coming to my head because she's like, it's clear, it's kind of clear that like that song was like a money grab. That song was a money grab rather than like an authentically creative decision that aligned with the group and the girls, right? And so because of that, so it made me think of Chewan, how like, oh, she must have like not liked it, and like, but she looks like she's having a good time and enjoying herself. And I was like getting into her mindset, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is her, and this must be what like a lot of other idols do as well. It's like, you know what, like we have to do this, we have to bear and grin it to be able to eventually later get enough power to do what we want later, you know. And it's like, so we grin and bear it, we settle, right? We settle in the hopes of a better future. And so like that's the energy, like they're just trying to make the best of it. Like, oh, we have to do this, we have no choice, so we're trying to make the best of it and enjoy ourselves anyway. But you know, and then that song, the Billie Eilish song, played in my back of my mind, right? In the back of my mind, but I see her in the back of my mind all the time. And then that's when I saw Savanna's face, and it's like, oh. And it's like, that's when I saw her dreaming. Where's the dream card? It's not here anymore. But it's like, I saw her like, you know, looking at like her future self, looking at like the way that she would wish and envision Girlset to rebrand itself. You know, she's looking at that like, I see her, right? It's like that's what they do. It's like they try to make the best of the situation, but they can't help but have it be in the back of their mind, right? Like their true version of themselves is calling them their true, authentic, highest version of themselves. It's like, you know, don't you wanna let me come out, you know? Yeah, it's like, yeah, they try their best to be happy, but they can't help but have that like, this sucks in the back of their mind. Like, yeah, you know, we gotta do it, but this kind of sucks, you know. This kind of sucks. It doesn't really feel like that good or great, you know. And I feel like this is what a lot of idols go through, and that's just their souls. That's just their soul trying to tell them that like, this is really what we want to do. This is really what we want to do. Right, and then what do you do with that? You can either listen to your heart or listen to your ego, and let your heart guide you towards deeper and deeper fulfillment and joy and co-creation, aligned happiness with the universe. Or you can follow your ego and then just, you know, continue to be more and more in the cycle of like reminders and reflections of what it is that you need to be healed, you know. And it's like, yeah, we're never gonna be fully healed because we're imperfect. We're human beings at our nature, right? Imperfection. But I feel like that's the whole point, is that's why there's so many imperfections in nature. Nothing is perfect and nothing lasts forever, because we are meant to embrace that. We are meant to embrace the imperfect nature of ourselves and of others. 4:4 on the clock when I said that. Like, we are meant to embrace that so that we can learn and we can grow from it, right? And embody both sides, the light and the dark, and become even brighter, become even more stronger, wiser. Interesting. Yes. So another avenue I like is and why it's all about self-love, authenticity, following your joy. It's the most powerful thing we can do here for ourselves and others, without even trying to help others. We do just by being our fully empowered, fully authentic selves. Ashe. Alright guys, so now going back to the question I pulled for, oh yes, predictions, and then we got fighting, we got aloneness. Okay, right. So the first person I saw in my head when this aloneness card came up was Savanna. Right, so I was like, she must be going through it, being more negatively affected. She must be harboring more from than the rest of the girls, just from being in the toxic environment of the industry. And I have a feeling that that's true, because when I'm pulling for Savannah and how she feels about JYP, and then we went so deep into the tangent of like the industry, the darkness and the toxicity of the industry, and that wasn't even planned in my questions at all, but it totally makes sense. But and I feel like it is another sign that like it was her energy that led me to there, because that's where her soul is calling her towards, and that's why she's feeling it and being most affected by the negativity the most, because right, she feels this deep calling, right? But I see her to be her most authentic and deep and true self. So a lot of fighting going on because of that, because that she's harboring that. So it's like she's gonna be very unhappy. I feel like it's gonna cause some problems for the group, right? And because why? It's like our joy. It's a universal law that our joy will lead to our success, right? So if something is unaligned, you're not gonna be able to reach its fullest potential, right? Its fullest potential. That's why authenticity and self-love is so important. If you want to reach your fullest potential, your highest possible reality. Yeah, so it makes sense that they're not going to reach that, because this is the type of environment that they're in, right? And because this is the type of environment that they're in, I get the feeling that even the people who are at the very top, like Blackpink and whatever, like even they are not totally fulfilled or totally confident, right, in themselves, or proud of their careers. And I think that that's natural for everyone, but because of the world that we live in, we're pressured, even when we're not in this industry. We're all pressured to live up to some sort of role or societal expectation. Yeah. So yeah, I think even the ones who are succeeding, right, like that's my point. Like if you succumb and you settle and you put yourself into this toxic environment, even if you succeed in it, you're not really going to be happy, right? But are they going to succeed in it? I don't know if they're going to get to that point, because I feel like there's already going to be a lot of conflict coming up in the way. Yeah. So let's get more on that. Let's get more on the predictions. The predictions for Girlset. Let's go. We can go deeper into this one. We can go into a different direction here. Okay. Ooh, you guys. All right. So all these other cards were like upright, and this one was face down. This one was face down. Creativity, you guys. Creativity in reverse. And then letting go was the first card, and then I literally let go of the card, you guys. This is hilarious. Okay, so I feel like this is like heavily confirming that they will disband soon, or they're not going to be able to succeed, reach that level of success, that their goal. They're not going to be able to reach their goals before they get to disband. Yeah, ooh, and why is that? Well, first off, because there's still that lack of creativity, that lack of freedom, right? It's like inauthentic choices. It's like everything. So the lack of creativity card is trying to tell me that it's because of like all the decisions is rooted in profit. It's rooted in ego, like we were saying earlier, right? And because it's rooted in ego rather than for the love of creative expression itself, because it's not rooted in that, they cannot form or really grow and nurture this new beginning. Like they just can't do it because of that, right? And then we also had friendliness in reverse, and so it's like another one to confirm that the members themselves are going to be going through it. And it's like I feel like the cards were already saying that they're all going through it, unfortunately, and everybody's just trying to like survive. Like that's the energy that it was giving. Like everyone's just trying to survive. Yeah, everyone's just trying to survive, So I feel like the current energies are already like everybody's already stretched thin, everybody's already burnt out, everybody's already just trying to get by. So there's not really much farther that they can get, and they're not going to get much closer, because that's not going to change. The way that they're overworked and whatnot, and the way that they feel is not going to change. I feel like it's only going to worsen. And then you get these two cards, comparison and rebel. I think it's because with their case specifically, they have two people who left, and who KG with the lawsuit left in such a rebellious, right, loud and rebellious way. that it serves as an even stronger reflection of comparison in their life. It's like, for other idols, like, let's put it this way, if they were in a group where the people who left were silent and they were ashamed and they were scared and they were silent, it would be a lot easier to stay in this environment. It'd be a lot easier because it's like, well, you can just, you know, gaslight yourself, you can ignore it, you can deny it, you can pretend and fake it, and right. But it's a lot harder to do that when it's like you have this whole, you know, media storm from the lawsuit, like, attached to your name, attached to your brand, and that's calling out this sort of behavior, and that's making you remember how unhappy you were in the past, and that's making you remember how even unhappier you are now, or how much freer and happier you could be if you chose differently, you know. Yeah, so it's like serving as that. It's very triggering for them. It's very triggering for them because of that combination. Yeah, so it's like, and it's upright. The rebel is upright, so I feel like it's viewed in a positive light, and it's kind of like they're hoping, or because it's viewed in a positive light, upright, there's a part of the girls that feel like maybe KG made the right decision, and maybe we're the ones who made the wrong ones. Like, it's the reflection is so big because KG is so loud about leaving, and so loud about how all the toxic things that happened when she stayed. So that's going to cause a lot of problems because it's sitting in the back of all the girls' minds, right? And it's already hard enough for them to feel happy and fulfilled in the environment that they're in. So, and what I'm getting is they're going to disband very soon. It's going to be for reasons that are like behind the scenes, of course, that nobody can really prove or see. But I feel like it's a lot of mental health. It's going to be for the girls' mental health. That's going to lead to their it's going to bleed into like their physical health, and then they're going to be like, all right, it's not a good idea for us to keep going. I think we're going to have to call it quits. I saw Camila in my mind's eye. Camila, Savanna, Kendall. Camila and Kendall are not going to get along. Savanna and Camila are not going to get along. And I feel like that because I see them at like a meeting, meeting table with all the executives and the girls. But like Camila's really eyeing out Kendall and Savanna. And Savannah's kind of eyeing out Kendall a little bit, but more so Camila. And then Kendall's like really eyeing out Camila and a little bit of Savanna. And so I feel like this is the main, of course, we've already acknowledged how Lexus, there's not really that good vibes with her as well. But I feel like that's really the tension, the energies of tension. And I feel like it's going to only escalate. It's going to only escalate in the future to the point where the executives have to sit them down and be like, what's going on, guys? And so I feel like all of this mental stress and all that tension is like, it's going to be like stored in their bodies. And one of them, maybe Camila, one of them is going to have an injury on their leg or their ankle or back. I feel like one of them is going to have an injury, and then that's going to like snowball effect into like the peeling back of the mask, right? And that's going to be the snowball effect to slowly gradually they're going to do less and less appearances, less and less scheduling, like more and more cancellations, just like with Vcha, and eventually they will slowly announce a disbandment. I feel like it's going to go like that. I wanted to add that, like, to expand on the messages of their disbandment, that like between the Camila and Savanna and Kendall, like I feel like Lexus, like she is like just as annoyed and just as like miserable and burnt out as the other girls, but she just really is like trying to keep that to herself. But I feel like the other girls are just going to be really hard for them too. Kendall, I feel like she's going to keep it to herself, but she's not really going to hide how annoyed she is with the other girls. And I felt like the fighting is going to entail that kind of like pettiness and petty energy where it's just like they're having a bad day, right? Because you're so miserable, you're unhappy with your life, you're unhappy with the way, because you like lack of authenticity, right? There's not everything is in alignment, and so you feel it, and you're having a bad day because of it. It's easier to get irritated by all these little things and imperfections when you're already upset and miserable at life, unhappy with yourself, right? And so it's a lot easier to like butt heads with people. And so I feel like that's the kind of thing that's going to happen, petty things like that, where it's like where they're having a bad day, so like they're irritated, they're irritable throughout the day already on their own, and then when they interact with each other and like they're kind of taking their frustrations out on each other, because it's like, oh, I have to talk with you, but I'm already annoyed, so I'm clearly annoyed at you, and the other person is like, oh, what's your problem? And like they're taking it personally, but like really, like, oh, you could just be like, okay, that clearly that person is having a bad day, but you know, because that person is also upset, they're taking it personally, and they're like, well, this person hates me, well, you know what, I don't like them either, they're always annoying and doing this and that, and you know, and then everything just like spirals, and like the fights, they get more and more, right? They get more and more. And I feel like that's the kind of thing specifically that's gonna lead them there, and like that's the kind of fights that they're gonna have, where it's like, oh, well, this person was rude to me, well, this person was rude to me, you know what I mean? And it's because they're just having a bad day, but it's hard to have compassion for that, because they're not having compassion for themselves about that. And another thing I felt like was gonna get them, was gonna irritate them, or be an obstacle, or another stepping stone towards their disbandment, is also the way that JYP is constricting their food. I remember like Momo talking about how she was starving herself and only eating ice, and she literally thought she was gonna die and not wake up one day. And so, you know, as much as JYP is considered to be one of the more nicer and fun or free creative you know, companies, he is still, like I said, he is still a cog in that machine, and so he's definitely promoting that, and I feel like that's definitely going to take a toll on the girls and be a big factor in their downfall, and in the escalation, in the progression, in the solidification of their misery. Yeah, and that's what's going to lead to their downfall. In the present moment as well, this card is indicating to me that they're it's going to be tricky for them to stay in the present, because they're so miserable. They're not going to be able to enjoy much of anything, even the things that are enjoyable. Like if they were in a good mood, they would enjoy it. Like they're not going to be able to enjoy those things anyway. It's like giving depression. Like when you're depressed, even the things that you used to enjoy, you're not going to be able to enjoy anymore. So it's kind of giving like that. Like it's going to progress into depression for the girls, possibly, and they're not going to be able to enjoy much of anything, and it's really going to just lead to tension in the group, and that's going to lead to like performances not really going so well, because everybody's not feeling good, right? It really all comes down to how you feel. Like you can't really give the best performance if you're not feeling good, and so they're not really going to be able to do good work for people, and that's going to affect you know, solidify even further the downfall or the disbandment. And so, you know, these are just, I wanted to get more specific details into the factors of their disbandment and how they're going to be feeling and their dynamics, and you know, so it's those are the type of things that would be happening, and that's going to escalate it to disbandment eventually. Ooh, here we look at the time. What does this time say? We have the number 5 and 7, 5 and 7. Ooh, maybe even 5 to 7 months. Like maybe it's gonna be even within this year, because that's the time when the clock was getting drawn to. Like, you know, I never really would ask myself, hey, what time does it say on there? But I guess, you know, I asked for a reason. So maybe 5 to 7 weeks. That they're 5 to 7 weeks, that seems so short. No, 5 to 7 months. 5 to 7 months. Yeah. So maybe they're going to disband within this. No, this year is already coming to an end. So next year, 2026, they're going to disband. So is that prediction correct? Or maybe I should, let's see, is that correct? Or what do you think when they're going to disband, universe? Let's predict that as well. When are they going to disband? Let's go 1, 2, 3. Ooh, new vision in reverse, guys. What is this Roman numeral X11? You know what? Ooh, postponement number 4. Postponement number 4 is gonna happen a lot sooner. It's gonna happen a lot sooner than we think. New vision being in reverse, like it's like they're not even really gonna be able to fully form this new vision. So it's going to happen really soon. I feel like it's definitely gonna happen within the 2026. That's confirming. Oh, and then number 6 on the bottom with the success. So definitely 2026, you guys. Ooh, and then on the bottom, number 6 in reverse, the dream is coming to an end in 2026, you guys. Wow, maybe even sooner than that, maybe even 4 months. 4 months would make it what, November, December. So maybe they'll come to that decision around that time behind the scenes, and then they will announce it in 2026. Oh, interesting. So all right, that's the predictions for when they'll disband. Okay guys, so I looked it up, and that's the number 12 actually. Yeah, and so I said, I was looking at the number 4, and I was like, okay, 4 months from now, postponement, they're postponing 4 months from now, which is September, October, November, December, January, right? January is literally the new year, right? So 2026 is when it was gonna happen, right? And then did I show this already? Right on top it says success number 6, right? 2026 is when it was gonna happen, guys. And right, the 4 months from now is January, which is the beginning of 2026. And new vision unable to grow, new vision unable to grow in the new year. So yeah, maybe January is when they're gonna make that decision behind the scenes, and then they're gonna come out with it. Yeah. They're gonna come out with it in January, or maybe they make that decision in December, because new vision is like they already decided no on the new vision, and in December, because it's 12 on that card. So maybe behind the scenes, that's when they decide to on 12, and then maybe it's 11, 4 months from now, right? So the 12 is when they decide not to create the new vision, and then the 4 months from now is like, okay, we'll hold off for 4 months. We'll give them that, so we can use the content and the whatnot that we already created. And so like maybe 12 is when they decided, and January, right, a month later, is when they'll announce that the dream has been, they decided to not go in that direction. They decided the creator to not go in that direction, traveling reverse. Interesting. All right, so those are the specific time frames I was getting around predictions for their disbandment, which is actually very, very, very soon. So I don't know, that's unfortunate if that does come to fruition, but I don't know, either way, no matter how long it takes, I did get that they're gonna disband anyway. So right, which is just going to be better. Just like with Kaylee leaving, as sad as it may be for like a dream to come to an end, is sometimes, right, it's better than what we had wanted. Sometimes what we want is not what we need. Yes. Okay, so those are the timing predictions. Moving on. Thank you. All right, let's pull for more to affirm that or not, or to expand on it. Is that accurate, or what else can we say about predictions for Girlset? That was actually a lot. So is that accurate, or what else can we say about Girlset? Experiencing. I'm getting a lot of ringing in my ear. This is something for the girl's highest good. Like, it was all meant to be. It was all meant to be for the girl's personal, spiritual development as an individual. Like, it was all like divine is what I'm getting. And it's all meant to help them glow, right? Like the darkness that we went through, right? We all deserve to be grateful and to see it as a gift that it is. It is all an experience to learn and to grow from. And I think that's what they want the fans to remember, that nobody is a villain in this story, so nobody deserves to get attacked or hated on, but also nobody is a victim to it either. No one is a victim to it either. Like, everyone chose to be here. Everyone, even though they didn't choose to do things the way it was done, it's like they still chose to stay. They still chose to experience, and it is because their soul needed them to, because a part of them, the reason that they stayed was because a part of them needed to be healed, right? A part of them still felt like they couldn't do it without them. Like, part of them felt like they needed like the backing of the company. Part of them felt like they needed to be in a group, because like there's a part of them that fears that they're not going to be able to make it on their own, or in a traditional sense or in a non-traditional sense, right? It's like they feel like they need to follow this path in order to succeed, rather than create their own path. Notification for confirmation. Thank you. Right, so like I said, right, like all this darkness is just to learn and to grow from as a consciousness, right? To grow more into, to glow and grow more into our fullest and highest version of ourselves by choosing ourselves. And we don't beat ourselves up when we don't choose ourselves, and we settle for toxic environments only because we're afraid. And so that part of us needs compassion. That part of us deserves to heal through compassion and understanding. That means like it's okay that it happened in the first place, right? So I feel like that's a part of that's the main message here. It's like it was all meant to happen this way. Like, even if it doesn't work out, like it still serves the highest good for everyone, because everything is divine. Okay, so like even when things don't work out, even when we're not living in our full authentic self, like we're doing what our soul wants us to do. We're doing what our soul needs to do in order to learn for ourselves, right? We don't learn until we learn for ourselves. And sometimes that takes a lot of times, a lot of lessons, a lot of reminders, a lot of failures, a lot of mistakes, and that's actually like a normal part of the journey. So don't think that it's like the last for these girls. Don't think that it's the end for these girls, like Yeah, like they may be slowing down, but it's not over for them, you know, like, and so like you could take that and apply it to your life too. Like if a dream it's not happening in the way that you thought that it would, it doesn't mean that it's completely over for you. Right, or it doesn't mean that it was pointless or worthless or that you failed. A notification for confirmation. Thank you. Right, it just means that you need to redirect your energies, or there's something else that needs more of your attention, healing. Right, it's like it's a compass. It's a compass. So we don't judge ourselves. We don't judge others. We simply we reflect inwards. We turn inwards. Right, and we use it how to grow. We use it how to grow, how to learn about ourselves, how to learn about life. Through the lens of empowerment, through the lens of self-love and authenticity, integrity, joy, following your heart. Yes, these are the big messages and themes. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So because these girls are not going to slow down, oh my gosh, should I do predictions for like each individual girl? Oh, we're here forever, you guys are. Okay, well, so we got the prediction for Girlset itself, like for everyone's highest good, notification for confirmation. For everyone's highest good, you guys, like they are going to disband, and it's going to be a good thing is the point, the reminder. It's going to be a good thing, and it's going to take the girls in the right direction, in a more authentic direction. It's an opportunity. It is an opportunity for them to grow into a different and better direction, right? Rejection is simply redirection. It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. It's all about consciousness. How you feel, how you think, forms how you act, forms your reality. So it all starts with how you feel. It all starts with how you think, consciousness, all right? All right. Okay, you know what? I think that's good enough to prediction-wise. Like they're gonna disband, but they're each individually gonna be fine. Like they might, I think everyone is going to need some time to recuperate and to like find themselves again. Everyone is going to need to take time to slow down so that they can find themselves again, go towards that rainbow, find that light within themselves, right? Because when the light gets taken away, when you think the light is outside of you and that outside light gets taken away, right? It's like you're so lost, right? You need to find yourself again, and you need to find that light from within so that it can never be lost, it can never be taken away from you again, right? So I think that that's the next stage for all of the girls here. Yeah, that's very, very important, very, very important. So it's like healing. The girls are going to go through a stage of healing next, but it definitely doesn't mean that that's the end for them, right? We just gotta trust ourselves, really, or trust ourselves that like no matter what happens outside of us, we are worthy, we are capable, we are okay, right? We can continue, we can push forward, and we trust ourselves to keep going, to even if we make mistakes, even if things don't go according to plan, we still trust the universe that love is on our side. We still trust ourselves that that love will always be there, right? Because when we judge ourselves, we're telling ourselves that like we're like the mistakes are not acceptable. We're telling ourselves that imperfections are not acceptable, and that's why it's so important to just be like love. Because what does that do? It opens door for growth. It opens door for healing, because you're accepting, you're embracing even the worst, even the darkest, right? And what is that? The key, the lessons, the darkness, the lessons. What is it? The lessons are the true blessings in life, and darkness is simply love that has forgotten it is light. Ashe, I think that is a beautiful place to stop. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I love you girls. Support Girlset while you can. Love yourselves first and foremost, no matter what happens. And, you know, believe in yourself, root for yourself, and never settle for less than you know that you deserve. But more above all, choose yourself, be yourself. Yes, and follow your joy. All right, most importantly, first and foremost, I mean, everything is so important, everything, right? Everything, nothing matters, but everything makes a difference. Love that one as well, okay? But yes, just like the universe wanted to add and didn't want us to forget, following your joy as well. Let your emotions be a compass, the good and bad, and use your heart and joy to embrace it all and guide you in the next direction, right? And to hold you in the present moment, even if it's not like you made a mistake, you're in the toxic situation, it's okay. Forgive yourself, allow yourself to grow, allow yourself to grow. Oh shit, you know, because you know what that is? Unconditional love, true and unconditional. Yes, be silly, be silly. Be silly, be playful. Yes, let that inner child come out and play. And let your heart guide the way. Thank you for watching.